Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
It's science.
What?
Climate and everything are the same word.
What you talking about?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Come on!
China? China? Have to have my China. China!
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
Consequences.
Oh, never could. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work, yeah. What now?
Don't even play.
I'm staying in the race.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
It's a great day for being sad.
introduction of the 20th century. This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
And now you'll see just how I won the championship.
I see that you know your judo.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy. Jesus, I say that.
Don't worry about it, little Maga. Gentlemen. Cyclone Cheeto.
Give me a joke.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Welcome to the resistance.
Winter is coming.
Precision of language. Please.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
Facebook, Zuckerbucks. Immediately, if not sooner.
A fucking bitch.
Aren't I a good guy?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
He looks good, and he looks good, and he looks hard.
Follow the rich white man.
So hot right now.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. So much to do, so much to talk about. I guess we better get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fams, otherwise you might just go floating off into the abyss. Well, it's fantastic to see all of you here. Better give out some chat awards. Aaron W, Sue Fairy Dust B, and SoulLife123 in YouTube chat. Charlie Jameer. Oh, nope, sorry, I almost gave it away. Decipher, a close fourth. Charlie Jameer right after there. Morbius Dragon, Rob Scouts, Del Sol Verde, Mozart, Moenowip, Bob Carmody, Christopher Tablante, Christy Z, Midas Kevin Anderson, Morbidaslo, Look Bovine, Nightbot's here, Epi Mew, Scared Crow Dirk Gently, Godcat. My god, this list is long. That's what I said. I'm sticking by it. All right. There we go. I think I got everybody. If I missed you, I'm sorry. We got to get on to the show. It's Sunday Fun Day today, everybody. I don't know if you noticed. So, I'm sure there's nothing that will go wrong. It's going to be all uphill from here. Everything's going to be fine. Nothing can go wrong. To prove that, we're going to go to the United States. Start it off.
So hot right now.
I debated you. We're not going to go into something bad. It's Sunday Fun Day. We're going to try and celebrate a little bit of Black History Month, even though it's been deemed illegal by the Donald Trump administration.
Illegal.
Let's go to Miami. How's that sound?
Miami MOCAD started operationally in 2015 when it obtained a feasibility study from the Knight Foundation. Our core mission is dedicated to the collection, the preservation, and dissemination of art of the African diaspora. We started knowing that we did not have a building and believed that technology could be used to enhance accessibility, but also we could leverage technology to present art in new, exciting, and exhilarating ways. We're in the lobby of the historic Black Archives Lyric Theater, and it has also provided gallery space for our traveling mural exhibition. The Black Archives was founded by Dr. Dorothy Jenkins Field to collect, preserve artifacts, history, photographs of Black Miami, which is really telling the story of Miami. The Lyric is an iconic historic site that was a cornerstone of culture, entertainment in Overtown back in the day when Overtown was a thriving business and cultural hub of Miami, and it was also known as the Black Harlem of Miami. Our innovative spirit led us to place our murals in 3 places. In our website, and now with our traveling mobile exhibition titled Telling Overtown Stories, Saying Their Names. Our curator, Donna Marie Baptiste, selected the artists, Miami MoCAD brings its view of what the theme should be. We started this project with 3 murals, but we also incorporated QR codes as interactive technology that could bring the oral histories of Overtown to life. They're not just paintings on a wall. They are paintings that speak. They are paintings that say our names, the names of people who lived in Overtown, the names of people who preserved the history of Overtown.
This particular piece that I did was like something very special to me because I live in this community and I always like seen this building. A few of my friends' fathers are longshoremen. A few of my friends who I grew up with are now longshoremen. The longshoremen is people who are responsible for unloading cargo ships and bringing them into the city. They also work for the cruise line too, where they take off luggage off of the cruise line. 80-something years ago, like nobody else wanted to do it. A lot of African Americans and Bahamians like would do these jobs. And also they get paid a lot of money, but it's also dangerous.
Reginald talked with union members. He researched their photographs. He looked into their spirit. And as a result, he was able to use his imagination to present their power, show us the underlying beauty and strength of longshoreman brotherhood.
There was that.
Well, there you go, people. A little bit of a positive start here. I figured we would do this, and perhaps a good reminder for everyone to attempt to use your creativity and ingenuity to speak truth, do your art, whatever it might be, tell these sorts of important stories. All right. We're going to keep celebrating Black History Month. Let's see. Let's go not far from Miami to New Orleans. Go from art to music.
You probably think of New Orleans as the birthplace of jazz, but last month it was home to a different type of music, opera. It was an opera by Edmond Dede, a free man of color, who was also a composer born in New Orleans back in 1855. We learned about his life and work from some of the people who brought his opera to the stage for the first time ever.
138 years. That's how long it took to bring Morjan to American audiences. Believed to be the oldest existing opera written by a Black American. And behind the music, a rich history that Giovanna Joseph and her daughter Aria Mason mined from obscurity.
One of my earliest memories, I watched my mother watching an opera singer on TV. And I saw her face, I saw the joy and the love in her face. And I was like, what is this?
As founders of New Orleans-based Opera Creole, they've pledged to share music by composers of African descent.
I believe that there's no music that doesn't have Black fingerprints on it.
Other than the sounds, it's so peaceful.
Yeah.
When they discovered a digital copy of Morjan in 2014, Joseph and Mason struck a mother lode, an historic masterpiece by a New Orleans-born composer named Edmond Dede.
When you first caught note, pardon the pun, did you realize the scope of it?
I had just, you know how you get that gut feeling that this was important. I didn't know exactly how important it was.
It was Dede's magnum opus, 545 pages based on themes from Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves.
He takes the Ali Baba stories and he kind of sets it in Arabian Persia, but he does something different with the characters.
A heroine story of a mother, Morjan, and her daughter Amin, who fight against the tyranny of a ruling sultan.
It's kind of a dark comedy because in the third act, fourth act, there's a twist that throws everything off.
Oh, she's not going to tell us the twist.
Surprises the Sultan. Everybody lives in the end.
Behind the curtain was Day-Day's remarkable story.
Who was this guy?
Oh, well, I think he's a New Orleans hero.
Edmund Day-Day was an educated fourth-generation free man of color who wrote over 250 songs, ballets, and orchestral pieces.
This area that we know was the residence of the Day-Day family at one point in time.
In 1855, on the eve of the Civil War, he left Louisiana for France, where he studied music at the Paris Conservatoire and performed at Bordeaux's Grand Theatre.
Not only did he go to France, he went down to Algeria. He wrote music, and one of them in solidarity for the Algerians who didn't want to be subjugated, were being colonized.
So he was somewhat of a revolutionary and activist.
Yes.
Through his craft.
Yes. Absolutely.
But Morjan was never performed, and Joseph hoped to fix that. She found an ally in Patrick Quigley, the artistic director designate of Opera Lafayette in Washington, D.C.
I assumed that someone had performed it or had transcribed it at that point, but to my great surprise, no one had ever really taken it out of manuscript.
The two connected in 2023. Working with musicians and historians from across the country, they set out to bring Day-Day's never-performed opera to life. First, by transcribing almost 6,000 measures of music into modern notation.
The money that it takes to put all those little notes into the computer, that was the first hurdle to get someone to help invest to do that without knowing anything, never heard it before.
But when they did hear it, Joseph and Quigley knew they had something special.
Well, there you go, everybody. A little bit of music appreciation mixed in with Black History Month. A composer who traveled the seas, and his music did the same. I was actually shocked to hear that there hadn't been either transcribed and performed. When I heard that, I was like, God damn. This thing was written in the mid-late, like 1880s, I think it was. And so yeah, 150-year-old opera being performed perhaps for the first time ever. We have 31 likes. That's a lot of likes. We're only 24. That's more than one like per minute. It's out of control. All right, to the Galactic Cantina. Nope, that's a double. Wait, that was one too many. I just gave you 4 instead of 3. What was it? Yeah, it was 13. There we go. Okay. There is your emotional support. All right. Let's stay talking historical things. Let's sort of segue into the, well, what is the awful these days? U.S. politics. Current U.S. politics. But, of course, President's Day is coming up very shortly. Hour and a half for the East Coast. Start here.
It's a matter of historical remembrance, not necessarily reverence, but remembrance, an awareness of history, which is important in reminding us of the changes that have occurred in our society and the challenges and crises that have occurred during our history. Sometimes Washington Lincoln or Lincoln Washington Day, because the birthday of Abraham Lincoln is only 10 days apart from Washington's birthday on February 22nd, Lincoln's birthday on February 12th. So to honor both of them, they sometimes call it Lincoln-Washington Day or President's Day. There is a Missouri holiday on May 8th that applies to some government offices, I believe, on Truman's birthday, May 8th. It's not a matter of the schools being closed or anything like that. It's not a holiday on a federal level, but in the state of Missouri, it's recognized as an occasion. I guess you could argue to some extent some presidents can be seen as good examples or role models of civic virtue and wisdom and compassion and courage and other qualities that people admire. Unlike so many.
You could say that. I'm not sure I would rush to do that, especially considering who's in the White House at this particular moment. One Donald Trump. Let's see what the president has been doing with his time over the last 24 hours. This was him yesterday afternoon in Florida. Taking a little break from presidenting for some golf. Got the entire presidential caravan leading him in for a round on the links here in West Palm Beach, Florida. Let's take a look at what it may have been like. We have no footage from the game itself, but my assumption is it was this for 18 holes. Prepares for a shot, lines it up, and I don't think the president liked that one. Walking away from the tee box, looking very upset right now. That was probably what it was like for about 5 hours, and then they left. Once again, in the way that they came. With like 50 freaking black vans and armored vehicles. All together.
Second limo! Keep fighting! Keep fighting!
Jesus Christ.
Let's go!
Jesus Christ, these people are insane. Why are you yelling so much? Keep fighting? He's on the golf course. Keep fighting. Keep fighting what? Exactly. All right, all right. I know we watched that yesterday, but Sunday Funday, making fun of Donald Trump and his golfing is definitely Sunday Funday territory. All right. Now, according to this show, which we go to very frequently, there's been a fracture in the Trump administration. Here's the majority report 6 hours ago. You heard keep farting. Ooh, maybe that's what he was saying.
There is a fracture within the administration. You have the legalists like Russ Vought and his deputy, who apparently was in that famous painting with Harlan Crow and Clarence Thomas, who want a legal challenge to the Impoundment Control Act and an overturn of Train v. New York, the 1974 Supreme Court ruling that says the administration can't not spend what Congress appropriates. You know, when we spoke yesterday to Gil Duran, who's been writing about the tech bro side of this equation, the Curtis Yarvin, Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel fusion with the Russell Vought Heritage Foundation people. They had some conference in September, and they sort of fused their agendas, but there's still this sort of like ethos that's different. You got the legalists who want to overturn these laws so that the president has the ability to unilaterally cut spending he doesn't like. And then you have the tech bros who are just like, let's just ignore the laws.
Come on!
Is this Gary galore? It is. Well, we are big followers of Gary here, and we've been following Gary since the beginning. I want to say almost a full year ago, we started worshiping Gary as our god. And therefore, of course, we have emotes, Gary-based emotes for Galactic members. You know, Gary's all over this stream. Has nobody never noticed Gary's all over the place? Look, Gary's here, dancing here. Been dancing since the very beginning. Same thing over here. Everywhere you look, there's Gary. Even on this screen, if you look real hard, there's Gary right next to me on the stern of the boat, a dancing. Here's a Gary dancing. I mean, there's so much Gary. Look, just Gary, Gary, Gary. I've been celebrating Gary since the burgeoning of all of this. The very start. Oh, I forgot to do the one thing I was going to start doing, because I might as well just do it now. All right, here, I'll play this and I'll do the thing. Sorry, a big tangent. That's my bad.
And you can see them represented in our media in different ways. Here's Russ Vogt on with Larry Kudlow, old school Republican, who, you know, Reagan era, who also worked in the last Trump administration, but it became a little bit too high pressure, which makes it sometimes you don't want to, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It can force you to fall into bad habits.
Ah, yes, of course.
Bad, okay, let's just play this clip.
These judges are getting silly. I don't know how and when this is going to be resolved, but there's a certain, you know, it's a preposterous notion that political appointees can't see it, and that says it's preposterous that outsiders or now.
I also feel I would be remiss if I didn't say that sometimes, you know, just even doing a TV show can be high pressure. Go ahead.
Says it's preposterous that outsiders or now employees of the government like Elon Musk can't do their job and search for fraud. I do not understand this, and I think a lot of people are scratching their heads, Russ.
Well, it defies common sense. It defies the Constitution. But the reality is this has been a key pillar of the Democrats' administrative state. And one of their principles is that career individuals and not political appointees are the ones that they want to rely on making decisions and shielding those of us who are political appointees from the actual information that we need to make decisions based on what the president would do if he was in our shoes. And you can't do that if you don't have access to the information,
if he was in your
and you
shoes.
don't have the tools at your disposal to make sure everything's going across your desk that you need to know to be a sound representative of the president.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me.
Now, what that gobbledygook tells me, they're sort of pretending it's an audit, but Russell Vogt is getting dragged into this, like, let's just say it's an audit and stall and doesn't, you know, like, they don't. They're getting a little bit lost, like they've lost the narrative here. And it's also an admission that, like, now they're turning to sort of like whining about it rather than saying we're not obligated to listen to the courts. Remember Vance floated this the other day, and they must have gotten pushback from places, and I don't know where it is. But here is Dan Bongino.
Oh, thank God we have Dan.
Dan Bongino, also interesting, because we just heard from Milo Yiannopoulos on the Tim Pool show that right-wingers regularly got paid millions of dollars by billionaire benefactors to buy viewers, to fake it till they made it. And he cited specifically Ben Shapiro having done this.
I don't want reality.
And Dan Bongino had the same trajectory. Just out of nowhere.
Bizarrely popular.
When he was working with the NRA, all of a sudden he just skyrocketed. And then you look, the bottom line is, somebody gave us $1 million and we bought $1 million worth of views on Facebook or YouTube or whatever it was, or iTunes, and we would be in the top 10. All of a sudden you start to get like
Immediately, if not sooner.
And then you make it, because
comedian Joe Mandy famously bought 1 million Twitter followers.
And it completely
was really good for his
blew
career.
up his career. All right, but here is Dan Bongino. And what's fascinating about this is this guy's a little bit all over the place, but he also, we were talking yesterday about how they don't understand how to interpret art or even entertainment in any way. And this is sort of fascinating.
So this is what they're doing. This is why Clarence Thomas has been speaking out about the national restraining orders. How a judge in New York can give a restraining order for a congressional district in Wyoming is ridiculous.
Pause it for a second. Will you pull up the clip of Dan Bongino saying this about every ruling that came out of the Fifth Circuit in Texas, which basically,
seriously.
Shot down, for half the country.
Seriously.
The ability for women to.
Please hold. We're going to go find that footage right now. Sorry, I'm struggling to find it. Let's get back to see if Sam found it.
An abortion or mifepristone, or we could go on and on and on of how many of Biden's executive orders were shot down by one judge in Texas. What was that guy's name? Krasinski or whatever his name is.
Kaczmarek.
Kaczmarek.
Yeah.
Give me a break. There is no clip of Bongino saying this because he never said it. Go ahead.
Restraining orders. How a judge in New York can give a restraining order for a congressional district in Wyoming is ridiculous. Clarence Thomas has been warning about this forever. This A Muse on Twitter is talking about this lawfare too. How this Obama-appointed judge threatened Trump and his team with arrest if they don't restore every dime of funding that have been paused or canceled. Folks, my recommendation is Donald Trump should ignore this. This judge is obviously not acting constitutionally at all. It should be ignored. Resuming all, but you can't order the executive to spend. You've effectively usurped the power of the executive. Now, before I get to the next,
Bongino doesn't probably have a copy of the Constitution there. He probably carries one around, but I have a feeling it's like just all written.
There's
in
a
big
lot
red.
of words in there.
Soaked in whiskey.
Congress appropriates the money. The job of the president is to faithfully execute the laws that have been passed by Congress. If the law says expend $100 at this agency, the president doesn't have the ability to go well.
I don't want reality.
That's just not the law. First of all, it's not the Constitution. It's not the law in terms of the 1974 Impoundment Control Act, and it's not the law in terms of the SCOTUS Train v. New York City ruling in 1974.
But it's the law of Bongino,
what the OLC
though.
Found in 1988.
It's Bongino's law.
Go ahead.
It's like Murphy's Law, but different.
But you can't order the executive to spend. You've effectively usurped the power of the executive. Now, before I get to the next, I'm going to play you a video by Crazy. Big Balls McGroin is here.
Oh, thank God.
Big Balls. I knew we had one. I knew. I was thinking about this on the Monday show. I'm like, we better have a Big Balls McGroin.
Oh my God, seriously? Oh yeah. Oh seriously.
Thank you. You guys, I knew the McGroins would be there.
God, I'm just so glad to see.
You guys.
So glad to see
best.
Dan laughing and having a good time with himself over here. Big Balls McGroin.
Wow,
It's what a clever name too. We got a lot of clever names around here, but Big Balls McGroin, that must have taken months of poring over graphs and figures and literary references to have come up with that. I am utterly floored by the creativity involved in that name.
You guys and ladies are the best.
He's all great.
Fantastic.
Guys and ladies, both of you.
Threatening with arrest. Who's going to arrest them? The marshals? You guys know who the U.S. Marshals work for? Department of Justice. That is under the, executive branch. Donald Trump's going to order his own arrest and his team. This is ridiculous.
Illegal. This is ridiculous. There was also a time where the Department of Justice was supposed to be independent of political influence.
What?
And, they took an oath to the Constitution. They don't work for Donald Trump. They work for the U.S. government.
Oh my God.
Here's my suggestion before I play this video.
Not the
Again, I'm
Constitution
speaking
again.
hyperbolically, obviously.
Yes, you
but
are.
it's meant to accentuate a point. We are a constitutional republic. This judge is clearly making up powers he does not have. He does not have power to demand the president spend money. I mean, what if, let me give you an example of what I mean quick. Sorry, but this is so important.
We need you to.
The president
This is not making
finds
sense
a
yet.
fraudulent payment to a terrorist group planning an attack on the United States. Can a judge order that payment be made? Of course not, Dan. What's the difference?
Pause it. Okay, I'll tell you. I'm going to help Dan
Christ, this
Bongino
guy is
out.
an idiot.
There's no evidence of a payment to a terrorist group. The judge, there's no evidence of fraud. Those are two things that are different. The judge is not ordering the president to expend anything other than what Congress has already appropriated and told the president to spend. Those are the three differences in that completely made up, hyperbolic, to make a point example that Dan Bongino just gave. But watch how he equates a judge randomly telling the president to randomly spend money on a terrorist organization that has been proven to be fraudulent. And he equates that with...
Not like a regular terrorist organization, a fraudulent one.
Terrorist group planning an attack on the United States. Can a judge order that payment be made?
Yes.
Of course not, Dan. What's the difference? There's no difference. Donald Trump's the executive. He says we have a problem in the executive branch. Hold on to these payments. The judge can't order these. He's just making it up. So here's my suggestion.
I'll pause it one more second. In a constitutional republic, what you do if the judge is making up you appeal.
No.
You appeal to a higher court.
That's too much.
That's too much, man.
That's what you do in a constitution. You don't just ignore it. But here is his idea. Now, I want you to, now for those of you who have never seen a Batman movie, just as he,
This is going to be interesting.
this is going to be an interesting thing as to who he is analogizing.
Oh no.
He's trying to argue the Trump administration is in the right, correct? They're the good guys.
Is it
Listen to
DCU
his
MCU?
analogy here.
Executive branch, hold on to these payments. The judge can't order these. He's just making it up. So here's my suggestion. If liberals are okay with judges making up constitutional powers, are they okay with Donald Trump fabricating executive powers? How about this? How about Donald Trump in the East Room of the White House sets up a courtroom, like remember the Batman movie, Scarecrow has the courtroom, what was it, the Bane one, it was at the Dark Knight or whatever. That's what we need to do.
That's what we
need to
need.
set up a courtroom.
Wow.
Donald Trump can sit there. He can even wear like the wigs they wear in the UK
that'll
court
help.
system,
That'll
and
help.
he can just start making judicial decisions. He can't do that, bro. The judge can't do it either. What's the difference? If the judge
There's a huge difference. What you just said was batshit crazy. And then you said another thing and said that was wrong, but that's actually the thing that was fine. God damn it, Dan. How did this guy get so big? Oh, right. We just talked about that.
For those of you who never saw those movies, the Scarecrow or who else? Bane. They were the bad guys.
No.
Okay, so aside from the fact that Bongino is analogizing Trump as the criminal element in this, maybe by mistake, or maybe Bongino is held hostage and he's trying to tell us something. Yes, judges have the authority to say that what the president is doing is not constitutional. That's actually their job. It's literally their one job, to adjudicate the law and adjudicate the Constitution. It's not the president's job to unilaterally say, we can do this. It is Donald Trump that is attempting to take powers he does not have.
Illegal.
And if he had those...
Yeah. Yep, that's right. Everything that, Donald Trump has been doing in regards to this has been in contravention of the Constitution and all forms of our, or not forms of, but our expectations of presidents and how our system's supposed to work. But you know what? We're going to try and keep it fun here still, and I figured we would tune in to maybe see what it is Dan Bongino's, most likely Dan Bongino's audience, has been doing with their time. Perhaps to enjoy themselves. Let's go to Daytona Beach in Florida. See what's been going on there. This was from about 9 hours ago. If you can't read it, it says the United States of America on that, baby. That's Donald Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Doing a flyby above the Daytona 500. Daytona, Florida. The crowd seems pretty excited. We lost video. There's the video. Crowd is going wild. All right, here, let's just keep this going. Yep, keep this going. Wasn't just a flyby, everyone. Donald Trump decided he wanted to go to Daytona 500. That's right, U.S. taxpayer dollars paying for these flybys in Air Force One. These little trips to the golf course, to the racetrack. Gotta have the Secret Service detail, the armored cars all gassed up, all that stuff. Sir, you gonna come out of the plane? There he is. He's got the hat. I've got it. I'm not wearing it right now. My hair can't handle too much hats. Struggling to get down this stairwell right now. Really struggling. Almost at a Biden-like speed. Really, really slowly. Shaking the hand of some guy with a navy hat on and some chud sunglasses. Another dude with a awkwardly placed lanyard. Lady with red sweater. Guy with very blue suit. Waving to the cameras. Hello, I see you. How's it going, people? Wait, is that Rick Scott? Hard to tell with the bank robber outfit on he's gone. Is that MTG? That is MTG, isn't it? Oh my god, I just noticed that was MTG just now. Oh, even the kids have little Make America Great hats. A rainbow and a Make America Great Again hat? Who let her put this outfit on? Lara, were you in charge of the outfits today? Alright. Let's go here to Forbes News, to what they called breaking news. President Trump does a lap at the Daytona 500 in the Beast. In the Beast. I guess the Beast is the... What do you call it? Is that the name of his limousine? The armored limousine? The Beast. It's gonna take a lap in the Beast. Wow, the camera footage is horrifying, Forbes. It's really, really bad. You call this 720p? I call this dog poop. And copyrightable music at the same time. Very, very horrifying. The greatest nation. Is that Lara doing the announcement? It kind of sounds like her. Alright, let's go on here. Wait, I clicked the wrong... This is the wrong video. I'm supposed to watch this one first. We gotta see the POV. We gotta see the POV of the lap. The beast lap. Oh, this quality of footage is much better than the last one. This might actually be 720p. $44 likes. So many likes. That's something. A lot of waiting. A lot of waiting. Gotta be ready for this one lap around a oval track. It's much harder than you think. What are we doing, like 15 miles an hour right now? Come on, this is a pit stop, okay? We should be seeing action here. Here goes the Blue Angels. Traveling at Mach -1. And the beast. Look at the beast go. Making it look just epic. Coming out of the pits faster than anyone has ever been seen coming out of the pits in history. Full 30, maybe approaching 30 miles an hour now. Look at him go. Now, if they do reach a certain time, they will be allowed into the Daytona 500. But they are going to have to pick it up right now. They are way behind the pack. May have broken 30 miles per hour now, maybe 32, 33. Breakneck speeds here in the Beast. Not actually traveling It's really not a lap so much, because you're supposed to be on the other side of the line. You can see the cars back there. That's where the car's supposed to be. This isn't really a lap. If it's a lap, you're supposed to be sort of at an angle, and they're not doing the angle. Maybe that's too much for Donald Trump's body. Might lose his hair if they tilt him too far to the side. Oh, look. Oh, it crossed the line, finally. Wouldn't want to do the curve. That's too much.
That's too much, man.
It may have gotten up to maybe 40 miles, 50 miles an hour now. I don't know. It seems very placid pace they've taken here. Not going for speed, but going for greatness.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The beast would roll over. It probably would. The thing is so laden with armor. Not really built for cornering, I guess. Yeah, this isn't really a lap. I know they're calling it a lap. It's not a lap. I don't think you accounted for this sort of a lap, and maybe you would. I don't know. I don't know NASCAR rules that good. But they're barely breaking the speed limit at this point. They're like 70% of the way through this lap, this supposed lap. I thought this was going to be great. I thought we were going to make America great again with this lap. Doesn't feel like America is any greater than it was before. The fans don't even seem that excited. I mean, some of them are standing. But you know, I expected more, but I don't blame them. I'd be bored. This is pretty boring. It's very sad. It's very sad for America right now. The President of the United States can't even take a real lap around the Daytona 500. It's pathetic. Weak beta Trump taking a fake lap around the Daytona 500. A real alpha would have taken the wheel. Gotten this baby up to speed. It's a very sad performance. Let's see what all Donald Trump did else here at the Daytona 500, meeting with race car drivers apparently. Now, NASCAR has had some particularly horrifying scandals around racist behavior of drivers in the past. But thankfully, no chance of racism here, just white people. Everything's fine. Donald Trump shaking hands with race car drivers. Footage back to 140p. I think that's his granddaughter, little Laura, whatever her name is. She's having fun with Grandpa. King Grandpa. So exciting. They keep saying exciting, exciting, exciting over and over and over again. This is super exciting, so exciting. Oh my God. He's shaking hands with people and he's going to take a lap around the track. It's amazing. I've never been this excited before, have you, Linda? No, I have not. You can feel the excitement in the air. Just take my word for it. Now, Donald Trump was holding on to this little lady's hand the whole time. She was wearing red. What I found fascinating, she's got the MAGA hat on, but breaking news, ruby red slippers and a rainbow dress for the little lady. I don't know what her name is, goddammit. Little Trump. Little Miss Trump. It's a weird juxtaposition, not gonna lie. I don't know if anybody else is feeling weird about it, but I'm like, what's happening here? What's happening here? It's very confusing. The messages, you know, are mixed. It's like when Donald Trump gets excited about the YMCA. What's gay about the village people? That hat does not fit. Sadly, they do not make enough cult wear for children, apparently. Had to wear a full-sized adult hat today. Can't see anything that's happening. What is his granddaughter's name? What is Laura and Eric's son or daughter's name? Just whatever. God damn. Catherine? No, that's Laura Spencer. God damn. Okay, there you go. Yep, apparently Laura Trump's
let me ask you about some.
Donald Trump's granddaughter is a friend of Dorothy. Great point, Bob. I cannot find her name, though. Apparently she doesn't have a name. Just Little Trump. I guess we'll just have to call her Little Lady Trump till I guess we find out what that little girl's name is. Makes it kind of weird, I feel like. Hard to even discuss. Trump is gonna make cigarettes cool again. Doesn't he hate cigarettes and like drinking? Like basically, isn't he? He's like beyond like a teetotaler, isn't he? He's like full on, just sober Trumpy Trump. Yeah, I'm still confused about that dress. Not gonna lie. Now, you know who's going to have some amount of, well, actually, yeah, regardless, one way or the other, this lady is going to have some impact on Laura Jr. there. She's going to be in charge, potentially, of the Department of Education. She has said a whole bunch of insane things about how she thinks education should be run. One Linda McMahon. Yeah, she talked about how, you know, we should just use public funds for charter schools, private schools, colloquial schools, things like that. Not colloquial, what's it called? Not parochial. Colloquial. And, you know, she also said it wouldn't be so bad if the Department of Education was just completely destroyed. So she's sort of been, I guess, interviewing for a job she's hoping to delete. Or to at least let Elon delete. And of course, she was in the Senate earlier throughout the week, testifying before the Senate Education Committee. See what was said here. Ooh, Josh Hawley. I wonder what Josh Hawley is going to ask Linda about.
Let me ask you about something else that's happened on our campuses in the last 4 years, the wave of anti-Semitism that we've seen, particularly after October 7th with the attacks on Israel.
Oh, yes.
Shameful attacks on Jewish students, Jewish American students, Jewish students from overseas. We have seen the most unbelievable pro-terrorist propaganda. And again, these universities taking federal money, getting federal funds, not protecting Jewish students, permitting encampments, permitting violence in some instances, attacks on students on their campuses. The president has issued an executive order on January the 29th on measures to combat anti-Semitism, and he directed the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights to open Title VI investigations into a number of universities, including Columbia, Berkeley, Northwestern. Will you enforce the law, Title VI to the hilt, and will you make sure that Jewish Americans are safe on our campuses, for heaven's sake, and these crazy students
Jewish Americans are
who
safe.
are committing crimes, breaking windows, smashing into buildings, trapping Jewish students in libraries. Will you make sure that this stops on our college campuses that are getting all of this federal tax money?
Absolutely, or face defunding of their monies.
Very good. And let me ask you about something else.
Very good.
For students who have come
Josh
to
is
this
so
country
pleased to
on a
hear
student
that.
visa, and as you know, that's a lot of people on our college campuses. For students who are here on a student visa who have threatened their fellow students, threatened Jewish students, who have supported terrorist organizations,
there
who
we
have
go.
broken our law by trespassing or vandalism or acts of violence against Jewish students, will you see that those students, that their visas are revoked and they are sent home and they're not allowed to stay on our campuses under cover of our laws, committing crimes and threatening our own students? Will you return some common sense to our campuses in this way?
Yes.
She said those things all much too easily. And of course, Josh Hawley. Worst questions ever. Nothing. We should expect nothing else from Josh. You know, conflating all the issues anti-Israel with pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian with anti-Semitism. You know, free speech with crimes.
Illegal.
And there was a few others in there, but it's hard to remember each one, honestly. They were all real stupid. But as you heard there from Linda McMahon, she's going to do everything she can to get rid of protests on campus, specifically as they relate to anti-Israel, or as Josh Hawley put it, violent anti-Semitism. That being, I assume he's just referring to the encampments that were happening on campuses. I don't think there's anything else we can assume it being. Although he said so many things, it seems to all be the same to him, right? That's the point. Is like he's conflating all these different things with just it's all the same to him. And Linda McMahon was on top of that faster than I could have imagined. You know, immediately, yes, Josh Hawley super stoked on all of her answers. Going to get revoked visas, defund schools that receive federal funds if they allow any of that to happen this semester, I guess is what's happening here. 52 likes, that's a lot of likes. That's a lot of likes. You're all crushing it. We've been getting a lot of repeat characters this week. I'm not sure what's up with that. Alright, we're not done with Linda. Can you smell what Linda McMahon's cooking? Let's see, was this Katie? I think this was Katie Britt. Right, was this Katie Britt? Can't remember who was asking her questions. I cannot be sure. Alright, let's just go here. Back to the Senate Education Committee. Linda asked about how difficult it's been to be questioned by senators over her role.
Hello.
Future role.
So
Oh,
great
right.
to be
Not
with
this.
you
Not
for
her.
Joining us today.
It's an aspiring
I'd love for you
Katie
to have some
Britt.
time to answer some questions. Wouldn't that be unique?
I'm wondering, one of my very first important questions is it harder to sit composed and calm and focused among a bunch of WWE wrestlers, or is it harder to sit in this hearing with people popping up and yelling at you all the time?
I can stay pretty composed and focused in either environment.
As you know, the United States Department of Education provides more than $120 billion in grants, and much of that flows through to our public university systems. And the Higher Education Act makes a condition for higher education to receive a single dollar of that money, that higher education institution has to be accredited. Now, that's not by the Department of Education. That they have delegated that to a private entities of persons that aren't accountable to voters, aren't accountable to the president, and they decide who's accredited, which institution actually is.
Experts in education. Yeah. This is why getting rid of the Chevron doctrine is an insane choice, right? It's like, should we listen to experts or should we listen to politicians about what kids should learn? I'm going to go with experts every single time, considering the lack of scientific knowledge that seems to go around these halls here. I would say probably much better to have educators decide what should be, what school should be accredited or not. Not you, not Katie Britt, who you want to be real bad. Not Linda necessarily even. She's not a real educator. We should get this bitch out of here too. I mean, there's no way that she deserves to be department. I didn't mention it, but I mean, go look through Linda McMahon's qualifications. They are not in education. She does not have a master's in education. She did not go to school for education. She has a degree in French, so she can speak French good, I guess, supposedly. But beyond that, her only real experience is in promoting or working with her husband in wrestling, essentially, and as a secretary at one point before they had children. It does not qualify you to be the Department of Education. But we're coming at this from a completely insane angle, actually. This is like, we're gonna sit in the Senate and talk about how actually educators are stupid. And they shouldn't be able to decide who's accredited or not.
To get all that money. In Florida, we have had the experience that our post-secondary institutional accreditor, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, also known as SACS, has decided that it will threaten that accreditation, meaning threaten our federal funding, if we even suggest that maybe a former policy leader, lawmaker, conservative might go into leadership in a university. Or one of my dear friends, Senator Scott, former Governor Scott, had suggested that he was going to go on campus and speak about hazing. Seems pretty expected. As a parent, I would want that.
Oh, you would.
And our accreditation was threatened. Even in North Carolina, when they wanted to institute a policy focused on, a program focused on ideological diversity, their
ideological diversity
was threatened.
I love that. I love that. Not diversity, not like a diversity of people and or, like supposedly constitutionally protected classes of people. No. We need a diversity of ideas, bad ones and good ones. We need non-scientific ideas and scientific ideas in the science class. We need to talk about in history, were the Nazis good? I don't know, but let's talk about it. Or maybe they were. I don't know. You need some ideological diversity. Was slavery so bad? Who knows? Do we have to teach it like it was bad all the time? It's very inconvenient for my friends and their kids. They keep getting told that slavery was bad and Nazis were bad. That's not fair.
That's too much, man!
Attorney General of Florida, I sued. I think there's a constitutional problem with the Department of Education delegating that authority to a private organization who dictates whether someone can get federal funding and tries to insert their own preferences and policies down into the education policies of the state and force it on our educational institutions. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that today. I don't think it's just frustrated Florida. I think, yes, we were one of the first states to stand up and fight and go to court and try and stop that. But a lot of the themes that you're hearing, especially...
Why won't people just let Florida tell people that climate exchange doesn't climate change doesn't exist until the whole state is underwater? It's their right to do it, okay? It's their right. It's only fair.
Some of the nominees we're trying to stop unelected bureaucrats or unelected people in these private organizations that have been either getting a lot of authority or a lot of federal money pushing policies into the states, and we don't think that's right. So I wanted to talk to you. Do you think that's right?
No, I don't think that's right.
And if you're confirmed, which I expect that you will be, and I hope that you are, I'm very impressed not only with your some of your educational participation in your own state, but your managerial experience. I think we need
her
that
managerial
right now.
Experience.
But will you commit to me that you will look into some of the regulations and guidance documents that relate to higher education institutions being able to change their accreditors?
Now, there has been a lot of allegations of, an unsafe workplace. Not just the wrestling part of it, the behind-the-scenes stuff. A lot of harassment allegations that have been floated, other sorts of abusive behaviors that have occurred around the wrestling organization that her and her husband have purview over. And that's what she's pointing to, I assume.
Yes, definitely. And I'd look forward to working with you on that.
She's excited about her managerial experience.
About these 5 to 7 accreditors that are the ones that are deciding these fates today, and I think that needs to have a broad overview and review.
I see.
It may be that we have to look at the accreditation process, and as Congress, you might need to amend the Higher Education Act to make them more accountable. But I do believe, and we're still in litigation. I say we. I'm trying to change hats now as Senator Moody, but Florida is still in litigation
poor Florida.
About this issue, because I do think it's a constitutional problem for an agency to delegate that kind of authority over to a private organization.
I love this. Republicans saying that the private organization shouldn't be delegated authority to do things. Experts, if you will. And yet they are all on board for Elon Musk's unaccredited organization. That's fine. You do what you want, actually. You private citizen messing with all of government, making decisions for everyone else. That's fine. But in this case, it's bad when it tells Republicans you can't teach, I don't know, anti-science in science class or Nazi appreciation in history class. Why can't Florida just celebrate Confederates? It's not fair. Just because they fought against the American government does not mean they were not heroes. So yeah. And as you can tell by at least the short answers that were given by Linda McMahon, she's fully on board for this. She thinks that the education system is forcing people unfairly to learn things that disagree with their beliefs. That's what church is for. Go to church. Do your beliefs there. All right? They only want... Yeah, absolutely, Nadia. And also, thank you for the super chat. You got us to 1 of 5. We broke the ice. As you can see, I started the goal early tonight. I just started immediately after the stream.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Just because I feel like we've been getting them done really quickly, and maybe we should just, we just get it out of the way at the beginning so I know how to time things best from the beginning. But yeah, they only want ideological diversity when it allows further right ideas. 100%. 100%. All right. All right. Lost my place. Ah, yes. Now, whatever this name is, Abby something. I forget her name. Senator from Florida. What's this woman's name? My phone's gonna die. I should just use my computer. Yep. But yeah, this senator from Florida made mention of Linda McMahon's managerial skills and about how she had wondered whether or not it was harder to stay composed under pressure around wrestlers or around senators. And I figured maybe we could try to answer that question for ourselves. Let's see how Linda McMahon does around wrestlers, around the WWE family. This is a little clip from the WWE. Number of years back. I don't know the year.
Well, second time in a week, WWF has sold out the MCI Center in Washington, D.C. Tonight, the crowd for SmackDown.
Well, there's at least a short example of the sort of pressure, apparently, that Linda McMahon has faced. Just sort of blatant abusive behavior from her husband on TV. But there's more. Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching. I mean, it's insane. We genuinely have the idiocracy government in place, almost fully in place at this point. Potentially the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. And one thing I wonder, if this is the sort of thing that Linda McMahon is fine with, right? This is acceptable workplace behavior, right? It makes me wonder what she'd be okay with happening in schools, whether between students and teachers, or between teachers and whatever else, right? Like, will we be bringing abuse back? Is that, you know, we're gonna bring the what's the plans here, right? Well, I think you get it. I think you get it. Ends with this.
I can't believe he's groping.
There you go. These people are going to be in proximity to power. That's great. That's so good. And in the education department of all places. Wonder what our children will be learning with her in charge of things. All right. I'm sorry, everyone. That's potential future Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon. And that's some of her managerial experience there, as referenced by the senator from Florida. Let's take in some fashion, you know, beauty, style. Here's a Fashion Week post from the AP archive showing the Carolina Herrera collection. Apparently they are in what I believe to be an empty billionaire tower. I think this is one of those empty, you know what I'm talking about? Like Billionaires Row in New York City. There's like, you can kind of see oh my god, my brain just broke. You can see the park from here, and I'm fairly certain this is one of the empty multi-million-dollar like floors of Billionaires Row. Since nobody lives here, might as well have a fashion Okay, we're gonna move. I'm not gonna just sit here watching this. Isn't there a spot where people talk? I think there is, right? Yeah.
Favorite pieces are so difficult because they're still all my babies. I do adore that last look. The black cape with the black macrame dress with the beading on it. It's so special. And the inspiration for the collection, the starting point was my favorite book of all time, and is also my favorite movie, a film called Being There. The book's by Jerzy Kosinski, and the film stars Peter Sellers and Shirley MacLaine. It's from 1979, which is around the same time that Herrera was founded. And the atmosphere of it, this poetic, romantic atmosphere, really kind of set the tone for me in the beginning.
There you go. A little fashion for everyone here galactically. 61 likes. That's a lot of likes. You're all just blazing through the likes. So many thumbs hitting that like button. Yeah, we already have that one. We already have that one. Come on. Okay, okay. Just trying to pepper in some fun-ish videos, slightly more fun than usual-ish videos around here. It's Sunday FUNDAY. Doing my best. It's been tough. The news hose is still on full blast through the weekends lately, and yeah, there's still a bunch of bad stuff for us to try and talk about. Insane things that have been going on. Alright, let's go here. CNN. Dana Bash jump scare. Incoming. Dana interviewed Tom Homan on some of the recent events around immigration policy and judicial deal making as it relates to one Eric Adams. Let's see how this little discussion went.
7 U.S. attorneys resigned rather than follow a demand to drop corruption charges against New York Mayor Eric Adams.
Illegal.
Next guest met with the Democratic mayor just days after that order came down and got some notable concessions
Immediately, if not
on Trump's
sooner.
push to round up migrants in New York. Joining me now is President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan. Thank you so much for being here, sir. I just want to ask directly, you met on Thursday with the New York mayor, and he announced then that he would give ICE agents access to the prison on Rikers Island. You called that a game changer. A few days before Adams made that announcement, the Justice Department instructed prosecutors to drop federal corruption charges against him. It sounds like the DOJ dropped the case against Adams, and in exchange, he let you into Rikers. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. Me and Mayor Adams met.
Oh my god, it took him so long to respond to that. He's in the studio, too. There should be essentially like no delay between them. This is hilarious.
Okay, Tom. Keep talking. I'm sorry for interrupting. No, I think that's ridiculous. Me and Mayor Adams met a couple months ago. I think it was
a couple months ago. And also,
eight, nine weeks
just
ago,
now, yesterday.
We had the same discussion. And we talked about getting a presence in Rikers Island. We talked about how we can collaborate on public safety threats and finding the missing children that can't be found after they release their sponsors. And we had that a couple.
Tom Homan is a guy, whenever he says children, I cringe and I worry about any children having to be around him. He just gives me weird vibes.
That can't be found after they release their sponsors. And we had that a couple months ago, long before this other discussion. So I don't think it had anything to do with it. Matter of fact, the meeting was very well. It's the same meeting we had a few weeks ago. The reason we had the follow-up meeting because there's no action being done. So we follow up on how we can get some of this stuff
It's a follow-up.
in place, and that's what the meeting Thursday was about.
We did the follow-up. Okay.
You
okay,
absolutely
Tom.
have been honest about the fact that you met with Adams before in December, I think it was. You came away from that meeting really unsatisfied.
Yeah.
What changed between then and now,
I don't
other
want
than
reality.
the Department of Justice dropping the case against Adams?
I wasn't on that meeting unsatisfied. I was for several weeks. I was taken back that we hadn't gotten any action on that.
So you were satisfied with how unsatisfied you were with the progress that was being made, Tom. Tom, buddy, you shouldn't be out here, okay? You being the spokesperson for all this is not going good. Logan Hill, isn't that galactic benefit from your membership? Thanks for keeping an eye on the globe below me. Yes, I'm doing my best. Doing my best to keep an eye out. Oh, wait. Wasn't I supposed to give you another sport character? I was. Oh, God. It was... Ah, yeah, right. Or Gary. All right. Tom, you can do this, buddy.
The Rikers Island, so we rescheduled a meeting to talk. Okay, well, we talked about how what things we need to put in place, how we can make this happen. So let's keep going. Let's take some steps forward, and that's what the meeting Thursday about. And we came out.
So let's just trying to recap the stupid from Tom here. What happened is we had a meeting with Mayor Eric Adams before, and it was not good. I mean, I was satisfied, but it was not good because I didn't have what I wanted. And we had a meeting about internally about how we could get what we wanted. And then somebody said, "Hey, you know what we could do? We could try and bribe him judicially." And Tom said, "Oh, that sounds great. That sounds great. There's a good idea. Maybe we could do that."
With a plan, and how we can get in Rikers Island in the criminal intelligence division, so we get an understanding of who's in there, who's foreign born in the Rikers Island. That's a significant public safety threat. We also talked about how we can collaborate on the missing children, many that are being in New York City, and that's what we talked about. I really don't think had anything to do with whatever's going on in the Justice Department. We never talked about that. It's kind of out of my lane. I've been talking to the mayor for months about getting in Rikers Island, and that's what we talked about.
Yeah, and I totally understand you do not work in the Department of Justice, but you do work in the broader Trump administration. And
No
just
kidding.
as somebody who is in law enforcement, you call yourself a cop. Just looking at the series of events, sir, the fact that you didn't get what you...
Yes, Logan Hill, that is teal. That is what YouTube is referring to as teal. Yes, it is. And I appreciate you getting us closer to our goal, 2 of 5. Which means we must have 3 to go. Still have 2 hours to complete that goal. PB jumping in with a super sticker. Thank you very much, PB. A little coffee. Love it. Gotta have the coffee. Gotta keep me going through this.
You came away not sure why he wasn't doing what you wanted him to do, particularly with opening Rikers. The Department of Justice gets rid of the charges against him, and then poof, he agrees.
Yeah, magic.
Look,
oh my God, his answers are taking so long.
I said, the whole world,
I gotta get the crickets ready.
I've called that mayor out for a couple of years. I didn't think
I should have had the crickets ready for this goddamn interview. This dude is so slow. It takes him so long to answer these questions.
Look, the first meeting, if you look at my interview after the first meeting, I said to the whole world, I've called that mayor out for a couple of years because I didn't think he was doing the right thing as far as public safety threats. And that first meeting back in December, I said to everybody that interviewed me, for the first time I saw the cop in him. I saw the cop come out of him. He talked about how he wants public safety threats removed from New York City. He wants illegal alien crime to decrease in New York City. And there's a way we should collaborate on that. We agreed that he doesn't want to be an immigration officer. I don't want him to be an immigration officer. We agreed on that. Well, I just want him to help me with the public safety threats, leave immigration enforcement to us. So it was a great meeting. Just the actions following up that meeting were slow to happen. That's why I requested a second meeting to find out what more do we need to do to get some of this stuff in place? So I just think,
I wasn't dissatisfied. We just weren't getting what we wanted. Don't you understand, Dana? There's a difference. Now, I can't quantify what the difference is between dissatisfied and not getting what you want. But I'm sure Tom can do it. He's a verified genius.
We're making a lot about nothing. I mean, again, I went up there as the ICE director. Now the borders are, and we collaborated on how to move illegal alien crime, decrease it down in New York City, and find the worst of the worst. And that's what we talked about. It was cop to cop. Not borders are to mayor, cop to cop. And we talked about the public safety threats and how they should be removed from our communities. And that's what was in the conversation.
I want to read you what the Deputy Attorney General...
This guy is the worst. He's clearly, I mean, his understanding of, you know, like public relations and how to make an argument without, I don't know, condemning yourself simultaneously seems to be quite lacking. We haven't heard that much from Tom, you know, dribs and drabs from this guy. This is one of the longer discussions we've heard from this guy, and he is, wow, he is really bad at not incriminating himself and the Trump administration right now. Because everything he's saying is making it sound like they definitely did do a quid pro quo, and that they definitely didn't get what they want from the December meeting, and that they had to come back with an offer you can't refuse.
Emile Beauvais said, as he ordered the case to be dismissed without prejudice, he said the matter shall be reviewed following the November 2025 mayoral election, meaning DOJ could bring the charges back. In an interview with Fox, you and the mayor sat side by side. I want to play for our viewers what you said there.
Yeah, let's see.
Now I got him on the couch in front of millions of people. He can't back waving us now, right? So I think you're going to see things move in the right direction. If he doesn't come through, I'll be back in New York City, and we won't be sitting on the couch. I'll be in his office, up his butt, saying, "What the hell is the agreement we came to?"
I mean, that's a pretty direct message, sir, that Adam needs to play.
I mean, in a way, it sounded like he was going to R-word Mayor Adams, depending on whether or not Mr. Adams is feeling consensual or not about this. But it sounded bad. He's going to be inside of Mayor Eric Adams's ass? That is a fascinating, strange, and creepy threat.
Don't be creepy. When it comes to immigration.
Well, finish playing the tape. There's more to that tape.
There's more to that tape. We're just two cops. We're just talking cop.
You never lose that language. We had.
You're not talking. You are a public figure right now. You're not just a street cop. Neither is Eric Adams. Okay, neither of you. He's the mayor, and you're the border czar, or whatever. And this is not cop to cop. Okay, stupid.
Time in the meeting before, busting at each other. That was a joke. And if you play the tape further, he laughs, immediate response. Well, I'm gonna hold you accountable.
He looks really uncomfortable. We watched it.
I'm telling you,
he looked.
Come through on your.
He responded. You know, he's been in a locker room before, but that was disturbing language coming from the border czar. And even Eric Adams looked pretty surprised by it. I mean, can we go back? It wasn't that far back here. Yeah.
I'll be back in New York City, and we won't be sitting on the couch. I'll be in his office, up his butt, saying, "Where the hell is it?"
You see that he went to laugh. He's like, up my butt, up my butt. What are you talking about, man? Doesn't seem like he liked that one as much as the other jokes that he had.
Do you do law enforcement stuff? Help me get the public safety threats into children. I'm never going to ask you to arrest an illegal alien, and that is my promise. Not to make them immigration officers, but make them cops working with cops.
So if he doesn't do the things that you want him to do, would you be okay with DOJ reopening its investigation into him? Should they do that?
That's out of my lane. I'm a border guy. I care about the border. So let DOJ do what they do. I care about removing public safety.
It's out of my lane. Okay, buddy. As if you didn't have anything to do with any of that. Nobody told you about it. I love how he's saying it's out of his lane while we just got done watching a clip of him talking about what the DOJ was doing as well. Like, this guy, not good. Not a good spokesperson. He's already crossed into that lane. All right, let's keep talking about immigration policy here in the Trump era.
The fun half, folks, and we were going to just open up with like, hey, we're building a concentration camp in Guantanamo. Mm-hmm. They have at this point, as of Saturday, the New York Times reports that there are 30 Venezuelans who have been moved from the U.S. to Guantanamo. Supposedly, we have no real way of knowing. They're Venezuelan gang members. There has been a lawsuit, and I don't have it in front of me right now. There has been a lawsuit by 3 Venezuelans who are at a detention facility who are worried they could be sent to Guantanamo because they're Venezuelan. It's tough to really sort of establish standing in this issue. But I want to make this clear because some people out there are spreading the misinformation that this isn't a big deal. We have never, ever sent anyone to Guantanamo from the United States. It is a very different... illegal. As a practical matter, I don't know how much of a difference it is. Nobody cares like, oh, I've gone from Georgia to Guantanamo as opposed to, I don't know, Afghanistan to Guantanamo. But when you step across the border into the United States, there are certain laws that are afforded to you. There are certain constitutional restrictions placed on the government as to what they can do, regardless of who you are. You understand the Constitution, at the very least, is about restricting government power. Mm-hmm. The restriction on government power applies whether you are a citizen or not a citizen. So the Constitution can actually apply to you because it applies to what our government does to you.
They're supposed to have habeas corpus rights.
And if you are sent to Guantanamo, which has supposedly been set up as a sort of like Constitution-free, neither here nor there zone. And once the pipeline of people within the United States to Guantanamo, and to be frank, once Guantanamo was established for any type of prisoners, it was problematic. Once it was established for Haitian boat refugees, the reason why they did it in Guantanamo as opposed to, let's say, Florida, was because if those Haitian refugees landed in Florida, they would have been accorded certain rights under our system, both statutory and constitutional.
Great point.
So they were kept in Guantanamo because that's sort of a netherworld. Once you establish the legal framework, or even just the practical framework of people who are in the United States, ostensibly subject to constitutional and statutory rights of the United States, shipped to Guantanamo, it's just a matter of time before they do that with DACA recipients.
And then, oh my gosh, pull this up.
Citizens.
DACA recipients, right? I know we didn't write this up because it was too late, but this is a prime example. Do you mind if we just play this really quickly, Sam?
No.
Because it's an update to a story. First of all, your point's exactly right. And, people give the example of how Guantanamo Bay was used to process largely Cuban and I think Haitian migrants under the Clinton administration. I'm sure those conditions were horrid, and if it were happening under a Democratic president today, we would criticize it as well. But it's a whole different step of what Sam is describing than using that to basically transfer people. But I had headlined this a few days ago. There was a middle school science teacher in Miami-Dade County who was a DACA recipient who was taken by ICE. And there was not necessarily an understanding, well, what's going to happen to this man? Now we know.
Federal government deported a Miami-Dade teacher a couple of weeks ago, and it was before President Trump took office.
NBC6 politics reporter Hatzel Vela joins us live with the latest. Hatzel.
Jawan, Jackie, we're told that this is a young science teacher, had been in the country about a decade. It's important to note here, though, that this teacher was not arrested at the school today. We're being told that he's been deported to his native Honduras.
It's tragic in so many ways.
We're now learning more about a Miami-Dade school's teacher detained by immigration officials.
A middle school science teacher was allegedly detained when they went in for an immigration appointment.
The teachers union confirming this happened a week prior to President Donald Trump taking office. While they won't confirm his name, we're told the teacher is 24 years old, came here at the age.
Yeah, I think we covered this story originally. Like when it happened. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. Hold on. It's just insane, you know?
Remain safe spaces for children, and student privacy is the law of the land.
There are protocols that facilitate coordination. And that coordination
I think that's good, really. I mean, so basically they clarified that he was detained after he had a routine appointment right before the Trump administration took place.
And I got news for you.
But
in the
there's a
run up
transition.
to the Trump, and then
Yes.
run up to the Trump thing, several immigration lawyers I know, including one who calls into this program regularly, Ronald Reagan, said you could feel the ICE agents, essentially their disposition. They knew, like, it's Trump time is coming,
right?
And so they started to they wanted to hit the ground running.
And the actual act of the deportation seems to, at least according to the reporting that I'd seen from the Miami Herald, because that had broken late last week, that decision seems to have been made under the Trump administration. And again, he came to the United States at 13 years old. He was a DACA recipient, which is a legal program. So the Trump administration under ICE made the decision to deport this man, and we're still having a lot of figures in the press, and like really the Democrats are not challenging this notion, claiming that this is targeting criminals.
A blaring sign for Democrats after ruling halts DACA. This is in July 16, 2021. All immigrants and advocates are urging Democrats and President Joe Biden to quickly act on legislation. Democrats had the tie-breaking vote in the Senate. They had the House. They didn't do it.
Nope.
Democrats just not doing enough. They tried to play fast and loose with ideals, and it's not going good for anybody. Unless you're Republicans. And then I guess might be going good for you, but even Republicans are being affected by Donald Trump's insane policies. Would have been nice if, leaders in the party had stepped up. I don't know, maybe like Nancy Pelosi. Maybe we should get rid of her. What do you think?
Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi says that Democrats have a plan to counter President Trump's aggressive political agenda.
How's that going?
As her party has
by
been
the way,
zeroing in on Elon Musk.
By the way, this is not from recently. This is from over a week ago. I just wanted to put this in here because I've been meaning to do this one for a while, but this is from about 8 or 9 days ago. And we've seen how the last 9 days have gone. Hold on, let's just listen to this again with that context.
Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi says that Democrats have a plan to counter President Trump's aggressive political agenda, as her party has been zeroing in on Elon Musk, holding rallies at the very agencies that he has been working to purge. Now, almost 3 weeks into the second Trump presidency, the former House Speaker says change is coming.
We're very proud of Hakeem Jeffries, our leader. He has given us guidance on our priorities, what we're here to fight for.
Hakeem Jeffries, the guy who said we're going to leave it up to God. He's giving us priorities and guidance.
But also how we
Thank
counter
God. Jesus, I say that.
The Trump administration with litigation in the courts, legislation on the floor of the House, as well as communication and mobilization at the grassroots level. In about 6 or 7 months, you're going to see such a change. By the time we start our campaigns in this fall, for next fall, you're going to see a very different picture about the Democrats vis-a-vis Donald Trump.
Not everyone believes that the current Democratic leadership can deliver on that. My source tonight is calling for a new generation of leaders and is also seeking to unseat Pelosi in a 2026 primary. Shoykat Chakrabarty joins me now, who is the former chief of staff and campaign manager for Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it's great to have you here. First off, that timeline that she offered there stood out to me. What were your thoughts on that?
I don't understand why it's going to take 6 to 7 months. I mean, we had 4 years of a Trump presidency already back in 2016. We had 4 more years since then to prepare. I'm not sure why the Democratic leadership wasn't already prepared.
And also, 2 months since he won the election, I think some people may look at this and say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been, I honestly think the Democratic leaders right now are not sure what to do, and I don't think they can do it. Look, in this past election, I think there's this critical mass of voters in America who said they want big sweeping change. You saw that in 2008 with Obama's election, happened in 2016, happened in 2024 again with Trump. And the American people are right to demand change, right? They want radical change because they want their kids' lives to be better than theirs. They don't want to get bankrupted by a health bill. The American dream, which used to be you can buy a house, have a good education, raise a family, that's becoming impossible for a big majority of people. And people want a credible plan to fix that. And they're not seeing it from Washington. And so, after the election, I thought the Democrats would have kind of a come to Jesus moment. They'd regroup and realize they need to have a big vision for real change for people. But then I heard Nancy Pelosi on an interview with the New York Times say that actually the Democrats don't need to change, that everything's fine. And I just can't trust that same leadership is now going to be able to suddenly deliver change. I think the Democratic Party needs a whole revolution. And I'm not saying a revolution from the center or the left or the right, none of that. I think there needs to be a completely new group of leaders, a new generation of leaders who are committed to rebuilding this country's institutions, its cities, and its industries. And that's going to be especially important after Trump is done making a mess of it all. And I just don't think the current leadership is going to be capable of delivering that message to America.
And so what does that look like right now, in your view?
So, well, I think the Democrats need to go on the offense for once. They're playing this game where they're, again, letting Trump control everything. They're letting Trump control the media. And I know it's hard. Trump comes out, he decides to buy Greenland one day and take over the Panama Canal the next day. But the Democrats need to take a lesson from the way the Republicans do it. When the Republicans turned Hunter Biden's laptop into a story, a complete non-issue into a real story, they made Hillary Clinton's emails into a story. They unified the caucus. They all talked about it. They harped on it, and they went on the offense for months. And the Democrats, they need to do that. They need to unify. They're going after a million different messages right now. And the second part is, after the Kamala Harris election loss, there's all this talk about should she have gone on Joe Rogan or not. And, I don't know if she should have, but I do know no one's going on there right now. There's no Democrats going on all the YouTube and social media shows right now. There's no one going on Fox News. They have to get out of their bubble. I mean, I don't think you can imagine Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer going on Joe Rogan, and that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Well,
now, I don't know a lot about this guy's platform, so I can't say whether or not he's actually going to be better than Nancy Pelosi. But I think the reason I wanted to watch this is because we do have to think about how we replace leadership in the Democratic Party with more competent, perhaps more youthful people, youthful voices. I mean, Nancy Pelosi's like a good 40 plus years older than the median age of the people that she represents. And there's a lot of instances of that. People who are essentially out of touch with the median person, I guess you might say, in our country. We're still representing those same people, and it's just something we got to do something about. I'll probably look more into this guy, Shaikat Chakrabarty, at some point. But just generally speaking, I think it's more about the vibes of at least challenging the Democratic leadership, not necessarily the contents of it all. I found it fascinating to see CNN even talking about it. Also, Nadia, thank you for the super chat. Saw that. That gets us to 3 because I think PB also gave a super sticker a little while ago. And if I'm doing the math right, that's good enough to get us to 3. So we're only 2 away, even though it says 2 of 5 rather than 3 of 5. Getting closer and closer to completing that goal, making sure that we get all the content today. Oh shit, we just blew through the 2-hour mark. We gotta take a break already. So fast. How does that happen? Alright everybody, hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit the little bell icon too, so you don't miss any of that galactic content as it comes out. While you're doing all that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as without those contributions, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist. Stuff like that. Morbius Dragon. There's a good example of something you can do to contribute. You can gift a Galactic News Network membership to one of your fellow viewers, or get one for yourself. Much appreciated. Techno Epoch gifted a membership by Morbius Dragon. I'm sure they will appreciate it. There's other ways to do it, of course. You can super chats, super stickers. You could, uh-oh. Oh no. What percentage is my mouse at? Oh no, 9%. That's bad. I gotta charge batteries. I got distracted. Ah, yes, other things you could do. Super chat, super stickers, bits and subscriptions on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal. Or you can just give us money to keep the space station floating through space. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to become a patron on Patreon. Only $3 a month will get you a myriad of space benefits, including an avatar on stream like you see all around me here, shoutouts, and much, much more. So go to the website, check it out, see which tier suits you. Link is in my chat and in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Remember, don't sign up for Patreon through the Apple Store. That's the only thing I keep telling people over and over again because of their monopolistic practices. We have been getting our money slower from people. When the money has to go through their process, can take up to 2.5 months to get that money. So better to do it either on Android or just go to the website. All right, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Whoa, what's going on with that sound? Oh, I see what happened. You know what that sound means, I think. It's time for us to get back to the show. Made it just in the nick of time there. Alright, let's see what to do. Alright, wait, how did we get to 3? Oh shit, Nadia with the super chat. Didn't even see it. Didn't even see it. Too busy trying to take my space break. Thank you for the super chat. Dems' orders are to defeat the left, not Republicans. All Western parties commit to neoliberal, neoconservative rollback of post-World War II social democracy. It does feel like that. It does feel like that a lot, doesn't it? I just feel like it's been a precipitous slide, especially in light of recent elections, things like that we've been talking about. Because that gets us to 4 then, right? We're 4 of 5 already. Well, looks like we're definitely getting all the content tonight. For sure. All right. People are talking about a lot of stuff in chat. A lot of movie talk in chat, all sorts of stuff, it seems. Okay. All right, we got to get back to the U.S. Keep talking about what's been happening here. Like I said, that faucet does not turn off during the weekends. So, U.S. news is definitely bleeding into second half territory here. Undoubtedly. Let's start this back off with Forbes breaking news. This was from 11 hours ago, although I do believe this was earlier this week. Technically, this is a clip showing Cory Booker questioning Kash Patel during Senate confirmation hearings. Bloop. Jesus Christ. We need... This shouldn't be the case. Every time that we look over to one of our leaders, they shouldn't be like 90 years old and acting like a grandpa who lost his glasses.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking? Oh, we're doing Senate stuff right now, you say? Okay, hold on. I'm just a senator from Iowa. Please hold.
I'm just trying to see, are you encouraging me to talk longer? Because that's never happened in this committee before.
I mean, Chuck Grassley isn't even a Democrat, but I feel this way would be. I feel this would be better, pretty much across the board. Just because here's the thing. Like, I think the first time that I really genuinely felt this way was around the hearings, the Facebook hearings over Cambridge Analytica, and I heard both parties failing to understand how computers work or what the internet even is. What is an app? And people are making money on this thing, you say? What do you mean by that? I had no idea. And just a blatant lack of comprehension of the issues of the day, because not understanding how the internet, and I'm not saying you have to understand coding and protocols and whatever else, but just like a basic understanding, I feel is needed at this point of the, of technology, right? And of current technology, not of the cotton gin. Like your elevator knowledge isn't impressing me. I need you to understand how fucking social media companies function, please. Can you explain Facebook's business model to me or not?
I will try to go as quickly as possible and just say that this is one of the more perplexing nominees for me personally. I've seen the pendulum swing back and forth in this committee now over 11 years. I've seen my colleagues on the other side of the aisle rightfully take up a politically charged tweet about a nominee, whether it's for the bench or for significant offices like this one, as have we. I've seen back and forth, but I've just never seen something like this for a candidate, and I'm surprised that there's not more people who are calling some of this out in the most objective way possible. I do not understand how we're moving forward at this point. It seems like we are. It seems like it's a fait accompli. As I was just told, the vote is coming. But I just want to go through some of the things that, to me, are sort of stunning that we are dealing with. First and foremost, this idea of FBI employees, these incredible agents that we all respect, that were involved in a lawful investigation of criminal violations of federal law, or that federal law that was protecting us and our national security, that these folks are being targeted. And we know that is happening. I asked Mr. Patel if he knew of any plans to punish or retaliate against FBI agents and employees who worked on cases that President Trump didn't like. He claimed he didn't, but he should not be really believed. Not only because this is a history of lying that we've seen, but because the facts that we've been presented as a committee suggest different. The timing of the FBI purges, moments after the hearing we had, to me seems like an obvious implication upon this nominee. Ranking Member Durbin uncovered compelling evidence that Patel didn't just know about the FBI's plans to fire agents who were doing their job as directed, but that Patel not only knew about it, but that he directed the purge as an outside citizen.
If not sooner.
And if that's true, Mr. Patel has perjured himself before this committee, something I believe we would take very seriously.
We should.
His trustworthiness.
Corey's right. And I'm glad that Corey has at least been attempting to get us out of our seats more so than some of the other Democrats we've seen speak in the Senate. Logan Hill, thank you for the super chat. Let's keep the content flowing. Let's do it. And the coffee beans are flowing to GNN. That's a good point. Do need the caffeines. I'm a tea and coffee guy. How else do you think I get through these long-ass streams, huh, chat? And Rob Skelts with a very energetic pair telling me to keep it up. That definitely gets us all the way through. I think that gets us one over, I just realized. And the time it took me to notice all of this, another one came through. Ending goal. You all have done it. Great job. Remove. Your audience will no longer see this goal. Any purchases already made won't be refunded. You will be able to start a new goal after moving this post. Thank you, YouTube. But I know how it works. My chat has achieved what I asked them to do. Above and beyond. All the galactic support makes my heart feel good. Good things over here. What was I doing? Oh, right. Listening to Corey talk about how Kash Patel was pretending to be the FBI director before he becomes the FBI director, which seems very illegal.
Is evident in his failure to disclose his work on behalf of the Embassy of Qatar to this committee. That is stunning. Work for which he possibly broke the law when he didn't file as a foreign agent. These are entanglements that this committee should take seriously, that we should investigate before moving forward. The financial disclosures we received after our hearing that we did not have a chance to ask him about show that Mr. Patel actually enriched himself by doing work for groups linked to Russia and China, foreign adversaries of our nation. I can't believe I need to say this, that as if it may be a question, but at a bare minimum, our FBI director should not have conflicts of interest with the Chinese Communist Party and Vladimir Putin, and we should have had a chance to ask him about that in open committee. That is just the most basic due diligence. Look, everything Mr. Patel has ever written and said, so much of, what he's written and said demonstrates that he is somebody that goes against the idea of integrity and independence that the FBI wants. He has gone far, as my colleagues have said, posting the most outrageous politically charged things. I'm disbelief that of all the incredible people that could run this agency, that this is somebody that we would pick. But my concerns really have to do about Mr. Patel's testimony before this committee. No one can claim surprise when he does exactly what he's promised to do in a lot of these politically charged writings, We have credible evidence that he is already enacting this idea of revenge against FBI agents who Mr. Trump does not like. We have credible evidence that he committed perjury when he told this committee that he wasn't aware of these plans to fire FBI personnel. He later changed his answer when answering the committee's questions for the record. Suddenly he said he went from I don't know to I don't recall whether he plans to fire FBI personnel. And this
I don't want reality.
I think that's the parts of it that I think need to be highlighted the most, right? Not so much, whatever, China and Russia, more fear mongering about that. We don't need that right now. What we do need, though, is to remind people that Kash Patel A was attempting to act as director of the FBI before he was FBI director. I can't remember. Did he? Oh my God. He got confirmed, right? Or has he still? Was it just the forwarding vote? Hold on. It's just the forwarding to vote, I think. Yeah, right. I think I asked this question yesterday too. There's been it's the goddamn tirade of news. That's the problem. But he has not been confirmed yet. And so this guy is not the director of the FBI, and yet he is apparently he's allegedly doing things, acting as the director of the FBI, which is of course illegal.
Illegal.
And lying to the Senate hearing committee is definitely also
illegal.
Perjury, for FBI director shouldn't be a thing. Shouldn't be doing that, right? It shouldn't be lying. It shouldn't even be, like, we don't need a dude who's gonna, coming into the job, just lie to everybody to obfuscate the truth. All right, that's enough of Corey there. This little pair is making me feel like I have everything I need to get through things. Just gotta pump some iron and get in the fight. All right, what next? Oh my God, what did you just do? Who is in charge of this? Please hold. Give me 10 seconds. I'll give you this. Okay, I fixed it. Oh God. I've lost my place. There we are. Okay. All right. All right. Let's stay in Congress. Talking about Congress, at least. Let's talk about Congress's constitutional authority a little bit. I have no sound. What is happening? What is happening?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
I can hear that perfectly fine, and the volume over here is full. I could have sworn I listened to this earlier. What happened to the audio, Forbes? Okay, I guess we're skipping past Forbes. I have no idea what the hell is happening here. Wow.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, well, let's go to see what Senator Amy Klobuchar had to say recently. Let's go back to talking about Mayor Eric Adams recently and the DOJ's dropping of that case against him. Okay, what's happening? Something is wrong. Please hold. I have no sound here. I should have done this one in a different spot too. I should have done this one before when we were talking about Eric Adams. Like, that was a while back, wasn't it? Ah, God. Oh, I see what I've done. Oh my God, I forgot I clicked this. I'm so stupid. Wow. Wow. All right, let's go back and see what see Ron Wyden here speak about congressional authority. Jesus Christ.
Thank you very much.
Oh, here we go. We got sound.
Is that on?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to start with a couple of quick comments about the big picture. This committee exists to serve as the foundation for our constitutional authority over the federal budget. According to our founding document, control over the federal purse begins, colleagues, in this room. Right now, Donald Trump and Elon Musk are making a mockery out of the constitutional authority I've cited with brazen acts of lawlessness on a daily basis. Trump and Musk seem to have gutted funding for cancer research. Folks in red states get cancer too. They've gutted higher education funding. We've seen students all over the Hill the last couple of days. Students in red states are going to suffer. And communities that depend on community colleges and universities as job centers and economic engines suffer too. Community health centers and rural hospitals teeter on the edge. Farmers are missing payments they're owed by the government. All of this is happening as a result of an unconstitutional power grab by the wealthiest man in the world. A man who paid for an election but received no votes. My view is senators can either stand up and fight, or they can beg for charity, as some already have begun to do, from those who are ripping our democracy apart. I wouldn't plan on that second approach working out for very long. Now I want to move to the resolution before us. I wish that we were having a real discussion about fixing the border. To do that, you got to start with the facts, and here's the Republican record. There was an effort in 2007 to get a bipartisan agreement on immigration. Republicans tanked it. There was another opportunity in 2013. A bipartisan bill even reached the Senate floor. Again, Republicans tanked it. Yet again in 2024, with an even more conservative proposal led by Jim Lankford, the Republicans tanked that as well. My view is Donald Trump doesn't really have a plan to fix the border. He's going to yell about the border. He's going to look tough while he's doing it. And apparently this committee is going to spend more than $100 billion of real money to help him with all that posturing. Now to the budget for today. This is about setting up a glide path to achieve two major Republican goals: giving another round of tax breaks to the ultra-wealthy and paying for it by ripping health insurance away from tens of millions of Americans, particularly in Medicaid. Now, Congress used to make bipartisan progress on Medicaid. We've got a lot of finance members around, and some remember that. That era of bipartisan progress on Medicaid, colleagues, closed in 2017 when Donald Trump first tried to gut it. He would have succeeded if not for a thumbs down from the late John McCain.
Illegal.
In the days and weeks ahead here in the Senate, there's going to be an effort to keep the Medicaid cuts hidden behind the curtain, but they're going to come sooner or later. House Republicans have been floating documents talking about $2 trillion. As according to press reports, House Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to release a budget with between $1 and $2 trillion in cuts to the social safety net, with the Medicaid program target number 1. And I'd like to just comment briefly on the comments made by my colleague from Idaho. What he's been describing on this nursing home rule The Republicans would literally take the nurse out of a nursing home. It would eliminate requirements that nursing homes have at least one nurse on site 24/7. That proposal that apparently they're talking about on the Republican side is going to make it harder for seniors in a nursing home to get a shower, go to the toilet, or get their meals on time. I don't think this is where the country wants to go. I'm going to fight this every step of the way. This goes back to Gray Panther days. This is real business if you're talking about cutting senior citizens.
Yep, that's what they're planning on doing. And hopefully, Democrats manage to stop them from doing this. All right, let's see here. I knew I heard that speech earlier. I was so thrown off when we were playing it. I was like, wait, what happened to the volume? I know I heard this speech. Which I thought was a pretty good one from Senator Wyden of Oregon. All right, now let's go back to talk about Mayor Eric Adams and the apparent quid pro quo between him and Pam Bondi's DOJ and apparently Tom Homan and ICE. Sort of a trilateral deal involving the SDNY, or the Southern District of New York, dropping charges for apparently some dealing as it relates to deportations from Eric Adams, something which we just got done earlier listening to Tom Homan talk about, suggesting if Eric doesn't do what he wants, he will be up his butt. That's a direct quote.
Amy Klobuchar, thank you so much for being here. You and other Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee want the Inspector General at the Justice Department to investigate why DOJ dropped charges against Eric Adams. We see a lot of what happened in public with the memos going back and forth. What more do you want to learn? And to be honest, what can you do about it?
Well, I'd first say this is just another day in the Trump administration. Costs are up, chaos is up, and yes, corruption is up. They have literally taken the mayor.
I kind of hate that opening line. This is just another day. Like, I don't know. Maybe there's something psychological about what she's trying to do there, but I don't know. I feel like we need to be turning up the heat here. 5-alarm fire, right?
Costs are up, chaos is up, and yes, corruption is up.
Okay.
They have literally taken the mayor of New York City, who was facing and is facing serious charges of bribery, which were going to be expanded, and they have turned him into their own political pawn. And they have done this by trying to force career prosecutors in the Justice Department to drop the charges against him. These were not like members of the resistance, Dana. They are people like Danielle Sassoon, someone who's a member of the Federalist Society, was a clerk for Justice Scalia, a conservative superstar, an excellent lawyer. And she said, no, I will not do that. I would rather resign the position as head of the Southern District of New York Attorney's Office. Or you have people like the head of the case, who is actually a decorated Iraqi war veteran who'd clerked for Justice Roberts. And I read what he says, Hagen Skoton, because what he says is, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. And my hope is...
That quote is fire, on fire. I'm sure you'll find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a... What was that again? I gotta hear that quote again.
Read what he says, Hagen Skoton, because what he says is, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. And my hope is that my Republicans and colleagues in Congress start showing that kind of courage, start showing that kind of fortitude, and that follow the advice of the Constitution that they are supposed to advise and consent on these nominees like Kash Patel instead of simply accepting and acquiescing every step of the way. And so this is a major assault on the justice system.
Your colleagues across the aisle who you work with, probably more than most, if any.
All right, that's enough, Dana. We've had already one Dana Bash interview. We're not watching the rest of this. I just think that's a good line. Eventually you'll find someone who's enough of a fool or enough of a coward, but it's not going to be me. But Dana does a great job of trying to bring Amy over to the right during this CNN interview. I found it fascinating, and I don't have the patience or the... well, I don't even know what to call it right now. Capacity to listen to her do this horrifyingly shit interview. She's so trash. Dana trash. All right. Let's go see what Tim Kaine was doing. He was also at the budget committee talking about this proposed Republican budget, which little Mike Johnson has been working his little legs on all over Capitol Hill, but has some real problems with it. Like, you know, trying to Trojan horse a bunch of horrifying cuts and things like that. I'm sorry, this is the Senate Budget Hearing Committee. Sorry, not the... did I say... I can't remember what I said. Say too many words.
Senator Kaine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues. I view this exercise and this resolution as a Trojan horse. If the Republican majorities really cared about the budget, we'd have an appropriations deal. We would have had an appropriations deal before the end of the last calendar year, or we would have an appropriations deal by March 14, especially since now both houses are in Republican majority. That's the way you show you care about a budget. And yet, while I hope this is not true, all signs suggest that the two Republican houses do not want to reach.
Yeah, and just to clarify, he's basically talking about the distinction between an actual budget and a continuing resolution, right? The CRs are a partisan vehicle that only needs 51 votes to pass, whereas a full appropriations bill requires 60. But one of those, we haven't had one of those in quite some time. Due to the sort of partisan politics.
This is not true. All signs suggest that the two Republican houses do not want to reach an omnibus appropriations bill. If you cared about the budget, you would. If my colleagues cared about the budget, they would complain at Elon Musk and Donald Trump unilaterally violating past appropriations deals that we all voted for and that the president signed. If you cared about the budget, that would matter to you. A deal should be a deal. Instead, my colleagues are quietly acquiescing to Head Start programs in their states being closed down, to community health clinics in their states being closed down, to veterans, hospitals, and clinics being on reduced staff. Why would you quietly acquiesce to those kinds of violations of appropriations bills you voted for if you care about the budget? This is a Trojan horse. The advertised purposes of this resolution are twofold: border security and defense. Let me take defense first. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. Do you need to use reconciliation to do defense spending? We not only spend hundreds of billions of dollars on defense in a bipartisan agreement, just last year we twice added to that. In an April supplemental bill, we added money to defense. And at the end of the year on an emergency bill, we added more money to defense, and we did it with bipartisan votes. You don't need to use reconciliation to find spending on defense. We do it all the time in a bipartisan way. How about border security? I've been here since 2013. We did a border security bill that was bipartisan in this body then. The House Republicans killed it. We had a bipartisan deal in this body in 2018. President Trump said vote against it. We had a bipartisan deal in 2024. President Trump said vote against it. All of those bills had significant resources to invest in border security. Donald Trump and House Republicans opposed them.
Well, that's because if you actually do the things that they want to do, then they won't have anything to fearmonger. Well, they'll have less things to fearmonger about, right? They can't, and they also can't do everything that they, claim to want to do because of all the business interests that depend on immigrant labor.
We just passed an immigration bill, the Lake and Riley Act, that got bipartisan votes. You do not need reconciliation to do defense. You do not need reconciliation to border security. There's a demonstrated track record in this body that both of those can be done in a bipartisan way. So what's this bill about? If you don't need reconciliation for defense and you don't need reconciliation for border security, what's it about? And that's what my colleagues have discussed. The effort that has begun today is an effort to dramatically cut spending on programs that affect everyday Virginians and everyday Americans. Those dollars, combined with the tariffs that Donald Trump is laying on American families that will make everything more expensive, then go into a big pot that gets used to fund tax cuts for the wealthy. This tax cuts for the wealthy is not part of this bill, but it's part of the big, beautiful bill that the House is rolling out today. They're suggesting there need to be $4.5 trillion of tax cuts, and we know they will go to the wealthiest. That is the end result of this. So I would just say, let's just be candid about what's going on here. We really can't trick people. They're the ones out in the communities that are complaining about Head Start programs being closed or health clinics being shuttered, or workers being laid off, or agencies being shut down unilaterally. 30% of federal workers are veterans, for God's sake. It's about 1 to 3% of the civilian workforce. 30% of the federal workforce is veterans. They're the people that are being laid off unilaterally by this president. So I do view this, we will fight today. We'll offer amendments to try to clarify what's going on, to try to protect Medicaid and other safety net programs. But let's just be clear about what this is about. This is an effort to amass savings off the backs of everyday people whose programs are cut, plus tariff revenue, and to direct all of that towards tax cuts to the wealthiest.
There you go. There's Tim Kaine explaining why what's happening right now with this continuing resolution being passed by the, or being, I think it, I don't think it got, did it get passed yet in the House? I can't remember. I don't think so. They're still talking it over. But they've laid out their plan for the budget. And they're insidious and somewhat intentionally covert plan is to piggyback the tax cuts off of this bill while cutting benefits to regular people or slashing jobs. All right. Now here's a story I really you'll see here pretty shortly why. And by the way, before I even get to this, like, I didn't quite love the way that he got there, but I think the reason why he brought up defense spending and, you know, border bills and whatever else, right, was to point out the hypocrisy that's going on, or like the facade that Republicans are using to pretend like, you know, they can't get anything done with Democrats. No, it's particular things that that they can't get done without Democrats. Oh, shit. What just happened? Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back. Yes, let's go on. See an example of one government worker whose job is going to be cut by Elon Musk if everything goes accordingly to their plan.
Government jobs have been under the microscope lately, with the Trump administration promising sharp cuts to the federal workforce. But many of us have little idea what some federal workers actually do. Hence, this report from our Robert Costa.
Good evening. The coal mining country of eastern Kentucky was still mourning the deaths of 15 miners in a methane gas explosion 3 days ago.
Rescuers tonight struggle to reach miners trapped by smoke and flames near Orangeville, Utah.
Coal mining has always been dangerous, one of the deadliest professions in the nation.
119 coal miners were killed in a mine explosion. The new monument dedicated to the men who died from that tragedy.
In the 20th century, more than 100,000 workers died in the U.S. mining industry. Christopher Mark experienced that risk firsthand.
I started the mines in 1976, it was almost 50 years ago, and I worked underground altogether for about 2 years. And I can tell you, I was almost killed a couple times.
So this is real for you, mine safety?
Absolutely.
Mine safety has been Mark's life's work. In his 20s, he left the coal fields to earn a PhD, then returned as an engineer for the federal government. His efforts have helped save countless lives underground.
It was still maybe a coal miner every week that was being killed in a rockfall. In 2016, we had our first year with zero, a really tremendous accomplishment.
At the end of the day, you work essentially for the worker, not for the corporations.
That's exactly right. And we were asked to do this by the public. It was the public's demand that was reflected in the laws that were passed by Congress. And that's all we've been doing ever since.
So for you, this isn't just about a government budget. This is life and death.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Of course, that's an issue that's...
We met Christopher Mark in the historic coal country of western Pennsylvania. He agreed to speak with us as a private citizen, not as a representative of his employer, the Department of Labor. His reason? He is deeply concerned about the Trump administration's sweeping criticism of federal workers.
I still have the most precious American right, which is the right to free speech, so long as I'm speaking in my own personal capacity. So that's what I'm doing today.
So you're not afraid?
I'd be foolish if I wasn't afraid.
I campaigned on the fact that I said government is corrupt. And it is very corrupt. It's very, very, it's also
You should see how much I'm
foolish.
benefiting from all this.
Since
making billions of dollars off of backs of my followers. It's incredibly corrupt.
Office, President Trump has enlisted billionaire industrialist Elon Musk as a special government employee, and they have launched a crusade to winnow the ranks of federal workers, encouraging more than 2 million of them to consider quitting and moving to shutter entire agencies. Meanwhile, there are reports that hundreds of thousands of recently hired federal employees could soon be terminated.
You couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The public... Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect. Voted, we have a majority of the public voting for President Trump.
Elon Musk has got to go! Hey, hey! Trump and Musk's campaign has sparked anger.
We are out here trying, but we need every American to care because this will impact every American.
So yeah, I think everybody here knows my stance on coal mining. Not a fan of clean coal doesn't exist. Donald Trump has said multiple times on the campaign trails insane things about how we need to bring back coal, all this stuff. I don't think we do. But that doesn't mean that coal miners working for companies should have their safety be put at unnecessary risk. I'm capable of making that distinction, right? I don't think people deserve to die just for working for a coal company, being a coal miner, right? That's insane. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
I do believe we need to do everything we can to just stop coal mining entirely. But so long as it's a job, right? So long as it's a job that people are doing in the United States, people deserve to be safe while doing that job. And getting rid of these government jobs, these agencies intended to protect people, are just going to cause people to be unsafe. That's no good. That's no good at all. Not a fan. Let's go and talk about some other things that could be in jeopardy. Perhaps healthcare in the United States.
About a month away from the government shutdown, there are two major questions that are going to be essentially on the table as to whether the government shuts down. One is, do the Democrats refuse to participate in the process whatsoever, or at least in the voting process? Do they refuse to vote for a budget bill? I guess 14th is a Friday. Do they refuse to vote for a budget bill because of all this stuff that's going on? We don't know what the status of what's going to be going on a month from now. And if they withhold all their votes, that means that essentially the Republicans need every vote that they have in the House. They have a margin of what, 3 or 4 by March 7th? And they need every one of those votes to vote for the bill. The problem that they have is they want big tax cuts. They're going to do reconciliation, so they don't have to worry about the filibuster. They've got 2, I think, bites at the reconciliation apple in 2025 because of the way that scheduling goes. Reconciliation is a special bill that is privileged and is not subject to the filibuster. It's an up or down vote in both houses. The problem that they have is that they want to pass these huge tax cuts for rich people. But they also have some members of their party who believe that adding to the deficit or debt, even if it's to cut taxes, is a sin, a mortal sin. And they need to offset these tax cuts with cuts to people maybe getting food from the government or getting health care or whatever it is. And there's just, the math does not add up unless they start to look at things like non-discretionary spending, that being Social Security and Medicare. It's non-discretionary because those are self-paying. They come completely distinct from the operational budget that we have on an annual basis. Donald Trump supposedly does not want to touch Medicaid, which is the third element of that non-discretionary spending. He doesn't want to touch Medicaid, supposedly, but the Republicans do. Here is mandatory spending, again, something that just happens. They don't vote for it. It's not in the operational budget of the U.S. government. And here is Representative Riley Moore of West Virginia on with Maria Bartiromo's on Fox Business.
Time opportunity here in unified government to actually address mandatory spending.
Yeah.
Mandatory spending is the biggest driver of the debt in this country, and so we have to address that. And that's what the House Republicans are so solely focused on, while taking care of all these other agenda items that we've discussed, taxes and all the like.
So you do believe that there will be an effort to cut into mandatory spending in order to get some offsets for some of the spending in the reconciliation bill?
Yes, that's what we've been discussing. And as I said, I think this is our once in a lifetime opportunity. You know, you see government shutdowns over discretionary spending all the time in the appropriations bills. Just to be clear, discretionary spending is only 26% of every dollar that's spent annually in the United States. So we got nearly you
have a lot of choices,
mandatory.
A lot of choices,
and, if we don't address that, I mean, we're in a world of hurt. You got 75% of it's mandatory spending. Time opportunity.
You notice how they frame this conversation in a way.
All of this, before I let Emma go here, all of this before they're about to do a massive tax cut for the wealthy. This is all to pay for that. You got to cut into the, the things people genuinely need, so that the people who have more money than they can spend can hold on to even more of that money. Makes sense, I guess, if you're insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Do you notice how they frame this conversation in a way that just completely precludes the obvious solution? If they were really, they care, and I understand that taxing and spending, it's a whole different thing, but just using their premise against them, if they really cared about reducing the deficit, they could just raise taxes. They could raise taxes on the rich. That's how you're able to raise more revenue, and then that would begin to shrink. But that is not what they want to do. So they need to find it another way, which means cutting into the healthcare for millions and millions of people. What, we have like 61 million people who are on social or on Medicare, 71 million people who are on Medicaid. That's all a part of the mandatory spending program. Yep. 72 million, sorry.
So they're going to come for Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security.
And CHIP, 7 million kids are on, which is like essentially for low-income children, that health care. They'll come for that as well.
Because there's just not enough in discretionary
that was the wrong one.
That
was the wrong soundbite. I'm sorry. Oh my god, I meant to hit this. That's a very different vibe.
Because there's just not enough in discretionary spending for them to cut. And half of that discretionary spending is the military, and they ain't going to cut that.
But what about the woke
they're
stuff?
going to cut out the woke stuff.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
What's the dollar figure on the woke stuff?
Yeah, but
$75.
I don't know if they heard the speech, but we listened to Pete Hegseth talking about how, it would actually be good if the United States got up to 5% spending. He recognized that he was wrong about the U.S. being at 5% spending, and then doubled down and said, you know what, we need to get up to whatever 5% is, which is, I did the math, it's something like $1.4 trillion a year on defense, increasing the already inflated military budget by like 50%.
$75.
Right. But it needs to be an increase to keep up with inflation, so.
$78.
They will raise the military budget. Mark my words, like they do every time. They will raise the military budget. And I think they're probably going to target SNAP, that's a part of mandatory spending.
No, SNAP is not. CHIPS is not. These are all discretionary.
Okay.
Except there will be a shift in military spending. It's going to be from the established contractors to Palantir.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Thank God we can finally have Palantir. Palantir, one world Palantir. It'll be great. Don't question it. Questioning it is illegal.
Illegal.
All right. Now we're getting through the U.S. news. Doing okay. It's only invaded the first half of the second half, but we do have more to do. Maybe I should do this one at the end. You know what? I'm going to do that at the end. Just makes more sense. Let's talk some business and economics stuff. Fiscal policy, if you will. Of course, Federal Reserve Board Chair Jerome Powell was at the Senate Banking Committee earlier this week. Here's a clip of Al Green asking him some questions about some stuff. Also commenting on his recent statement regarding the potential for Donald Trump to remove a FRB member. I think we talked about that one yesterday. Let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 13 hours ago. Although this was technically from the 12th.
I thank the ranking member as well, and would like to associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. And Mr. Powell, I would like to compliment you for standing up to the president, for literally preserving the independence of the Fed. It was one of those pivotal moments in time.
Oh, God, I forgot about this one.
It would have been more than your simply resigning. It would have been the president taking control of the Fed with one of his Pluto puppets.
I'm sorry, we can't. No, the mic is, I don't know who was in charge of the mic today, but it was unbelievably bad. So many pops. It is unlistenable. Like, I forgot. I meant to take this one out. It was that bad. You heard them. They were starting. It was just gonna get worse and more frequent. You don't need that.
That's too much, man!
But there he was outlining essentially what J. Pow Pow said. That he would not resign as chair, even if Donald Trump told him to, or allow him to remove another member of the FRB or the FOMC. And I I made a tasteless joke yesterday about how I could see in my mind this imaginary place. You know, it's not imaginary, but like, never mind. There does need to be some sort of I need to make like a meme. Oh God, I wonder how long it would take for me to Photoshop J. Pow into like military fatigues inside the Federal Reserve, boarding up the doors. You can't come in, Trump. It's illegal.
Illegal.
All right, let's see this clip. This is the last of the Powell clips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, always a pleasure to see you again. I want to start, and I don't expect you to comment on the policy here, but there's been a number of actions from the Trump administration of scrubbing or limiting data that the private sector has historically relied on to understand the direct and indirect impacts on the economy, public health data, information about breaking things down by gender, by race, that we need to understand granular shifts in the economy. I realize that you don't rely exclusively on government data, but has there been anything that has happened since the Trump White House was sworn in that has limited the Fed's access to information you need to fulfill your dual mandate?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If there was, will you commit to sharing it with Congress so that we can fulfill our oversight responsibilities?
Sure.
Okay. When you were here in July, I'd asked you this question. I just want to confirm that you still feel the same way. Is it still your view that the Federal Reserve that climate change constitutes an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability?
I guess I would say it this way. I wouldn't say that climate change is currently a threat to U.S. financial stability.
An emerging threat.
I would say that it may emerge over time as such.
That look on his face right now. That's how I feel inside. I'm sorry. What was that? He's doing everything he can not to step on the toes of the Trump administration right now. It feels like, aside from a couple of statements he's made, he has doubled over backwards not to comment on a bunch of different things, especially things relating to Donald Trump. Questions about him have almost all gone unanswered. This one's hilarious. Just like, I will say that it may start emerging. What? What does that even mean? What does that mean, Jerome?
Okay, so $250 billion of losses in California. We've now got multiple states where the insurer of last resort is insolvent. Reporting today that California is having to bail it out. I know we have a difference of opinion on NGFS. I don't want to go into that. But is the Fed monitoring what is happening to our financial system as those insurers pull out, as insurance rates goes up, and people's both access to property insurance and the cost of insurance are going up? Are you monitoring what's happening systemically in our economy as a result of that?
Yes. The question, though, if the question is it a threat to the financial stability of the United States? That's really the question. And we, of course, we're following that very, very carefully.
Okay, so if you're monitoring it, where is the risk that was being backed by the insurance industry moving? Where in the economy does that risk now live?
So insurance companies, as you know, can cancel policies and not issue them, and they can leave states, and they're doing a lot of that. So where do those risks fall? They fall on homeowners and other beneficiaries, and they fall on state governments and to some extent the federal government. But they don't fall on they don't cause large financial institutions to fail.
Are you seeing shifts in mortgagers, mortgage servicers, their willingness to provide loans to homes as those insurance rates go up or disappear?
Implicitly, if you can't get insurance, then there won't be a mortgage. So I can't point to episodes where that's happening, but that's certainly where this looks like it's headed.
Okay, because I mean, there has been reports going back several years now that the more prone your property is to flood risk, to fire risk, the more likely you are as a bank to offload that onto Fannie and Freddie, right? We've seen that data happening. So that then raises the question of, and this is maybe just purely academic and wonky, if you own a set of cash flows and you want to sell them to me, and we both have full information, I'm only going to buy them from you at an accretive value to you to the extent that I have a lower cost of money than you do, right? Just, I mean, sort of like Econ 101, right? So if we own Fannie and Freddie right now because they're in receivership and they are throwing off a string of cash flows to the Treasury, setting aside the nuances of how the CBO scores all these sorts of things, isn't the sale of Fannie and Freddie, on the assumption that the buyer and seller have perfect information, the same information on both sides of that transaction, if that's accretive to the American taxpayer, doesn't that implicitly assume that we have to sell to somebody with a lower cost of capital than we do?
That's I followed your logic there. Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus Christ,
and
Jerome.
That would only not be true to the extent, I suppose, either that the buyer violates every rule I had in my M&A career of paying for upside, as they say, or that the buyer lacked information that the seller had, right?
Fair.
Okay. So what I'd like to understand from you is, does that create a conflict of interest for the United States government? Because if we have if we have information about climate change being scrubbed from our data sets, and we have a White House that would like to sell Fannie and Freddie, are we committed to efficient markets that depend on accurate, transparent information, or are we committed to making a quick buck, in which case we might want people not to be uninformed? Is the Fed committed to transparent markets, I guess, is the first question, and then the second one, do you feel that conflict?
I think we're getting a little away from our mandate. Fed.
We're getting a little away from our mandate, as always. Thanks, Jerome. This dude is so useless when it comes to these public statements. He just says nothing. Referencing Steve Keen regarding econ being bad with regards to climate. All right, I'll appreciate the... I guess I'd almost call a footnote. Thank you, Nadia. And the super chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, this is I know it's getting a little bit in the weeds on, fiscal policy, insurance, and everything else, but this is an important question, right? Is the government taking into account the effects of climate change? Yes or no? It should be a simple question. Jerome Powell failed to answer it in a very real way. If anything, it sounds like the Federal Reserve's both paying attention to it and also ignoring it simultaneously. And, we're going to talk a little bit more here in a second about the government apparently preparing to make Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac private. But yeah, this is, all of this matters. And if we're getting rid of, which we're going to talk about in a second, the two governmental institutions in charge of loans for homes and what's going to happen to consumers amidst all of this, or what will, where's the disconnect between all that? Will the private insurers be taking into account climate change when they pull out from neighborhoods and cities. And there's just this insane sort of double standard going on, this sort of hypocrisy that we're all living through. All right. Let's see what CNBC has to say about privatizing Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Yes, my favorite NBC.
Today's housing market is pricey and competitive. The supply of homes for sale is low, and prices are 53% higher than they were 5 years ago. Then there are mortgage rates, which have more than doubled since 2022.
Come on!
And I do want to note that mortgage rates shot up yesterday after the Fed announcement. Although rates are high, the mortgage market itself is healthy, with low numbers of delinquencies and foreclosures. The vast majority of home loans today are backed by the federal government, either through the Federal Housing Administration, the U.S.
Now, CNBC failed to mention the pre-delinquencies, the ones that aren't 90 past but are 60, I think somewhere between 30 and 90. I don't know the exact numbers on it, but basically the pre-delinquencies is a term before you actually get to delinquent. And those have ticked up somewhat dramatically, I think, in the last few months. I can't remember when we looked at that story. I think it was in like January, though.
Department of Veterans Affairs, or Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Fannie and Freddie used to be private companies, but since 2008, they've been under close government supervision. Some now say that conservatorship needs to end.
So if everything is running smoothly now, though, the mortgage market is running well, why take them out of conservatorship?
See, I think the concern is that there are underlying problems that are being missed. We have a mortgage finance system that works really well on the upside, but it isn't prepared for a downturn. While I am optimistic about the overall.
So he thinks that so this guy was director of housing under Donald Trump for I think 2 years. This guy thinks the way to fix or to prepare for a future downturn is to sell off Freddie Mae, make them private, so they don't have any they don't have the same sort of obligations that maybe a government institution would have to mortgage holders, and now they can have, free reign as we delete the CFPB and other sort of financial regulations laws, and they can reap the benefits of I don't know what seems to be his concern over an impending market downturn.
To the economy, are we putting the taxpayer at risk?
Others say ending the
just worried about the
conservatorship is a solution looking for a problem.
I think it's unlikely that Fannie and Freddie will be released from conservatorship. It just doesn't make economic sense.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac buy mortgages from lenders. They then pool those loans into products called mortgage-backed securities. They then sell those securities to investors. In doing so,
I love how CNBC just talks about this like it's no big deal. Like, it's hilarious that we never ended this practice of mortgage-backed securities, and CNBC just talks about it like it's every day, normal shit.
They funnel the money that lenders need in order to lend.
Ultimately, what investors
it was honestly a failure.
It
was a failure of our institutions to not undo this horrifying financial product used to bet on mortgages.
Securities determine how much Fannie and Freddie could pay the lender who originates. So it all flows back to the lender.
And that determines mortgage rates.
Exactly.
Fannie and Freddie are also known as government-sponsored enterprises, or the GSEs. Fannie Mae was initially a government agency, chartered in
And GSEs are something that Donald Trump's administration are coming after. They all believe that this stuff should be done by private institutions. CNBC's here to tell you that it's actually great.
38.
It's going to be great.
Its mission was to ensure a reliable and affordable supply of mortgages. It became a private entity in 1968. Freddie Mac was created in 1970 by an act of Congress. It was a private company that helped mortgage lenders manage their interest rate risks. The activity at these firms helped stabilize more.
Yeah, and I feel like in the late 60s and 70s, there was too much belief in corporations, corporate responsibility, trust in these corporations that have sort of failed us. You know, that's why they became government institutions, right? Remember that? Remember 2009? That's why Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, even though Freddie Mac was created by government and was a private company, they decided to bail it out and own it outright because they failed.
Mortgage markets during periods of stress or turmoil. And turmoil came in 2008 when the housing market came crashing down after a massive run-up in the preceding years. This housing bubble formed in the market for mortgage-backed securities. Subprime mortgages were the big problem. Investment banks were offering products to entice lower-income borrowers and real estate investors. The loans required no down payments and offered very low teaser rates. They also had negative amortization plans, which meant that the interest could be deferred to a later date. That bubble burst as interest rates rose, adjusting those new mortgages to higher rates. Borrowers defaulted on their loans and home prices crashed. Foreclosures.
Okay. Now this is what they're suggesting happens. Let's see. All right, or this is... Oh, right. Now, well, this is their discussion on government conservatorship.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were put into government conservatorship 16 years ago. Now, the second Trump administration is expected to try to release them back into the private market. They tried 5 years ago, but that effort was sidelined by Congress and the pandemic.
We literally spent millions of dollars on plans. All of those are still on the shelf. In April of 2019, we really started the process to have Fannie and Freddie exit conservatorship, which is functionally a bankruptcy proceeding. And of course, the number one constraint on us was lack of capital.
At the time, major stockholders like Pershing Square's Bill Ackman were very optimistic. He spoke to Yahoo Finance late in 2017 about the potential upside to ending conservatorship.
We think all of the conditions necessary for a resolution of Fannie and Freddie are here.
Ackman returned to the topic late in...
Yeah. And now, I'm not sure whether or not Billy Ackman here had a stake in the company, you know, or was preparing to buy a stake, but you know, when billionaires such as Bill Ackman talk about this kind of stuff and they have some sort of dog in the fight, if you will, when it comes to government stuff, and they start talking about these kinds of things, you should think, is there some sort of financial benefit that you're going to get if this happens?
2024 with a post on X. He wrote that Fannie and Freddie are his top stock picks, as he expects them to be privatized under the new administration.
I see. So Bill Ackman has been levering himself up because Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac stocks both plummeted after 2009 and after the conservatorship happened. And you weren't allowed to make money on the stock anymore, so the stock became almost worthless. And Bill Ackman levered himself up on the stock, been buying it up, buying up government stock, hoping it becomes private so that he can make a boatload of money.
Follow the rich white man.
And let's never forget that Bill Ackman and his wife, I believe they're both involved in buying billboards with the faces of Palestinian protesters, student protesters on college campuses, thereby doxing them and attempting to get some sort of vigilante action, it would seem, or at the very least to shame people, as they believed, you know, that was the thing to do. So he's kind of an all-around shitty guy who's telling you that we should make the only two federal mortgage lenders private so that he can personally benefit to the tune of billions of dollars. Right. Okay. That makes sense. How are you doing on time? Okay. Not bad. 3.5 hours in. Ending the U.S. political news. Kind of. For now. Let's go to CNN. Talk about this tweet.
President Trump is fake.
I guess it was a truth. Probably not a tweet. It was probably a truth. Truth Central. This new tweet is new truth is pretty. Seems pretty insane and like just false more than a truth. But yeah, let's see what's going on here.
President Trump is facing new backlash today for suggesting that he can't be accused of breaking the law if he's working to save the country.
Come on!
Hours after posting that message, Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence shared a link to an article.
He who saves this country does not violate any law. It's the law of the land. The Machiavellian law.
After posting that message, Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence shared a link to an article he wrote in 2010 about the importance of adhering to the Constitution. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff said, quote, spoken like a true dictator. And Democratic Congressman Richard Torres said, in part, Trump seems to believe he can do whatever he wishes in the name of saving the country. Torres adds, the U.S. Constitution trumps the policy preferences of President Trump. Joining us now is Margaret Talev, senior contributor for Axios and director of the...
All right, that's all we need. We don't need to hear any of this take. I mean, this is obviously insane, right? But whether or not this is actually true for Donald Trump, considering what the Supreme Court has ruled, basically making Donald Trump and presidents vicariously through that decision potentially exempt from any crimes. It's honestly unclear to me still. It still doesn't make sense because I thought we lived in, a democracy of rules and laws. I'm always being told about rules and laws all the time by Republicans. I'm always hearing about it. But yeah, I mean, this is literally, I think, one of Machiavelli's most famous sort of quotes. But what's the now I can't even think of it. But what is the quote? By any means necessary, something to that effect, right? Like essentially saying, like, as long as you get what you want, however you get there is irrelevant, right? The means by which you get what you want is just really a vehicle. Ethics are for pussies, okay? I mean, this, of course, Machiavelli died in jail. Can't remember who he offended. I think it was a prince somewhere. But he, essentially suggested that ethics were completely useless if you wanted to get anything done. And, as long as your goals are just, then everything you did to get there was by the justice of your deed, your goals, then anything else done in name of that is fine, right? And that is an insane sociopathic way to go through life, right? Just, like I don't even really know what to say aside from, I think we all knew this about Donald Trump, but this sort of blatant declaration of all of this is just wild to me. Like, I mean, because consider all the things that Donald Trump said, right, in the past. By any means necessary, when applied to the things that Donald Trump has said before, is incredibly dangerous and scary. All right. All right, let's segue into some environmental news of sorts. But as a sort of intermediary here, I think we'd go here. Talk about something cold, since it is winter after all, and also Sunday Fun Day.
Here's something you probably didn't know. The market for frozen desserts is huge, expected to grow to $135 billion this year and hit nearly $200 billion by 2032. Ice cream, of course, tops the list, which may be why rumors Wendy's will launch a new Frosty flavor went viral last month. We can confirm there's a new flavor coming next week, and Chris Van Cleve got a special behind-the-scenes access on how it was created.
Even on a cold winter day, Frosties were flying out of this Ohio Wendy's. Last year, the fast food chain served them up at a rate of...
Oh, that's right. He didn't die in jail. The book was called The Prince. No, yeah. But he was in jail for a while, I think. And then died shortly after leaving. Sorry, I got things confused in my brain. Appreciate the... checks.
500 a minute in the U.S. Morgan Rohrer treated herself to one.
How often do you order a Frosty?
I would say probably about twice a week during the summer.
The Frosty came to be in the late 1960s. Wendy's founder Dave Thomas needed a frozen treat to add to the menu of his burger joint in Columbus. Inspired by a dessert served at an Ohio racetrack, the Frosty falls somewhere between soft serve and hard-packed ice cream.
Yes, we know what a Frosty is, goddammit. Tell us about the Frosty news. There's apparently some sort of newfangled Frosty, which we about to find out right now. Let's see, where is it? Yeah.
Taking for Wendy's VP of Research and Development, John Lee.
How important is the Frosty to the Wendy's menu? It is one of the most iconic menu items. Is there a pressure not to screw it up, though? Oh my gosh, yes. Do you give some thought to just leaving good enough alone? It's always in the back of my mind, but the growth, especially with like younger consumers nowadays, they love new news. They love flavor. And yes, chocolate and vanilla important, but we need to give them something new and unique.
New and Unique
what is it?
Is a collaboration with another fan favorite, the Girl Scouts Thin Mints Cookie, which account for about 25% of Girl Scout cookie sales. But to make it a Frosty required...
Well, there you go. Girl Scout cookie Thin Mint Frosties, now at Wendy's. My God. This is not paid for by Wendy's. Just thought it was insane they would switch up the menu with the Frosties. People are so dedicated to their Frosties. I think Wendy's might be on the BDS list. I can't remember. I don't go there. I was just using it as a way to segue from America.
So hot right now.
Do some news about cold stuff.
Winter is coming.
That's the best way I had. Alright, let's go here now. PBS NewsHour from yesterday. Let's talk about something else that's super cold. And maybe beneficial for your health? Well, the science is out, but let's listen in.
It's the middle of winter in the northern hemisphere, and it might not feel like the season for jumping in the water, but more and more people are finding an icy plunge is invigorating. William Brangham takes a look at the world of winter swimming and its potential benefits and risks.
Oh, Wendy's isn't on the BDS? Okay, then people can feel okay about consuming at least one Thin Mint Frosty, I would say. Right, McDonald's, and like a bunch of other companies. I should have that list on my wall or something.
The middle of winter in the northern hemisphere, and it might not feel like the season for jumping in the water, but more and more people are finding an icy plunge is invigorating. William Brangham takes a look at the world of winter swimming and its potential benefits and risks.
Even though the temperatures are plunging, so are these swimmers. A brave group in the northern Chinese city of Harbin, taking a sub-zero jump one by one into the icy water.
I felt prickling all over my body. The water here is about 10 degrees Celsius lower than it is in my hometown, but it still made me feel blissful.
These hardy souls are part of the city's winter swimming team, which boasts hundreds of members. They say they train throughout the year to develop the physical strength and mental fortitude needed to dive into pools carved from ice during the city's annual winter festival.
Once these challenges are overcome, you will feel the endless joy brought by winter swimming.
Endless joy or crazy obsession? In the Czech Republic, locals there take to the cold waters of the Vltava River in early January to mark the end of the Christmas season.
Well, I've stuck with it. It's a bit of an addiction now.
Once you've tried it, you have to keep doing it.
In the Danish capital, Copenhagen, it's a tourist draw to brave the icy water.
It's crazy. It's really refreshing. I think it's an experience that every single person has to have once in their lifetimes.
Here in winter.
Yes, in winter. And I love it. It's really cold, but we love it.
Devotees of winter swimming are convinced these bone-chilling dips boost their health and happiness.
Back in the day, I used to get leg cramps, and ever since I started winter swimming, it has stopped.
I'm 76 years old, but I've never got a cold because I swim in winter and I feel very well. It brings me good health.
That's quite a
Online,
claim, sir.
Advocates say the benefits are many, helping with everything from migraines to arthritis and even weight loss.
It boosts the immune system.
It really improves your mental health.
Great blood circulation, helps you sleep better.
Does everything.
But not everyone is convinced.
Some of the claims that you'll see that are splashed over the web, we don't actually have good, robust evidence to be able to support those claims at the moment.
Heather Massey studies cold water immersion and swimming at the University of Portsmouth in England.
The level of science is far more powerful from the side of it having negative effects.
Massey says the initial plunge into icy water is shocking. And the body reacts instantly. Shortness of breath, higher blood pressure, even impaired cognitive function.
Definitely make sure you're well fit and healthy before you go in. If you've got any underlying health problems or you're not feeling great, going in cold water is not going to help.
She says even healthy people should proceed with caution. There can be very real risks of hypothermia.
Yeah, hypothermia, maybe pneumonia, other things like that. So yeah, take all of this with a grain of salt.
And heart attacks. But Massey is quick to add there could be health benefits, and she and other scientists are looking into what they might be.
It may be that it's a placebo effect, but if it's a placebo effect and it works, well, it's still an effect.
It's true. It's true. There could be a placebo effect happening. It's a great point. Also, I highly doubt that swimming in cold water is going to keep people from ever getting sick. That seems pretty far-fetched. There was a lot of claims in there that seemed a little maybe insane, but hey, if it gives you a sense of something, maybe it'll do something good for you, give you some energy. I don't know. You certainly have to be adventurous to even do such a thing. All right, now let's talk about one species that doesn't have a problem with cold waters. Seals. Seals do better in cold water than humans. Let's talk about the California beach population of seals here, which apparently has been rebounding according to CBS. Let's go.
A population resurgence on a beach in Northern California. The elephant seals are back and booming. In tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Max Darrow shows us they're drawing sightseers.
Of all of the picture-perfect beaches along the Northern California coast, there is one in particular at Point Reyes that has recently become prime real estate for a primal phenomenon. Elephant seals have once again established a colony at Drake's Beach to give birth and to mate. It's one of those neat things about nature that people naturally are curious to see.
Okay.
Oh, he's checking on his ladies.
I just can't imagine even trying to move like that.
Like Pat and Sia Donahue.
Probably like that calling for you for a date.
Yeah. I might have to think twice.
And to marine ecologist Sarah Cotty.
So we still are expecting more females to show up.
It's more than neat.
And a lot more pups to be born.
She is witnessing and documenting a conservation success story.
So far, the numbers at this time of the year are higher than they were in previous years. The last 2 years, we had some really big storms during the winter season, and we ended up having a lot of pup mortality from that.
At one point, the elephant seal population was on the verge of extinction. But there's been a major turnaround. In fact, the population is flourishing, and scientists say they're now seeing some of the highest numbers of elephant seals they've ever seen.
The pup looks pretty tiny, so that means it's a newborn.
Since Point Reyes beaches are a part of the National Park Service,
so we really are able to provide a safe haven for these elephant seals.
Coming to see the seals has become a special tradition for the Donahues.
I love it.
Their life cycle is amazing.
And with all that's going on in our crazy world, this is something to renew your soul.
The beauty of life beginning on the beaches of Northern California.
There we go. Elephant seals population numbers rebounding on California beaches. Now let's talk about a different animal that has been attempting to enjoy its freedom in eluding capture. To New Orleans. Talk about this particular dog.
Has become an internet sensation. His name is Scrim, and he's on the run.
He's so mangy looking because he's been on the run for a while.
By the way, before we get too far in, this is from 6 months ago, okay? Got a few stories on Scrim here, as they said, who was on the run, evading capture.
Has become an internet sensation. His name is Scrim, and he's on the run.
He's so mangy looking because he's been on the run for a while. WGNO's Kenny Lopez tells you how Scrim always scrams before he can be caught.
Scrim, Scrim, where are you?
Scrim is like Where's Waldo of the dog world. When people text me or call me, I put it into a database.
It's Michelle Cherami's mission over at Zeus's Rescues to find Scrim.
I'm not going to stop until I get him.
Scrim, a 2-year-old terrier mix, first came to Zeus's Rescues in November from Terrebonne Parish after almost being euthanized. Zeus's Rescues got him adopted in late April, but his home wasn't home for long.
And the first night that he was there, he was in the backyard. He got spooked by something, started spinning around, popped his leash, went underneath the fence, and that's where the journey begins. He ran straight to the Carousel Gardens.
Scrim's veterinarians first tried to track and trap him.
Watching his patterns, trying to hone in on him. That didn't work. I upped my game to my next level, which is my net gun. It looks like a Maglite flashlight. It has a CO2 cartridge, and you just twist it, and it just shoots out a cast net, and the net gun failed.
Scrim kept scramming all over mid-city.
So we hired a guy to come in out of Texas via chemical capture is what it's called. And it's a blow dart where you put in a safe tranquilizer in there. It makes them sleepy, slows them down so you're able to catch them. This is the darting needle. And so we pressurize this and we draw out the drug. The vet was able to successfully dart Scrim, and he has defied all reasoning. But he metabolized the drug so quickly.
Well, Scrim is not going to be easy to catch. They've clocked him at 20 miles per hour.
The next step is...
This is hilarious. This dog seems to just want freedom. You know? He was homeless, got taken in first by a charity and then buy a home, but just wanted to be a dog roaming the streets.
Try to dart him again.
Have you seen Scrim?
No, I'm so sorry, I haven't.
I hope you find it.
Doggone it. He's playing catch me if you can. Now you see Scrim, now you don't. Kenny Lopez, WGNO News.
Right,
One of the last places he was spotted was near the VA hospital. If you do see him, you can text his location to the number you see on the screen, 504-231-7865. If you didn't have a pencil, we've got this same number in Kenny's story on our website, WGNO.com.
So that was 6 months ago. Now let's go here to WWL-TV from 2 months ago. Let's see, I'm taking you down a path. Journey, if you will.
Well, he's the four-legged pooch that seems to always be one step ahead. Now, Scrim, the rescue dog, he is back on the run again.
Yeah, and it comes after the escape artist jumped more than 12 feet less than 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Eleanor Tabone has the latest on this clever canine.
12 feet, that must be a canine record.
Scrim has turned New Orleans into his own personal dog park. For about 200 nights, the runaway has slept on the New Orleans streets. Where he's resting his well-traveled paws is a mystery. For 5 months, Zeus's rescues and people in mid-city searched for him. The elusive creature ran the streets, evading capture. Finally, late October, the four-legged Houdini was taken in.
You're such a good boy.
Scrim gave the domesticated life a shot until 11 days ago. It appears the streets were still calling. Scrim jumped 13 feet from a second-floor window and escaped.
I felt like I was gut punched. I felt like it wasn't real.
Michelle Sheremy with the rescue says Scrim was at her house when he broke free.
We had a great time. He laid on the couch with me. He fell asleep in my lap. He interacted with my dog, Scooby. He slept in bed with me. We gave him a bath.
Now, he's New Orleans' most wanted. Michelle was able to track him via GPS till she couldn't.
We could watch the battery life draining as we're trying to get him in a secure location.
Sightings of the dog has the city on high alert, and it looks as though Scrim could write a New Orleans guidebook. Michelle says he's traveled as far as the zoo to the convention center and from Fontainebleau to the river. She says she even saw him this morning.
Walking my dog, and I had him on the leash, and I just nonchalantly looked to the left, and there was Scrim headed towards my dog.
A home security camera caught the hungry dog chowing down on kibble before slipping back into the night. Michelle is determined to bring Scrim home, but she says an urban lifestyle doesn't seem to be Scrim's style.
So we're looking for that perfect environment, with lots of yard for him to run and play that's really secure, and another canine companion.
Every dog gets their moment.
This dog needs bank vault level security to keep him out. Okay, Scrim is a master dog burglar. Now, this is the most recent story. This is from 5 days ago.
One of the city's biggest celebrities. We're talking about Scrim the dog.
Hell yeah. Give me the Scrim news.
After months on the run, jumping out of the window of his rescue house to go back on the run, that little escape artist is home. Eleanor Tabone got to meet Scrim today. She has the story.
Caught by the authorities. God damn it.
I was sitting on top of the exam table because I wasn't willing to let him go yet.
Doesn't even look at
Hounds is back.
It was the longest short drive.
The dog doesn't even look happy about it. He's like looking for his next exit. All right, I'm surveying my surroundings. I see 2 exits. Which one has the highest probability of working out?
The Houdini of hounds is back.
It was the longest short drive of my life.
Michelle Sheremy with Zeus's rescue says Tuesday morning she got a text saying Scrim, the Crescent City's very own escape king, had been recaptured.
I parked in front of the address and I saw the trap on the front porch, and I got down on my knees and I looked in and I was like, That's Scrim.
Scrim became New Orleans' most wanted early last year after escaping from his adoptive home. The getaway artist triggered a citywide search. After months of looking, the tail-wagging trickster was captured in October. Michelle says then the slip leash specialist attempted his most daring escape trick yet. Scrim jumped more than 13 feet from a window at Michelle's home.
Not a single fracture, not a single broken bone, not a rib out of place.
He then became the only celebrity running away.
This dog
from
is
the
a
limelight.
badass.
Oh my god, it's Scrim.
Were able to catch a glimpse as he ran the
114,000
streets.
likes.
I've never seen Scrim in real life. I love you so much.
The elusive creature rose to stardom, with sightings flooding social media.
Oh,
Now
God.
nestled on Michelle's
It's good to
lap,
laugh.
she says he's been enjoying the pleasantries of domesticated life, while maybe reminiscing about his New Orleans adventures.
He has survived hurricanes, blizzards, fireworks, streetcars, cars being chased, and he's some special dog.
She's a free spirit. Loves freedom. It's exactly right, Mona. That dog just loves freedom. But you know who this dog reminded me of? Reminded me of one Poppins McDonald. Not familiar with the reference?
Reaper, what are you talking about? What? Yo, got your dog. Poppins! Hey, buddy! How you doing? Poppins? My God, I can't believe that dog's not dead. Didn't you get him when you were like 10? Oh yeah, this dog is indestructible, dude. Yeah, that dog is nasty, man. I mean, he was like coughing the whole way over here. He ate a couple cigarette butts off the ground. He's got a wheeze. He might have emphysema, man. Oh, that's entirely possible. Yeah, it wouldn't slow him down, though. No, he's a survivor. He would disappear for months, but he would always come home. Yeah, looks like his eye is falling out. Oh, is it? Well, it just bulges? Yeah, bulges out a little bit. Yeah, what you do is you just pop it back in with your knuckle. I'll show you how to do it. No, Yeah, it's really easy. I'm never going to do that. You don't touch his eye with your knuckle? You don't touch his eye. You just sort of pop it back in. Oh, hang on a second. What, Mom? What? I'm not gonna vacuum your ceiling. Because I already did it, okay? Plastic splinters are the same as... You won't get a splinter! There's... I gotta go deal with this, man. My mom wants me...
No, wait, hold on a second.
It's back in, Dennis. Check it out.
Yeah, I don't care. I have an idea that's gonna solve all of our problems here. I do. I think your moms are gonna live together.
Self-tanner for tomorrow. Gotta look good for Groban. The tan's gonna make the white in the outfit pop. The white's gonna make the tan pop. Josh Groban likes his ladies to pop, so...
Hey, look who I brought. It's Poppins. Yeah.
That's...
Now, you know, Poppins, at least the Poppins lore, essentially Poppins is unkillable, lived decades, but do you not see the resemblance? I mean, these two animals are incredibly similar. Where'd he go? Where's Scrim? They might be related, I think. Look at these two. Well, that's not him. That's Deandra.
Poppins?
Yeah.
He's still alive?
Oh, yeah, I figured he could keep you company while you're sick. Dog looks like a gargoyle.
Yeah, he's...
But they both just, they wanted, you know, to live their best lives. Doing improbable things. All right. All right. Gonna move on. Move on from Scrim. It was a good time, though. Let's talk about a different animal situation. Wildlife. Apparently, researchers are realizing that the American crocodile is thriving in the shadow of a nuclear power plant. I'm sorry, what?
What?
Radioactive crocodiles.
That's too much, man!
Come on!
Alright, I'm kidding. But I'm not kidding about the story, it's actually true.
There's only one place in the United States where you can find wild native crocodiles. Florida. It's also the only place in the world where crocodiles and alligators live side by side. But some of the strangest surprises lie in one of Florida's most unexpected locations.
This isn't a wild swamp or a hidden river.
It's a vast man-made maze of water stretching for miles in the shadow of a nuclear power plant.
Why do crocodiles gather in this unexpected place? And how has a landscape shaped by splitting the atom become home to one of America's rarest predators?
Ooh,
South Florida, the land of sun-soaked beaches, palm-lined streets, swanky South Beach hotels, and crocodiles. American crocodiles, to be exact. Cousins of the Nile crocodile, these aren't invasive species like so many of Florida's weird reptiles. They are native and rare. While they might look similar to their more common neighbor, the alligator, there are some key differences. Crocs tend to be longer, they have narrower snouts with more visible teeth, and they have the strongest bite in the animal kingdom.
Fossil evidence tells us that crocodilians have been around for over 80 million years, dating back to the time of the dinosaurs. Their lineage remains largely unchanged, which is a testament to their resilience.
At its peak, South Florida's crocodile population may have numbered 3,000 or more. But by the mid-1970s, those numbers had plummeted to just a few hundred. But some of those elusive reptiles found an unlikely sanctuary right here at Turkey Point Nuclear Power Plant just south of Miami. Turkey Point was built in the 1960s to generate electricity for South Florida's booming population. Energy from this plant powers nearly 1 million homes. But what makes Turkey Point unique isn't just the size or location, it's what surrounds it.
One of the misconceptions that we have is that there's some radioactivity to the cooling canals, and really that's not the case. The crocodiles here are living in the brackish water that is just cycling through the plant, but not actually touching any of the radioactive
Ah, thank God. Here I was thinking we had radioactive crocodiles breeding, creating some sort of a super mutant river dragon scenario. But yeah, the water that's in these canals is just the water that is essentially piped in and then back out over the pipes inside of the reactors. Does not make contact with any radioactive material. And so they're not, I'm sorry, they're not mutant crocodiles, just regular crocs.
Our system is massive. It's 168 linear miles of cooling canals. You can actually see it from space.
The water passes through the nuclear plant to remove excess heat. The water then cools as it travels through the canals.
So it works in the same way as the radiator. Once the cooling water has exited the plant, it takes about 48 hours for it to cycle back through again.
At first glance, this just sounds like an industrial solution to an ordinary engineering problem. But over the years, these canals have become something else entirely.
Both of our nuclear units went into operation in the early 1970s. And then in 1978, while doing some work on site, we found a crocodile nest.
Crocodiles were in a lot of trouble. We're talking about a population of about 150 to 300 animals in the 60s and 70s.
The intention when we built the power plant and when we built the cooling canal system was not to have some amazing habitat for endangered species. Once it was created and we recognized that we did have a crocodile nest here, it was really there that we started to learn more about the crocodiles that we had here on site. We really have three.
All right, there we go. American crocodiles thriving, thanks to a very unlikely place. But you know, some people are deathly afraid of crocodiles. And in keeping with Sunday Funday, I figured we would just do this real quick.
No, the swamp's too dirty. It's full of whatever alligators shit out, which I can only assume is people.
They don't eat people.
They eat people all the time.
They don't.
Last year, Sarasota County, Florida, Chet Willard, age 16, swimming in the Oak River Canal, killed by an 11-footer. 2 years ago, Chatham County, Georgia, Ruth Baker, age 39, killed in her backyard by a 10-footer.
Archer?
Same year, Pinellas County, Florida, Walter Jakes, age 70, and his dog,
Archer,
killed by a 12-footer. 3 years ago, Dade County.
Archer!
What?
What are your 3 biggest fears? Archer.
Alligators, by far the biggest.
And so, you've memorized every fatal alligator attack?
Just in the U.S., I can't find any information on attacks in China. They only live here in China, 2 different species. Chinese alligators are smaller, but their bellies are fully armored, so it kind of equals out. And can we change the subject?
Okay, what's your second biggest fear?
God, will you it's crocodiles, okay?
Wait, do crocodiles even live here?
Not here, but in the Everglades.
That's like 1,000 miles away.
Well, 3 years ago, they caught a 9-foot croc in the surf at Myrtle Beach, so, shit happens.
Wow. Not sure I even want to know what your third biggest...
Brain aneurysm.
What? What does a brain aneurysm have to do with walking around in a swamp?
Nothing. It can happen anywhere at any time. That's why it's so terrifying.
Oh, my God. Okay.
All right. There we go. Just some comic relief. Figure we could use that here in the middle of the stream. 4 hours. Oh my God, 4 hours in. Perfect time for me to take intergalactic break. A little space intermission, if you will. Alright, chat. Hope you're enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, and also consider hitting that bell icon too so you don't miss any of that galactic content. So many great ways for you to also support our little channel here, help keep us alive. You got YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships. We are also, I'll point out, only 10 members away. Either become a member or you gift one. And get us closer. 10 members away from another emote. That's right. We'll have 17 if we get another one, I think, which is crazy. So many we have already added. Help us get there. Also, remember that if all of our subscribers on YouTube only donated a couple dollars a month, we will be able to get through these troubling times. No problem. Other great ways to contribute: Twitch, bits, subscriptions, Prime subs, taking that Jeffy Bezos money, giving it directly to your pal StreamLord, Cash App and PayPal, and Patreon. The best way to get the most Earth... I keep saying it that way. The best way to get... My brain is broken. I can't even do the messaging anymore. The best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. That's right. Just $3 US a month. That'll get you all sorts of sweet bennies. Just go onto our website to find out what that all entails. Link in chat and in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, chat, enjoy the short space break. I will be right back. All right, chat, I am here. And you know what that means. It's time for us to get back to the galactic content. I should have charged my stuff before the stream. I am running dangerously low on everything. All right. We're going back to the environmental news here in the third half to start things off. And we're not done talking about water. This time we're talking about floodwaters, which have been hitting multiple states in the southeast, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia. All getting hammered by a system, a winter storm coming through the area. Start here. Yeah, and we were looking at some of this footage yesterday, so we're going to go quickly through this one. I just figured this was a good place to start. For those who hadn't seen any of this footage yet, we'll quickly watch a piece of this video. We're going to get on to the more current stuff that's come out since then. And I'm afraid that my hopes, you know, I don't know if anybody recalls from yesterday, I was saying I really hope that people got enough warning ahead of this system that they took it seriously and they didn't get caught in the floodwaters. But as it turns out, not everybody was managed to stay safe throughout all this. I'm gonna hold on. Where's the? Let's go up here. This is wild. That's a bank right there where the water's all the way up to the ceiling. There's a street sign. Almost completely submerged.
Hurley, Virginia, February 15th, 2025.
You know it's bad when you got somebody like, oh yeah, we better say, for posterity, we better say the date and time. That's never good. That's when you know shit has hit the fan. Does it not look like these people are going down a river almost in their home, like from the porch? The angle of it just makes it look insane. Just taking a little trip down the river in our house. But this is not a river. They did not build their house in a river, nor is it a boat. None of those things are true. Okay. All right, we're gonna move on from that footage. See some of the other stuff that we got, and then we'll talk about the effect of this storm, which have been, well, they've been bad. Aside from the obvious. So this is in Knott Country, Kentucky. Did we see this one? They all look the same. It just roads turn to rivers. Like you can tell where the road is, right? Like you can see the car there, right? If you go back, you can see both signs. One's facing one way, the other one's facing the other way that you can see it from here. And there's a car directly between them. This is supposed to be a road, not a river or a canal. Not a waterway in any shape or fashion until this flood decided to come through during winter. Wasn't cold enough to be snow, instead it turned to this, and it's insane. The effects of it. I think we got some people that are in this area. I hope they're all safe. Haven't anybody heard from BCAT? I think she's somewhere nearby. This is in Hurley, Virginia. Another road turned to a river. That truck still attempting to use it as a road. Somewhat successfully for the time being. Not recommended to do something like that, but I guess, you know, shit hits the fan. Start doing crazy things. You couldn't see the car? It was the little hump in the water. Are you at 1080p? Everybody check what what you're watching this in if you're on Wi-Fi. Here's more flooding. This is in eastern Kentucky. Wow. This is wild. Looks like a Cat 4 hurricane went through here. Alright, not quite. But, I mean, in terms of flooding, yeah. The damage, wind damage, you can see is much less. But, my God, that's a lot of water. Oh, yeah. No, well, right. Rob Skeltz is making the point. Yeah, it was just the roof. It wasn't the whole car. All you could see was the very, very, very top of the roof, whatever car it was. Looked like it might have been a pickup truck. I couldn't quite tell, honestly. It was tough, considering most of the car was under the water. I just noticed the telltale hump of a roof. That's all I was talking about. It wasn't a full car. No. Don't feel you're not losing your mind.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Wasn't a full car. Like 5% of a car was sticking out of the water. Somebody tell MTG to turn the hurricanes. You people are crazy. All right. Well, it's going to be hard to play football underwater. That's going to be tough. Or baseball. Looks like it's a double purpose. Maybe. Hard to tell. It's also going to be hard to do school in a pond. Or get gas or whatever else is. Holy shit. But like I was saying, it was not just physical damage done to property.
This has just been a wild...
You know, I'm gonna skipping is not allowed. But we'll go to this one. But there is an update to this video. Just keep that in mind. Don't want to skip any. I can't skip any now. I'm obligated to watch all the videos right now because we completed the goal already. I think the first half of the stream. I'm already on half 3. By the way, I was going to respond to something at one point. I forgot to. Jerry made a point about the water not being completely devoid of nuclear radioactivity. And technically, she is right about that. And I may have misspoken. But it's like much less. It's not like the water that's cooling. It's like literally surrounding the radioactive material. It's like, you know, after it's done, there's like a bunch of stuff that's done to it. So it's much less radioactive than... you know, like water that's actively inside of that reactor. I saw it on my break. I was going to respond to it when I first got done, and then I got sidetracked by something, and it just came back to me when I was looking at all this water. Started thinking about brackish water, and I started thinking about the the ponds we were looking at, the canals. What am I doing? The government's controlling the weather. They did this to Kentucky. All right. So yeah, this was the first story that came out. There was an update to this, which we will watch right after it. But this was the first reports of fatalities from this storm, from these floods, which are being labeled as historic. Maybe the most, apparently, according to this Fox Weather title, although I don't want to take too much from a Fox News thumbnail or title, but you know, apparently historic flooding. So that would be never before seen level of flooding in Kentucky, which also apparently claimed the lives of at least 3. At this was 15 plus hours ago, according to Fox Weather.
This has just been a wild weekend for weather.
Instead of going on the highway and going skiing, I got on the subway and came downtown.
Whoa.
After just a few days of rest, Montreal is hit hard by a second snowstorm.
Hey, what are you doing? What is
on Sunday?
Hey.
Urgence Santé is urging people to stay home if possible.
What are you doing? Why are we playing 2 videos at once right now? Please hold. Son of a bitch. Oh my God. What is going on? Is it done? Are you done? Are we done with this madness? Okay, great. Phenomenal. Take 2.
Weekend for weather. There's the flooding aspect of everything that we saw a little bit further north, kind of in the midsection of this storm system.
The third
half. That has been a big headline grabber, and you know, for obvious reasons. And of course, when it comes to flooding, that's been where we have seen the fatalities take place over the last couple of days. Certainly, we had one fatality, I believe, of an older gentleman, unfortunately, in Kentucky. And I think, Michael, we had another confirmation of a younger fatality as well, which you hate to hear.
Oh my goodness, it was 2 people that were inside a vehicle and a juvenile body was actually recovered. And unfortunately, the coroner did pronounce that 7-year-old juvenile as deceased, unfortunately. So again, this is a story that is continuing to develop. And please keep in mind that the flooding concern is not over, right?
I wonder if with the Republicans in control of all government, if, like some people in chat were suggesting, MTG would come out and claim that a weather machine was, you know, doing all of this. The government actually. It was, what's it called again? It was DARPA.
Port Royal, Tennessee, picking up nearly 8.5 inches of rain. Clarksville, Tennessee, picking up about 7 3/4 of an inch of rain. And all of that rainwater still needs to flow into the creeks, rivers, and streams. And unfortunately, Adam, what happens is you start to see rivers dramatically rise even in the days after the rain stops.
Yeah.
Yes, that's something that we've talked about before. It's just the way that these systems work. The water doesn't instantaneously show up. The stuff that's in the rivers and streams and creeks takes time for it to travel down those estuaries. Ah, God, I needed that drink. Okay. All right. Now, let us go on to this next one. This was the most recent story on this. This is from NBC News from 6 hours ago. And it is 6 hours ago because I just reloaded this. Severe storms kill at least 8 in Kentucky. That number almost tripling in 9 hours from this first Fox News report to this NBC one. Let's go here.
Tonight, historic and deadly flash floods slamming the South.
We have lots of roads that are closed due to flooding.
At least 8 dead in Kentucky, fears that number could go up. More than 1,000 rescues, crews racing to save people stranded in rising waters. You can see the scope of the damage in communities across the state. Entire neighborhoods wiped out and underwater. The governor today declaring a disaster emergency.
This is one of the most serious weather events we've dealt with in at least a decade. Stay off the roads. If you hit water, turn around. It's not worth dying.
Power out to hundreds of thousands across the region. The devastation hitting Tennessee, a catastrophic situation unfolding in the northwest part of the state after floodwaters overwhelmed the levee pouring into this community. Rescue crews rushing resources to the area.
Water's coming down pretty quick and getting pretty high.
Neighborhoods from Tennessee to Virginia underwater. Some places getting nearly 8 inches of rain since just yesterday. And it wasn't just the floods. 4 confirmed tornadoes across the South, too.
Got a pretty large tree that fell on a house.
And our George Solis is in Florence, Mississippi.
Now you can see where the tree snapped here right before it fell onto the roof of the home, and fortunately, the homeowners were unharmed.
A different story, though, in Atlanta, where wind gusts got up to 70 miles an hour, a tree there falling and killing a man in his home. In northwest Alabama, a massive cleanup is underway after gusts tore through buildings and power lines.
You see behind me, roofs are blown off. Most of our buildings downtown. We lost one of my middle school, R.E. Thompson. The roof blew off a bit.
Back in Kentucky, officials...
If I'm not mistaken, all this is coming off of the atmospheric river off the Pacific Ocean hitting California. Now, honestly, it seems like the damage in like inland from California is much worse than what we've been seeing initially. I mean, there was some stuff that happened in California, don't get me wrong. The mudslides were pretty bad. But some of this stuff is just wild. This is insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Already bracing for the next threat.
We're going to get hit with more snow again while we're still dealing with this flood situation. It's going to be significant.
And Shaquille Brewster is joining us now from hard-hit Kentucky. And Shaq, a federal disaster declaration is now in place for the state?
That's right, Hallie, and it opens up federal funding and FEMA assistance for areas like this that have been impacted by the storm. And it's also notable because President Trump just recently said that the agency could, quote, go away under his leadership. Hallie?
This storm now creating flight delays in some spots.
Big love friend, how are you doing?
Hey, good to see you, Zero Cool. DRL just cheering 100 bits. Thanks, pal. Good to see you. It's been a while. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good. Appreciate the big love. We're just doing the news.
Is following that for us at Newark Airport. And Maya, problems tonight as people brace for what's ahead the rest of the week, right?
That's right, Hallie. That severe weather is having a huge impact on airline travel. Today, more than 8,000 flights were delayed across the country and more than 1,300 have been canceled. Most of those are coming from airports in the north, Boston, Logan, LaGuardia, New York. And that's because these airports are having a really hard time dealing with the intense winds, snow, and ice from this weekend's storm.
By the way, I don't know if we have a mod on Twitch right now. I'm not looking at Twitch. I'm only getting the notifications from like the the donos and the like the other redemptions. So somebody should shout out Zero Cool. He's also a streamer on Twitch. Does mostly gaming and other sorts of fun stuff like that.
But another system is brewing in the Pacific Northwest. That's going to make its way across the country, hitting the Central Plains Monday and the Northeast by Wednesday, with the potential to bring freezing rain and heavy snow. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
All right, thank you, Lester. Great stuff. But yeah, It's an unfortunate situation, that death count, that death toll ticking up. And, you know, hopefully the recovery effort will at least manage to keep people from being, you know, living on the streets or worse. And of course, like they said earlier, not even recovery can't even happen yet because they have to brace for further floods. Can't forget that. So if you live nearby, do be aware of the possibility of more floods as water travels down all the you know, rivers and creeks and streams in the area. All right. While we're talking about floods, I figured we'd hit this up. I found this fascinating. Sort of tells you where people are at in this country. But this here is the Associated Press from 18 hours ago on the ground in North Carolina, asking people about their opinions on FEMA and some of Donald Trump's suggestions of destroying the government agency, you know, unilaterally. Let's go here.
Seven and a half months pregnant when the storm hit. Emily Russell says it was like a scary movie.
The water started coming up the vents in the house where the basement had completely got overtook, and then you just started hearing parts of the house getting tore off over there, and it started kicking in the doors from the pressure of the water, and it was just crazy.
But as fast as Tropical Storm Helene's floodwaters upended her world, volunteers swept in to help put it back together.
We've had so many people just really bless our family, and we've had God with us every step of the way.
So when President Donald Trump talks about abolishing the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Russell is just fine with it.
I mean, honestly, it's not helped a lot of us around here, so even if he got rid of FEMA, it wouldn't hurt or help us in any way.
Nearly 5 months after Helene tore through the foothills of western North Carolina, many wonder why more hasn't been accomplished.
Well, if this is the way they are, he ought to do away with them.
So this is like a feedback loop, right? You know, Republicans, and honestly, just in general, the government hasn't funded FEMA more because of the partisan, like, resolution process, right? There's been, instead of actually improving things, it's always just CR after CR, where our government just does the bare minimum of funding things and not actually addressing some of these important issues. FEMA hasn't been getting enough in terms of sort of increases, right? Cost of living adjustments, if you will, as it relates to environmental disasters for this agency to be able to do what it needs to do. It needs more funds, right? But that's not the case. We haven't been getting that. And so, you know, it doesn't do its job, and then people think it's not doing enough, and they're fine with getting rid of it, right? But it's still doing something, right? It just maybe is lacking in some places, of course, right? Because of this. And then you have, you know, Donald Trump coming into office, shutting down government agencies, attempting to stop the flow of funds, and things don't get better, even though they should. Because it's a new year and new funds should have already been appropriated at this point by the government to agencies like FEMA, so they're left even less able to do things than they should be, right? And then so it once again just feeds itself, and then, you know, Republicans get what they want. They can shut down these agencies that are genuinely helping people but aren't being funded enough by using the lack of funding as justification.
City and regional planning professor Miyuki Hino studies the impacts of climate change. She says most of this frustration comes from misconceptions about what FEMA's role actually is.
Federal assistance is really designed to meet immediate needs for habitability. So it is certainly not the case that FEMA is going to come in and put everything back to the perfect state that it was in before. They will be the first to tell you that your homeowner's insurance and your flood insurance should be your primary resource.
And that's the other problem, is that we do rely too heavily on insurance, right? Private insurance, which, as we know, is not only problematic in how it's essentially their entire business strategy is to cancel policies that they think they're going to lose money on, and to deny as many claims as possible, right? So, you know, combine those two things, reliance on, you know, on industries to solve a thing that they don't want to actually do, and then underfunding the government agencies intended to pick up the other pieces that they don't do, right? Oh God. And we've seen just how flawed this insurance system is, not just with healthcare, which of course we've been talking about a lot, but, you know, over the last year we've seen this. We've been talking about this insurance crisis in housing since day one. It's almost been a full year. In a few days we'll be at. We're gonna do, I think on, what is it, Thursday, right? Yeah. We're gonna do a 1-year anniversary of this spacecast that we've been doing, as we've been doing this show for full year straight, day in, day out. But during that time, we've talked about this insurance crisis that's been going on, where insurance companies have been doing everything they possibly can to justify canceling policies that they see as risky due to the impacts of climate change, while, you know, we have people coming into government who don't think climate change is real. It's not a good vibe right now. It's not a good vibe at all. Oh my God. And then you have people on the ground saying, you know what, I'm fine with it going away because it's not doing enough. And then I guess, you know, the next one, it'll be even less. There'll be even less there, right? All right, let's go to some other environmental related stuff. Let's go north. Let's go way north to Canada. I need a sound shot for Canada. We go to Canada so much. We need a "Oh Canada" anthem sound shot or something to segue us into these things. Come on. Yeah. Let's go to Canada. Talk about the other half of this winter storm that's been sweeping across America. They're getting hit by snow, just like the Northeast states are. Here's CBC News.
These are the scenes in southern Ontario and Quebec, being hit with another major snowstorm, keeping crews very busy for the second storm this week. Winter storm warnings are in effect for parts of both of those provinces, including in Toronto and in Montreal. And that significant snowfall is expected to make driving conditions, traveling and walking conditions very tricky, not only today, but throughout the weekend. Good morning, I'm Marianne Domain. You're watching CBC News Network, and our own Linda Ward has been outside all morning tracking the storm outside of our broadcast center right in the heart of downtown Toronto, looking more like a snow globe this morning, Linda, as that snow comes down.
Yeah.
And it has been coming down for hours now. So how is it looking out there?
Yeah, so right now the snow is starting to come down much more heavily. We expected this. We knew that when this snow started to accumulate, that would happen pretty quickly. We've got some pretty big fluffy snowflakes, but I've seen everything out here through the morning, from sort of freezing drizzle to smaller flakes, and now these big flakes, and it is starting to pile up on the roads and on the sidewalks here. So as we predicted, this is what's going to happen: 15 to 25 centimeters throughout the day, 3 to 6 centimeters at the peak per hour is what we're expecting across southern Ontario. When we look at Quebec as well, they're expecting even more snow. Montreal, Quebec City expecting up to 40 centimeters of snow today. In the eastern townships and the Gaspé expecting even more than that. And of course, this is all making for some pretty tricky driving conditions. And we're hearing from the Ontario Provincial Police about a jackknife tractor trailer on Highway 401 overnight out in Clarington. That is to the east. That tractor trailer lost control, jumped over the median. So certainly not ideal conditions. Also, something else to mention to the east, a major closure of that Highway 401 westbound near Coburg. So watch out if you are out driving around on the roads and the highways today. And if you're traveling through the airports as well, something to keep in mind that there are some major cancellations and delays at Toronto Pearson and Billy Bishop airports as well. At Toronto Pearson, 224 cancellations already because of this storm, Marianne.
Okay. Let's keep going through these. Here's global news. This one's from like 10 hours ago.
It is a second straight day of heavy snowfall right here in Toronto. Environment Canada warning that we will see another 15 to 25 additional centimeters of snow that will accumulate by the end of the day.
It's about a foot.
Now, coming on the back of a
if I'm not
few
mistaken.
mild winters, it might seem like the weather is more intense than usual. But as Professor Kent Moore tells us, this is a normal winter, and it spells good news for the spring.
This year's more like a normal winter. Our climate is changing. The Toronto region's warmed by about 1 degree Celsius in the last 40 years. And so I expect that we'll be seeing fewer of these sorts of winters in the future, and unfortunately more milder winters. The last couple of years, one of the reasons that the wildfire seasons have been exacerbated is because it hasn't been much precip in the winter. And so when spring comes, the ground is very dry. This year, in regions where there's been lots of snow, of course, that snowpack will melt come spring, and it'll.
So yeah, in some ways this is going to be very good. Hopefully this will, increase moisture levels in dry areas that have been experiencing, droughts. Perhaps increase snowpack on mountains, leading to more ice remaining there, because we've seen a lot of recession of ice levels.
Essentially dampen the potential early fire season. We may still have a fire season later, but the early fire season will probably not happen this year.
Winter storm warnings are in effect across southern and southeastern Ontario and in Quebec.
Yeah, that's something that Canada needs a lot of right now. As we've talked about in the past, even with it being winter and snow on the ground right now, there's probably, I don't know the number, but there's probably at least, like a dozen or more active wildfires in California right now that are just happening beneath the snow. Like what's it called? Like, it's not permafrost, right? But it's like the packed down, like peat moss, right? I knew there was like a word, there was a P word I couldn't think of, but like, dead leaves, twigs, all this other kind of stuff that winds up gets trapped, and there's like areas where fire can smolder throughout the entire winter and have access to enough air and to enough fuel to be able to continue smoldering throughout the year. So this can help with that, especially when it starts melting.
Otherwise bracing for an added 20 to 30 centimeters of snow. And in parts of the Maritimes, we're looking at strong winds and snow that's expected to last until Monday. Travel conditions have deteriorated, provincial police warning of poor visibility. But it's good news for those able to enjoy a long weekend with some fun outdoors.
Enjoy the winter weather, go, walk to the nearest hill and, toboggan or whatever, and just get out and enjoy what is unfortunately becoming rare, but a really nice Canadian winter.
There you go. A true Canadian winter. That was the last one, right? Oh, wait. No, we got one more on this snowy Canadian week here.
Instead of going on the highway and going skiing, I got on the subway and came downtown.
After just a few days
Beam
of
us up.
rest, Montreal is hit hard by a second snowstorm on Sunday. Urgence Santé is urging people to stay home if possible, as travel conditions are already tough with blowing snow and accumulation on the roads.
So we were going skiing at Jay Peak, but it was too snowy to drive.
So we're going here to Montreal to stay for a night, then we're going to go back to Ontario. Yeah.
And for the rest of the day, we're going to go shopping.
We were going to go around Mont Royal, like the town, walk around, but there are hotels here, so now we're just walking around here. It's not that cold, though. It's nice.
Around 3 p.m. on Sunday, Urgence Santé received 425 calls compared to 600 from Montreal and Laval, as many stayed home. Authorities continue to urge the public to keep driveways and sidewalks clear.
As you can see, Montreal is being buried in snow. All right. We are only a short time into the third half, so I guess we'll go straight into the space news here. This is a Sunday Funday. Figured we would do this. We've talked about this individual, this space count, if you will, in the past when he was running for Parliament. Last year, we gave our support. He was running against Rishi Sunak to be the new PM. And I figured we would go here to Richard Herring's podcast and hear once again from Count Binface.
So look, I just thought you were a bloke, you know, standing for elections, dressed up in a funny costume. But I've read your autobiography. It's called What on Earth, and you are a space alien from outer space. Could you want to tell us a little bit about your origins? And you're quite old.
I mean,
as
if
well.
I was a space alien not from outer space, it would be a poor start.
It would.
So yes, that's true. I'm from Sigma 9,
Yes.
in the Sigma Quadrant,
Yes.
leader of the Recyclons, and. Yes, you know, I mean, it's easy to find us. You know, Orion, the constellation. You got Orion's belt. Well, just underneath there, you got Orion's flies. Just aim for that. Couple of hours at hyperspeed, and you find us. It's a lovely spot, and I come here on my holidays.
So what made? I mean, look, you over the last few years, you've stood in many Earth elections and UK elections. Why would you come to the UK to stand in an election?
Easy pickings, that's why.
Yes, fair enough. Well, what attracted you to try and stand for Parliament and as a mayor in the UK? What was the impetus behind that?
Well, originally it was your year 2017, and I was on my holidays. I just quelled an insurrection in the Sigma Quadrant, and obviously. And I was just passing the Kuiper Belt, and I intercepted these strange transmissions coming from this peculiar little solar system saying you were in...
It's my brother. A relative of mine. Wow, so many comments in here about this. No relation to Count Binface or universe. Timelines were crossed. And I found myself to be a resident of this timeline, the worst timeline.
I in need of some effective opposition, and I was at a loose end, and then I intercepted another transmission of this sort of strange sort of theme tune. And I thought I needed to get into this, and it turned out to be a program known as Lovejoy. And I thought, fuck me, this is brilliant. So together, those two twin sort of propulsions sent me to Earth, and and then I thought I'd get involved in democracy. Because did you know, Richard, there's only one planet in the entire cosmos using democracy.
Right.
But you've gone and thrown away the fucking instruction booklet. So you could do with someone to show you. For me, when I happen upon a planet using democracy, to try and put it into terms a human would understand, it's like when you see a branch of Wimpy. You know? You think fuck me, is that still going? And it must have seen better days, but a bit of you still fancies a bite. And that's how I come about to democracy.
Well, I mean, you couldn't have come at a better time for someone like you, I think, to be here. We do seem to be in somewhat political chaos since you got here, and just slightly before you got here as well, I think.
Yeah, don't blame me. It's a correlation, not causation. Absolutely.
So
that's true. You know, I was supposed to be. I sort of was happy to model myself as the novelty, exotic candidate, but then you have people like Liz Truss, and suddenly I'm slap bang in the centre.
The lettuce.
It wasn't planned. It's just that you guys are so shit.
Yeah. Excuse me if I talk over you. It's quite difficult to get the social cues from when you.
Come on.
Could you drum up?
What?
We've already had the social cue of you discussing your testicles, so I think it's fair game, surely.
Oh, you know, I'm looking you in your eye slots. So I hope that's where you. I hope you can.
Yes, not the testicles.
Yeah, good. Well, we'll get into testicles. We might get into your alien testicles later. So the first.
No promises.
The first election you stood in. Was that against Theresa May? Was that your first one?
That's right, yes. Confusingly, because I ran under another name in that instance. I was, that time I was sort of branding myself by another title. Because what happened was, I thought, if I just come down to planet Earth and stand in an election as Count Binface, you guys will get freaked out. So I thought I need a disguise. And I discovered that about 25 years earlier, some human had this idea to get into a costume. And he dressed up as Lord Buckethead. And this baronetcy had lain dormant for a quarter of a century. So I know, I'll disguise myself as Lord Buckethead, and that way Theresa May will treat me with decorum and respect. And so it proved.
Yes. I mean, she didn't have a very good election.
Sadly for Britain, the UK, and the rest of the world, unsuccessful attempt by Count Binface to unseat Theresa May. We would have had a better world, perhaps, if that had happened.
Overall, she did win the seat, I think, and on that occasion, and you got 249 votes, which isn't too shabby.
No, for a first go, I was pretty good. It was already a sort of Buckethead record, and she only beat me by a mere 20-odd thousand votes, but she may have won the Democratic War. I won the Democratic Peace. Because where is she now? Nobody knows. Does anyone even remember her now? No, of course not. She's gone in the blink of an eye, and I'm still here. To quote John Major.
There's been quite a few prime ministers. It is difficult to quite remember them all.
Like Doctor Who's, isn't it? They just keep on changing.
I don't remember.
All right. There's a little bit of galactic comedy for you in lieu of space news on this Sunday Funday. Let's get on to the Earth news. Certainly got some things to talk about here. Lots happening. But as I mentioned earlier today, we started the stream off with a little celebration of African American History Month, and we are going to start off the third. Well, not start off, but the Earth half. Part of the third half. Talking a little bit about that some more. Let's go here now to PBS NewsHour from yesterday. About a book entitled Written in the Waters.
Between the 16th and 19th centuries, millions of captive Africans were forced onto slave ships and trafficked across the Atlantic Ocean. As many as 1,000 of these ships sank on the journey, and fewer than 20 of them have been found and properly documented. For our series Race Matters, I recently sat down with National Geographic explorer and writer Tara Roberts, who has been traveling the world documenting these underwater wrecks and the intrepid group of primarily Black divers working to uncover them. She tells these untold stories in her new memoir, Written in the Waters. Tara, thank you so much for joining us. Your journey that you relay in this book took you across 4 continents, but you got the idea for the project that became the book here in Washington, D.C. Tell us about that.
This was in 2016, and I got offered tickets to go and visit the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and it was there that my life completely changed. I saw a picture of a group of primarily Black women in wetsuits on a boat. I'd never seen a picture of Black women in wetsuits on a boat before, so it really struck something in me. I discovered that they were a part of this group called Diving with a Purpose, and that they spent their time searching for and documenting slave shipwrecks around the world. And that just, it floored me. It made me want to be a part of that work some kind of way.
When did you realize that your story and the histories that you were telling were all intertwined and could be part of this narrative?
It wasn't until I started to meet descendants of people who were on the ships that I started to think about my own ancestry, which is something that I didn't think about from the start, which maybe is a little surprising. I mean, I am a Black woman and it is the slave trade, but I just didn't think about it personally. And then traveling around the world and encountering so many different people from the African diaspora who had different understandings and perspectives of this history, it just had me question a lot of things.
You began your journey talking about how you were kind of trepidatious about going down this road, but you end it in this place of empowerment, writing, "On the bottom of the ocean, I feel agency instead of sorrow." How has this work empowered you?
I think that there's something about actually encountering real pieces of the past that makes the past clear and undeniable. But then there's something about the fact that I'm taking on this work, these other divers are taking on this work, historians, archaeologists, like all of these people are saying that we're not going to wait for anyone else to prioritize this history, that we are raising our hands and we're volunteering our time to bring this history back into memory. Like, that is not sad work. That is powerful work. I can say to the ancestors that I see you, I honor you, I remember you, I haven't forgotten. And that is really something for me to feel empowered around.
What were some of the most surprising facts that you learned about this history?
There were about 12,000 ships that participated in the slave trade. What I realized is that when I was growing up, I couldn't tell you the name of a single one of them, but yet I could tell you the name of the Mayflower. I could tell you all about the Titanic, but I couldn't tell you the name of a single one of these 12,000 ships. That didn't feel right to me. The other stat that just, it sits on my heart is the fact that approximately 1.8 million Africans died in the crossing from Africa to the Americas. I thought to myself, who's mourning that loss? It's an enormous amount of loss. Who even knows that? I didn't know that that many people had died in the crossing. It helps me see that there's a whole chapter of history that we just don't know.
We learn in the book that fewer than 1% of archaeologists are Black. That seems to have informed what parts of history get covered. Was that something that you learned more about on this journey?
Yes, absolutely. As I talked to and met more and more archaeologists, I actually asked them the same question. I was like, what difference does it make if there are more Black archaeologists or not? And what they said was really interesting. They said we ask different questions. We see different things. We're interested in different parts of the story. So to really get a complex, full story, you need all of these pieces. The other parts are just as important, but this part has really been missing. So I think it's just really important to have representation from a variety of people.
Well, there you go, people. Little discussion of Black history on Black History Month, something which Donald Trump doesn't want, nor his allies. Something that they were trying to remove from government-funded research. And when I was watching the story, I was wondering to myself whether or not something like this would be affected by it. And I don't know. I don't have an answer to it. But that's, you know, I just felt like we just needed to do this while we were talking about all this DEI. You know, with Republicans trying to move it from everywhere. You know, I figured we'd watch a story about how it's important to have DEI. You know, to have different perspectives in important, you know, in all fields. But, you know, when it comes to research as well. All right. All right, let's go now. Talking about, we're going to talk about Canada, and we're going to talk about Canada and its relationship with the United States and with Europe. But they seem to be sort of stuck between right now in this moment, with Donald Trump levying tariffs against them. Melanie Joly and Justin Trudeau both went to Europe to speak with leaders and appeal to them on a number of issues, you would assume, in terms of partnerships. Here's PBS NewsHour, 2 PBS NewsHours in a row. That's never happened. Oh my god. Okay, I guess we'll do 2 PBSs in a row. Sounds fine. This was 9 hours ago.
The future of Ukraine took center stage at Munich Security Conference over the last few days. Before the U.S. announced it would meet with Russian officials, our foreign affairs correspondent and defense correspondent Nick Schifrin sat down in Germany with Canadian Foreign Minister Melanie Joly. They began by focusing on U.S. economic threats against Canada and tensions, including in Munich, between the U.S. and its closest allies.
Here in Munich this weekend, you told Europeans, quote, "You're next" on tariffs, and that Canada and Europe had to work together when it comes to tariffs. Has the Trump administration's trade talk, has the Trump administration's rhetoric here, even in Europe, affected how the U.S. is perceived as an ally?
Well, when it comes to tariffs, it's already the case in the sense that steel and aluminum tariffs are already being imposed starting March 12th on European allies and on everybody, actually. Canada is the biggest client of the U.S. We buy from Americans more than China, Japan, France, and the U.K. We're the best neighbors. We're best friends. We're completely linked. And so, of course, if it happens against Canada, it will happen against Europeans.
President Trump has paused the 25% tariffs that he threatened on Canada for 1 month. You called those 25% tariffs, quote, an existential threat. Do you believe that President Trump will impose the tariffs?
Well, the basis on which these tariffs were going to be imposed on Canada and Mexico were based on fentanyl and the fact that there were issues at the border. So we wanted to do the best for us and also for the U.S., which is having a very secure border, having a joint strike force against fentanyl, making sure we have a border czar. We're getting very good vibes coming from Washington, but we understand that the threat will continue to be there. And in that sense, in Canada, the reaction is, first, we'll take care of ourselves. Second, we need to be closer to other allies. And we need to diversify our trade. And thirdly, I think that Canadians expect their government to be very strong on this.
Canada threatened about $155 billion worth of tariffs against the U.S. Are you keeping that threat on the table? And what would you do if, in fact, Donald Trump continues with the 25% tariffs as threatened?
Well, of course, this is our response.
There you go. Melanie Joly basically saying in multiple ways that the United States and Canada are growing further and further apart, exponentially so, ever since Donald Trump took office and started threatening them with tariffs and other sorts of stupid trade war stuff. And yeah, this is the Trump era right now. we are making all of our allies enemies, or at least not friends anymore. You know, like, they don't want to say it. They want, because we in many ways Canada needs us, we need them. Just trying to be diplomatic, but they're not having these talks with European leaders for no good reason.
And we'll make sure that we abide by what we said to first Canadians, but also to Americans. We have to respond if we're under threat.
This weekend, you chaired the first G7 foreign ministers meeting this year, mostly focused on Ukraine, I'm told. And this week, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said that Ukraine probably would not be able to recapture all its occupied territory and would probably not join NATO. Vice President Vance, at the end of the week, said, maybe U.S. troops could even be sent into Ukraine. What is the impact of U.S. mixed messages on Ukraine?
We need to make sure that we stand with Ukraine. And Ukrainians have been fighting for their own freedom, but we're not naive. We know that if Russia doesn't go unchecked, it's our own freedom that is at stake. And so that's why I was happy to see that within the foreign ministers meeting of the G7, we all agreed that first, Ukraine needed to make sure that it was going to have access to a comprehensive, a just, and long-lasting peace, and also that Ukraine needed security guarantees, Nick. So that's why I think that the G7 statement is a strong one. It is one on which all G7 members agree, including, of course, the U.S. And so I think it sends a strong message.
So does that mean that you have faith that the United States will continue supporting Ukraine?
I think that it is important that they do. And I think at the same time, we hear the clear message, Nick. We need to do more on defense spending. Canada will do so. And so if it's about burden sharing, no problem. Let's have that conversation. But let's not have a bad deal for Ukraine.
Finally, President Trump has continued to joke about Canada as the 51st state. He's questioned the sovereignty of Greenland and Panama. What is the impact when the President of the United States questions the sovereignty of countries, including NATO allies?
Well, I think Canadians have been clear. They don't like it. We don't like it. And, we will make sure that that never happens. We will continue to be the best friends and, best neighbors America will ever have. But we will never be a state, and we will never be a colony. Period.
Period. Well, pretty resolute response there. All right, let's move on from Melanie Joly on to the man himself.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, apparently, the EU is now under another threat from Donald Trump and his stupid trade war. Let's see what he's got to say. I guess this isn't really a threat. I take it back. It's like a it's more like a tantrum. It's more like a child's tantrum.
Why is that? Why? Reciprocal tariffs. They don't like That's all right.
It's okay.
Let them do it. Let them do it.
Let them do it.
They're just hurting themselves if they did that. I can't imagine it, but it doesn't matter. We're
Wait.
having reciprocal tariffs. Whatever they charge.
This is hilarious. So Donald Trump here, somehow understanding that Europe doing tariffs will do, or by banning certain U.S. goods will hurt them. He doesn't see how doing the same in our country as the exact same thing. I just need to hear that one more time.
Let them do it.
Let them do it.
Let them do it. They're just hurting themselves.
Yeah.
If they do that. I can't imagine it, but
Okay.
it doesn't matter. We're having reciprocal tariffs. Whatever they charge, we charge. Very simple.
Oh my God.
If a certain country like India,
idiot.
which is very high tariff, if they charge us X dollars, we charge them X dollars. It's all right. It's a fair thing to do. Even the media said it was fair. And it's going to be very good for the United States.
Do you have an opinion on your timing of your meeting with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, so yeah, there we go. EU threatening and considering banning import of U.S. fruits into EU countries. And Donald Trump saying, let him do it. Let him do it. Just hurt him. It'll just hurt them. Unlike what I'm doing, which is the exact same thing. Alright, let's go here. Not the biggest news, but certainly news nonetheless. Let's go to this. In Italy, I guess technically Rome, Pope Francis, the woke pope, apparently been hospitalized due to poor health.
Pope Francis, who is receiving treatment in hospital for a respiratory tract infection, will not appear in public on Sunday to lead his usual weekly prayer, the Vatican said in a statement on Saturday. The pontiff, who is 88, has been suffering from bronchitis for more than a week. He was admitted to Rome's Gemelli Hospital on Friday morning. People were seen outside of the hospital on Saturday, praying for Francis's quick recovery near a statue dedicated to the late Pope John Paul II, who was also treated there during his long papacy. One such adherent was Sister Jean, a passionate nun who lives in Rome, who told Reuters she hopes the prayers support the Pope so that he can continue his ministry. The Vatican said in the statement that the Pope has seen some improvement. Earlier, the Vatican said he would remain in hospital as long as necessary for his treatment. Gemelli Hospital, Rome's largest, has a special suite for treating popes. Francis, who has been pontiff since 2013, has had influenza and other health issues several times over the past.
That sweet Pope suite. Well, I know Republicans think that the current Pope is like the devil because he recognized the existence of some LGBT people and other things like that. Suggested that a number of things that apparently they didn't like. I can't remember all of them, but some anti-war stuff I've heard him say they didn't like. It's the Pope. The woke Pope. But people are hoping that he gets better, and I honestly will say I hope he gets better too. You know, who knows what the next Pope will be. But you know, wouldn't want to lose the woke Pope. The Pope is just a guy in a weird hat. It's true. But with that weird hat comes weird responsibility. With great hat comes great responsibility. It's true. All right. Where next? Let's go to the EU, to Germany, to Munich, where a number of speakers came and talked, J.D. Vance included. We heard him say some insane things, suggesting that Germany was being unfair to their local Nazis.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And Olaf Scholz had a response to some of that.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz delivered a strong rebuke to J.D. Vance on Saturday after the US Vice President attacked Europe's stance toward hate speech and the far right. Speaking at the Munich Security Conference, Scholz defended German political parties' decision to not work with the far-right Alternative for Germany, or AfD, pointing out its links to Nazism.
Ein Bekenntnis zum Nie wieder ist daher nicht.
A commitment to never again cannot be reconciled with support for the AfD. That's why we will not accept it if outsiders intervene in our democracy, in our elections, and in the democratic formation of opinion in favour of this party. That's just not done, certainly not amongst friends and allies. We resolutely reject this.
The prospect of talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine had been expected to dominate the annual conference after a phone call between the US and Russian presidents this week. But Vance stunned the conference attendees on Friday when he barely mentioned Russia or Ukraine in his speech. Instead, he said the threat to Europe that worried him most was what he called a retreat from the protection of free speech, as well as immigration issues. On Saturday, Scholz drew laughter when he took aim at the lack of comment from Vance on Russia and Ukraine.
Do you think there was anything in the Vice President's speech worth reflecting on?
You mean all this very relevant as discussions about Ukraine and security in Europe?
Scholz's political rival also joined the chorus of rebukes against Vance on Saturday. German conservative opposition leader Friedrich Merz pointed to the Trump administration's move to deny certain access to the Associated Press news agency.
We would never kick out a news agency out of the press room of our chancellor.
Well, that's what the Trump administration certainly did. AP kicked out. PB going to bed. Good to see PB. Sleep well. Alright, now let's go to Africa, talk a few different stories we got there. There's been a lot going on. We talked earlier about the African Union elected a new president. And we talked about this one yesterday too. Let's go with this one here. France 24 from Nigeria. To talk about, what is going on, at least in this country in particular, since U.S. aid was just frozen by the Trump administration. Nigeria has been attempting to offset that, but America could do all sorts of stuff to help with what's been going on in Nigeria.
Well, shifting gears now, the fallout from President Donald Trump's move to put a funding freeze on the U.S. Agency for International Development continues. Nigeria is trying to cushion the blow. Lawmakers today approved an additional $200 million for the health sector as part of its 2025 spending plan. The most populous country in Africa was among the top 10 recipients of aid from the U.S. Well, France 24's Mark Perelman has been speaking to Winnie Banyima, the Executive Director of UN AIDS, about the wider impact of the shutdown of USAID.
We, UNAIDS, have estimated, having looked at the impacts on the ground and looking at the figures that we monitor, that if the support the United States government has been putting in is not replaced, we already have 630,000 deaths last year, but we could have 6.3 million more deaths in the next 5 years. There are 20 million people who are alive today because they are swallowing some tablets every day and coming directly from funding of the United States government. If we do not quickly find a way to fill this gap, they could die. But let me say this also, it wasn't
Okay, we heard the other part of it yesterday, so I'm just going to stop it right there. She does get into the fact that, the U.S. government and U.S. companies could do a lot more to stop AIDS in particular, rather than You know, charging 50 times more than what it costs to make certain drugs, like the one that Gilead makes, might help put an end to AIDS, rather than just sort of drawing it out for profit forever. Just an idea.
It's science.
All right. So yeah, the effects there, though, of USAID losing its funding, at least for the meantime, until I think there's going to have to be. I believe there's still there was supposed to be a stop to the stop, but from what I can tell, the Trump administration has still continued to attempt to hold these funds, and so I don't know. We're gonna have to wait for this, I guess, go through appeals, and then wait to see what happens then. All right, let's go to Congo, the DRC, where apparently M23 rebel leader is promising now to restore order after having occupied another major city in the eastern DRC. When the old regime was in power, it was a jungle. It's been 60 years that you've been living in this. 60 years is too much. We're going to clean up the disorder left over from the old regime. We know this will take time. If we work together, it's possible. He told us that there will be no problems for people who are hungry or for people who have money in the bank. There will be no problems in the days to come. They will tell us how to proceed. We have complained about the lack of food because there's a famine at the moment. He reassured us that from Monday there will be change. Now that would be interesting. See how they very well may manage to achieve that, but a number of people have immediately fled after the M23 rebels took took possession, if you will, of this area. After they seized this territory, people fled, concerned about ethnic violence, something which M23 has, of course, been accused of and involved in the past. All right, now let's go to this story. This is a horrifying story. What happened in South Africa? Yes, let's go south here. This is 7 hours ago from Reuters. Is the volume up? Oh, yeah, okay.
Muhsin Hendricks, said to be the world's first openly gay imam, was shot dead in South Africa on Saturday, according to local police. The 57-year-old cleric gained international recognition for challenging traditional interpretations of Islam and championing an inclusive faith. He ran a mosque in Cape Town for marginalized Muslims. Authorities reported that 2 unidentified assailants with covered faces fired multiple shots at the vehicle Hendricks was traveling in. The attack has sent shockwaves through the LGBTQ+ community and beyond, prompting calls for an investigation into the potential hate crime. Human rights activist Shoki Wafula Silas, originally from Uganda, is feeling the loss personally.
He was teaching people his teachings about faith, spiritual development of a human being, understanding your faith. That's why when you would go to the mosque, you find Christians in the mosque, find Muslims, you find people who don't belong to any community. But I was teaching them faith.
Despite South Africa's progressive constitution protecting LGBTQ+ rights, the country still faces high rates of discrimination and violence against the community.
Yeah, I found this to be a horrifying story. You know, an inclusive religious figure such as this particular imam being what I would assume attacked for his identity as a gay man, was clearly making an impact on his community. It seemed to be a positive one, and you know, clearly taken away from that community all too soon. All right, let's go on to the Middle East. We've got some stuff to talk about here. And we're first going to go here to PBS NewsHour before we go to talking about Gaza or some of the other things that have been going on here. We have to go to Lebanon and talk about the ceasefire agreement that never really happened. With everything else going on, we've barely been talking about Lebanon. You know, we certainly talked about some of the aspects of this, but now PBS is even recognizing what is going on here, which I found to be pretty kind of shocking, honestly, for them to be doing this story, making it kind of clear, although as you'll see here, not perfectly clear, that Israel is the ones to blame for this, but nevertheless recognizing that this is going on.
This week is the deadline for Israeli troops to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Tuesday is the agreed-upon date, but Israel already missed one previous deadline at the end of January, and it's indicated it will remain in some strategic areas along the border, raising...
Yeah, this is the second one that they're missing now, seemingly, right? There was already one, and that's why we've been covering how people have been trying to make their way back to southern Lebanon, where they're supposed to be allowed to go do this ceasefire deal. Israel has continued to occupy the area, and another line was drawn. They were supposed to be completely out. Now they're going through the second deadline. So, you know, Israel doesn't seem to take ceasefire agreements all that seriously.
Fears of a prolonged occupation. U.S. Central Command, which chairs the ceasefire committee, reiterated on Friday it expects Israel to hand over control of all population centers by the Tuesday deadline. Special correspondent Simona Foltine has our report from southern Lebanon, where she embedded with UN forces.
In southern Lebanon, UN peacekeepers watch over a fragile ceasefire. Lieutenant Colonel Shane Rocket leads the Irish battalion here.
We're about 6 to 7 kilometers from the blue line.
The blue line is the UN's demarcation line separating Lebanon and Israel. For decades, this UN mission, called UNIFIL, has been stationed here to keep hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah at bay.
Our job here is to be the eyes and ears of the international community and pass on whatever information we can see on the ground in relation to violations.
And the violations have been many. Almost 3 months after the ceasefire came into effect, Israel still occupies Lebanese territory and is likely to stay past a second deadline. The delays have sparked fierce opposition from Hezbollah and Lebanon's newly formed government. UNIFIL has been caught in the middle.
It's been tense, it's been unpredictable. There's been a lot of movement of the civilian population out of the area of operations. There's been a lot of kinetic activity here, and it's been difficult to operate as a UN peacekeeping force in those conditions.
While Hezbollah has stopped firing rockets into northern Israel, the Lebanese government accuses Israel of hundreds of attacks on Lebanese soil since the truce began in November.
UNIFIL doesn't have the mandate to enforce the ceasefire. Its job is to monitor and report violations. But even that has become more challenging in recent months as it faces growing movement restrictions, especially from the Israeli side.
To access Lebanese areas under the IDF's control, UNIFIL must obtain Israeli permission.
We are given permission for certain conditions. If we need to go to a UN position that will go through that particular village or around that village, we request permission to travel in those locations. Freedom of movement for the UN and in assistance to the LAF, the freedom of movement of both of us in the area of operations is difficult at the moment. There are a number of roadblocks.
Yeah, Israel restricting even the UN's peacekeeping forces from moving around in the place they're supposed to be keeping peace.
There are a number of conditions that are set that mean that we can't go into certain locations, and that's been frustrating as a commander here.
As a result...
Okay. That's enough of that story. It's very frustrating. Israel seems to be ignoring the basic tenets of all of the ceasefire arrangements that they signed to. Now, let's go back to the United States real quick to hear from one Ronald McDonald DeSantis. Because he had something to say relating to the protests that, I don't know, I guess he's anticipating. Apparently, you know, he believes that anti-Israel protesters will be taking over Florida, and that he's going to do something about that.
Really, I mean, we just signed this big immigration bill. We're making it a crime to enter Florida illegally. We're able to hold local officials accountable. Locals have to participate in immigration enforcement. No bail for these criminal aliens. Like, there's a lot of really good things that people have been asking for a long time. And, you know, Cayenne really, from the beginning of our administration, as just a private citizen, an angel mom, helped us get the sanctuary cities ban passed. You know, that was important, but like, it's really, unfortunately, with Biden, it didn't matter if you were sick, because like, he was he made our country a sanctuary. But now, you know, you'll see if any locals try to do it, and then we even have more ability to go. But like, she's been a part now in the legislature of really bringing this stuff in. Now, there's a lot of work to do to implement. We're going to have some great announcements over the next week in particular. But I'm really excited that Florida's leading the way yet again on an issue that's really, really significant.
Sorry, I forgot that there was like, I did not cue this up right at all, actually. But I forgot that there, like, he talks about immigration during this.
To our voters. Now, another area that we've led on over the last many years has been our unwavering commitment to law and order. And that wasn't always the case in some parts of the country. In fact, even many parts of the country wavered.
Unless it means freedom of speech
for some of those years.
And protest.
For us, that was never anything that we contemplated. And not only did we reject the defund the police movement when that was raging during the BLM riots of 2020 and in the ensuing years, we actually signed legislation in Florida prohibiting local governments from defunding their police forces. We are not going to let asinine policies take hold in the state of Florida, whether it's at the state or local level. We also we responded to the BLM riots in Florida by not letting them burn our cities down like they let in other places, which was good. But we also knew we needed to do more, so we have enacted strong anti-rioting legislation, which makes sure that people that try to do that will be held accountable. We are not tolerating looting or lawlessness or mob violence in the state of Florida. And you notice when you have part of that bill was to keep our roads clear, you know, because these people would be in like Minneapolis and they'd shut down the bridges and stuff. And I'm like, that's not going to happen in Florida. And so fast forward a few years later, pro-Hamas protesters, they tried to go out on the streets in Florida And I think Miami PD got them off in 13 minutes, but then I think Highway Patrol, State Highway Patrol, got another group off in 11 minutes, and they were gone. And we're just not tolerating it, so don't even try it.
Don't even try it, from Ron DeSantis. Don't even try to do protests, okay? We're gonna stop it. Law and order.
Illegal.
Now, I'm sure a guy who's on board for that is probably, I think, you know, he's kind of friends, I think, with Ron here. One little Marco Rubio.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
He's been making his way across the globe, meeting with leaders, telling them about how we're going to Americafy the world.
Fuck yeah!
And after leaving the conference in Munich, he went on a little trip to the Middle East, specifically Israel, of course. Oh, I forgot. There's no sound in this. I don't know why there's no sound for any of these, this particular video or some of the other ones I have. So I just cut it down to this one when I was putting this all together. This is not the only one. But they did a speech, and we're gonna sort of, yeah, there we go. Shaking the hand of Benny Netanyahu and the little Marco. There's no sound for this clip, and it's very annoying to me. But there is sound for the next clip, where they did a little press conference. Let's go here.
Okay, we're taking you live to West Jerusalem, where the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and they're just about to speak to the press. And here they go. Let's listen in.
My dear friend Marco.
Oh, they already bro hugged earlier.
Great to welcome you in Jerusalem.
It is so weird that they need to do another bro hug in this moment. We literally just got done watching them bro hug in a different room. We got to do it in each room before every statement. We're such good friends. We do this all. This is totally normal. Oh God, BB seems really excited.
It's great to welcome you in Jerusalem with your delegation. It's great to welcome you in Jerusalem as Secretary of State of the United States. I have to say that this visit comes in the wake of a historic visit to Washington. I've said.
What is happening? Oh, right.
I've said, and I'm going to repeat it again because it's so true. President Trump is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House.
The greatest friend
and the visit in Washington reflected that in every way.
I just wanted to sit with everybody, you know. I feel like I got some flack for not giving Donald Trump credit from some people, not a lot, but a couple. Right? For whatever, but he's coming into this with Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Donald Trump is the very best friend that Israel's ever had. Now think about that statement, because how much has America done for Israel, right? But I mean, when you think about what Donald Trump has promised Benjamin Netanyahu in public, let alone who knows what he's promised him in private, but oh God, like. First off, he seems to really think he's getting all of this stuff, that they're going to ethnically cleanse all Palestinians in a forced transfer of people.
Illegal.
I found this statement to be wild. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, okay, that's who we got in office. The very best friend of a country whose leader is wanted by the International Criminal Court.
And your visit here reflects it in every way. Throughout your political career, you've been a great supporter of Israel and a great champion of the U.S.-Israel alliance. I have no doubt that your unwavering support will continue during your tenure as Secretary of State, And I also have no doubt that you'll be a voice of clarity and courage on the world stage for the values that we in Israel, here in America, hold dear, the values of freedom for all those who cherish liberty.
I love how he amended it. We value freedom for a specific group of people who love our form of liberty. Everybody else can go suck it.
You're already doing that, and I want to tell you that it's heard loud and clear here and everywhere else. Today, Secretary Rubio and I had a very productive discussion with our staffs on a number of issues.
Very productive.
None of them are more important than Iran. Israel and America stand shoulder to shoulder in countering the threat of Iran. We agreed that the Ayatollah...
When I heard this, I was utterly just sort of like taken aback that they were already moving on to talking about Iran, as if their plans for Gaza are already a done deal, right? Making it sound like that was their main focus in these meetings. And we don't know what they said because they're private. I think they allowed cameras in there, but they didn't allow microphones. We have no idea what they said. And so, are we to assume that they're assuming that all the plans that have been set up to this point by Donald Trump on ethnically cleansing Palestine and the West Bank, annexing the West Bank and all this other stuff, essentially just what's the word? Old history, or I can't think of. There's a phrase I cannot think of it right now, but that it's somehow foregone conclusion. And now we got to move on to starting a war with Iran itself? Is that what I'm to understand? Because that's what I'm getting from this conversation. It's like, oh, we actually moved past this. We know what we're getting with Gaza. Now it's time to talk about perhaps a multilateral front against Iran. This is insane.
Must not have nuclear weapons. And we also agreed that Iran's aggression in the region has to be rolled back. Over the last 16 months, Israel has dealt a mighty blow to Iran's terror axis. Under the strong leadership of President Trump, and with your unflinching support, I have no doubt that we can and will finish the job. We also spoke a great deal about Gaza. I thank Secretary Rubio for President Trump's assistance in helping us secure the release of another 3 hostages yesterday. These are hostages that Hamas refused to support only a few days to release only a few days earlier. And I also thanked him for America's unequivocal backing for Israel's policy.
He's got to get that in there. Hamas refused a few days earlier not to give back the hostages when we were seen, and by we I mean Israel, to be supporting the forced transfer of Palestinians. After Donald Trump said that stuff, Benjamin Netanyahu was beaming and like applauding all of this stuff and saying this was the greatest thing he'd ever heard. And oh, shockingly, Hamas had a problem with that. I cannot understand why.
In Gaza, in moving forward, I want to assure everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation and coordination between us. We have a common strategy, and we can't always share the details of this strategy with the public, including when the gates of hell will be opened, as they surely will, if all our hostages are not released until the last one of them.
This is wild. Oh my God. They're just reiterating all of Donald Trump's worst rhetoric. We're going to open the gates of hell, as if what they've already done wasn't that. Dropping multiple nuclear bombs worth of explosives onto the country. I mean, it's insane. This is fucking insane.
Israel is determined to achieve all the war objectives we set after the horrific attack on October 7th, the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. We will eliminate Hamas's military capability and its political rule in Gaza. We will bring all our hostages home, and we will ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. The unequivocal support of the United States on Gaza will help us achieve these objectives faster and set us on a path for a different future. Secretary Rubio and I discussed President Trump's bold vision for Gaza, for Gaza's future, how we can work together to...
I gotta say, I've listened to too many of these BB talks, press briefings, and everything else. Like, his tone has shifted from the Biden administration, you know? If I didn't like his tone then, which I certainly did not, like, now the way he's talking, it's like he knows he's unconstrained by this administration whatsoever, and he's got the green light for literally anything, including war crimes. Like explicitly so. Donald Trump himself is suggesting war crimes and crimes against humanity to deal with the situation. So I think he just thinks, you know, reins are gone, if they ever existed at all. Right, we talked too much about red lines not existing over the last year and other shit like that, and piecemeal attempts to address the, you know, crimes against humanity that were happening, Leahy law, everything else. But honestly, he just seems so emboldened by all of this. It is terrifying.
Sure that future becomes a reality. We also discussed the situation in Syria after the collapse of Assad's regime, a collapse that was made possible by Israel's weakening of Iran's terror axis, especially the weakening of Hezbollah and the removal of Nasrallah. For over a decade before October 7th, Israel acted to prevent Iran from developing new terror fronts against us in Syria, right opposite the Golan Heights and deeper in Syria. And we conducted hundreds of airstrikes, perhaps 1,000, in order to prevent it.
Oh my God, the way he talks about
any other force in Syria today believes that Israel will permit other hostile forces to use Syria as a base of operations against us, they are gravely mistaken. Israel...
This is insane. This dude is insane. I mean, he's just like trying to justify and post Israel's having, you know, attacked Syria when there was a ceasefire agreement between them after Bashar al-Assad left, moving into the Syrian Golan Heights. I mean, technically all of it, but whatever.
Act to prevent any threat from emerging near our border in southwest Syria. The Secretary and I discussed Lebanon as well. Israel is committed to the ceasefire understandings that were reached in November. We expect the government of Lebanon to be equally committed to their fulfillment. The scenes we saw this weekend in Beirut of UNIFIL forces being attacked by Hezbollah, this was not encouraging. The two UN resolutions that everyone refers to, 1559, 1709, 1701, well, they must be fully implemented. Hezbollah must be disarmed. And Israel would prefer that the Lebanese army do that job. But no one should doubt that Israel will do what it has to do to enforce the understandings of...
So Israel thinks that they can... I think he's referring to Israeli resolutions, saying that they want to get rid of Hezbollah. Doesn't mean it makes it, you know, law for everybody else. But the suggestion that the only way to end... not even to end. I don't think he even said it. He's just saying this completely devoid of any context, I feel like. But just suggesting that Hezbollah, Israel's going to destroy Hezbollah the same way it's destroyed. I mean, Hamas, which they haven't. Which feels to me like a pre-justification for returning to the war in Lebanon, which they basically never stopped.
Ceasefire and defend our security. The Secretary and I also discussed how the many international institutions have been hijacked and turned into anti-American and anti-Israeli forums. We see that in the UN General Assembly, in the UN Human Rights Commission, where anti-Americanism is rampant, and more resolutions are passed about Israel than any the rest of the world combined.
I'm sorry.
And we see it especially.
Did you just say the UN Human Rights Council is anti-American? It's against anti-human rights abuses is what it's against in the U.S. The U.S. has committed a few of those sorts of atrocities, and so You know, this is wild. This is an insane speech.
In the lawfare that is being waged against America and Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, and elsewhere, the ICC has outrageously libeled Israel and issued arrest warrants based on utter lies. Like America, Israel is not subject to the jurisdiction of the ICC and does not accept the court's authority.
Yeah.
Israel commends President Trump and his administration for restoring his executive order against the ICC and for moving quickly to sanction ICC officials.
Love this. The U.S. and Israel working together to end international law.
The Secretary and I discussed working together to formulate a common strategy to deal with the threat of lawfare and neutralize this threat once and for all. So these are some of the issues we discussed today. Believe it or not, there were more, many more. We can say that the Middle East today has many opportunities, many challenges, and we think we can realize the opportunities and also meet the challenges. And I have no doubt that working together, America and Israel will overcome the challenges and seize the opportunities.
Overcome the challenges of
I have to
international
say
law.
That I'm absolutely
I love it. I love it. I
under
love those
President
vibes.
Trump's leadership,
International law is
working
challenging.
together
It certainly is challenging when you're committing international crimes.
with Secretary Rubio, Marco,
Illegal.
the best days of our
Hey,
lives.
don't worry about it, little
are still
Marco.
yet to
Gentlemen.
come. Welcome to Jerusalem. Welcome, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. It is an honor to be back here. I've been here many times before as an American visiting and then as a member of the United States Senate, but now for the first time as the Secretary of State of the United States, and it's an honor to be here. And it's an honor to serve in this role on behalf of President Donald Trump, who, as you've accurately stated, Mr. Prime Minister, is a tremendous friend of Israel. There's been no stronger ally for Israel in the White House than President Trump. He's also a man that speaks clearly and unambiguously and makes clear his views on issues. The first he's made clear is, and as you've pointed out, and the hostages need to come home, they need to be released, and you work in very close coordination with him. He's working in very close coordination, but with the Prime Minister and his government in ensuring that that happens. That must happen. It's not optional. And would add that that's a goal we share in common, and that is something we work on very closely together. The President's also been very bold about his view of what the future for Gaza should be. Not the same tired ideas of the past, but...
Oh my God, I love how he talks about it. Mighty man of valor. Such a bold strategy. Nobody's thought before to think of suggesting a war crime or a violation of international human rights law. That is bold. Creativity, that's thinking outside the box.
Closely together. The President's also been very bold about his view of what the future for Gaza should be. Not the same tired ideas of the past, but something that's new, bold, and something that frankly took courage and vision in order to outline.
Yes, courage.
And it may have shocked and surprised many, but what cannot continue is the same cycle where we repeat over and over again and wind up in the exact same place. Related to that, the President's been very clear. Hamas cannot continue as a military or government force. And frankly, as long as it stands
Or
as a
government
force that can govern or as a force that...
Yeah, here's, Marco saying all the probably expected things at this point.
Administer or as a force that can threaten by use of violence. Peace becomes impossible. They must be eliminated. They must be eradicated. On the broader issues that we discussed as well is the questions in Syria. And while the fall of Assad is certainly promising and important, if Syria replacing one destabilizing force for another is not a positive development. And that is something that we will watch very carefully as we seek to...
Laying the groundwork for Israel to invade Syria. This is fun.
Our own strategy with regards to how to approach the events in Syria. In the case of Lebanon, our goals are aligned and the same. A strong Lebanese state that can take on and disarm Hezbollah.
Wow, so here we go. This is the Middle East policy of the Trump administration to come in and say who can be in government in the Middle East and who cannot. Right? Because Hezbollah technically has been elected in the south of Lebanon. You know, whether or not you like the results of that democracy happening, it happened. You know, now technically Hamas hasn't had an election for like 20 years or something like that. It's been a while, but same kind of goes for that as well, right? But once again, you know, and same thing for Syria, right? Every single one of these instances, he's saying, you know, they cannot exist if they don't do exactly as we want, right? That's the new Middle East policy. This is the peace in the Middle East policy of the United States of the Trump administration in full force.
Theme in all of these challenges is Iran. It is the single greatest source of instability in the region.
Can't forget Iran.
Behind every terrorist group, behind every act of violence, behind every destabilizing activity, behind everything that threatens peace and stability for the millions of people who call this region home, is Iran. And by Iran, I mean the Ayatollahs. By Iran, I mean its regime. A regime who, by the way, its people don't support. The people of Iran are victims of that regime. And so I think it's important to constantly point that whether we talk about Hamas, or we talk about Hezbollah, or we talk about violence in the West Bank, or we talk about destabilization in Syria, or we talk about any of these issues, the militias in Iraq, they all have behind them one common theme: Iran. And that must be addressed. And there can never be a nuclear Iran. A nuclear Iran that could then hold itself immune from pressure and from action. That can never happen. The president's been clear about that as well. And so I close where I began by reiterating our strong support for our allies, very close allies and partners here in Israel, to the people of this great country, for whom we have tremendous love and respect for everything you're facing, have faced, and continue to face. It is an extraordinary story of bravery. A nation founded in the ashes and in the aftermath of a horrifying crime against humanity, stood from its very inception.
I love how he's skipping over. He's quickly skipping over the crime against humanity that occurred to establish it. But okay.
From the very day of its birth, against threats from every angle and every corner, and has served as an example to the world of a pluralistic society, a free enterprise democracy. And
pluralistic democracy that completely you know, ignores an entire ethnic group, multi-million people, multiple millions of people. That's a pluralistic democracy, is it, Marco? Fun. This is a fun time. I'm having a fun time pretending. Are you? Is this good for everybody?
If there were more Israels in the Middle East, more countries like that, the world would be a safer and a better place. And this is what we hope for the region and for our planet. A nation that's always sought peace, but will not allow itself to be intimidated or destroyed by its enemies. And on that front, you can always count on us. As long as I'm in this position,
going to the Middle East and
saying,
saying,
the White House, so
bring it, I guess. Not sure how else to take this one. Look at that. Got to get another bro hug in there. Best buddies.
Okay,
Look
so
at that.
not taking any
Blinken
questions.
never got hugs like that.
That was the Israeli.
I wonder how Anthony Blinken's feeling right now. It's like, I did so much for you, Bibi. And yet, I never got a hug. What the heck, man? Okay. Let's move on from... Oh shit, we should take a break. Shit, we are at 6 hours. Thankfully, we already have the rollover content prepared by our chat. We completed a goal hours and hours ago, guaranteeing that this stream would continue on, regardless of the time. But we must do a quick break. Alrighty then. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you don't miss any of the galactic content. While you're doing all that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by people like you. So many great ways to do that, of course. YouTube, got the Cash app, the PayPal, the Twitch, but Patreon, best way to dip your toe in the water, in my opinion. So many great reasons for that, including the fact that you get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Only 3, count them, 1, 2, 3, US dollars to become a patron. Galactically speaking, benefits include, but are not limited to, an avatar on these break screens and a shout out at the end of every show. So much more. I'm not even gonna get into it right now, but do go on to Patreon, to our website, check out the tiers, and you'll find out for yourself. What else was I going to say? Oh, right. Also, don't sign up through Apple's store. Otherwise, we will have problems with it. So just use either Android or the website, and then use the apps, whatever one you want, to infinitum. I don't care. Just as long as the payment's going through the website rather than the other one. Otherwise, we might not get our funds for a really long time. That's not cool. You're right, it is rude, but it's Apple, and they're a monopoly. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. like I need a break after what just happened on that break. Wow. Okay, show's about to start, so get back to those seats, chat. Sitting for a long time. Remember, people, move around. Let's take this moment. Just move around our limbs just a little bit. There we go. Remember, we're humans. We must use our bodies for things. Okay. Alright, I'm alive. I'm here. Jesus. Okay. All right, back to the news. What do you say? Let's see what BBC had on analysis as it relates to this recent meeting between Marco Rubio and Bibi Netanyahu.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says his country is working in full cooperation with the US in eliminating Hamas and ending the conflict in Gaza. He was speaking after meeting the US Secretary of State in what is Marco Rubio's first visit to the Middle East since his appointment. Secretary Rubio said the two countries shared a common position on Gaza as he reiterated President Trump's plan for the future of the region. He also highlighted the threat of Iran and promised the US would not allow Tehran to become a nuclear state. Mr. Netanyahu praised Donald Trump as the greatest US president Israel ever had and warned Hamas that Israel would, in his words, open the gates of hell if all hostages were not returned.
I want to assure everyone who's now listening to us, President Trump and I are working in full cooperation.
Okay, we heard all of this, so we're going to move past the comments there. See, people had for analysis on all this.
Benjamin Netanyahu there. Well, the US Secretary of State stressed the importance that all Israeli hostages are returned home. He also highlighted the threat from Iran across the Middle East.
The common theme in all of these challenges is Iran. It is the single greatest source of instability in the region. Behind every terrorist group, behind every act of violence, behind every destabilizing activity, behind everything that threatens peace and stability for the millions of people who call this region home, is Iran. And by Iran, I mean the Ayatollahs. By Iran, I mean its regime. A regime who, by the way, its people don't support. The people of Iran are victims of that regime. And so I think it's important to constantly point that whether we talk about Hamas or we talk about Hezbollah or we talk about violence in the West Bank or we talk about destabilization in Syria or we talk about any of these issues, the militias in Iraq, they all have behind them one common theme: Iran.
Yep. All right.
Of course, been criticised. What is the latest in terms of what it might entail for Palestinians?
Well, as far as we know from...
I appreciate everyone's concern for me. I went from a crouching position to a standing position. I've been crouching that whole time. I haven't been moving around enough. I'm fine. I'm fine. Appreciate all the concern.
Mr. Trump himself, who has doubled down on this proposal in recent days, is that what he has proposed is, in his words, the resettlement permanently of the entire population of Gaza into Egypt and Jordan or further afield, while the US would take possession of the Gaza Strip and rebuild it as a Mediterranean resort. He's called it the Riviera of the Middle East. Now, because of the clear sense of compulsion around this plan, it would be illegal under international law. It would be a clear breach of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which strictly prohibits the forcible transfer of people. It would be considered a war crime under that. And, nevertheless, we've heard Mr. Trump reiterate it. What we've heard from Mr. Rubio, not so much on this trip, but in the run-up to it, was perhaps a different emphasis on this particular proposal, because what he has said is that he believes this is the only proposal out there for the future of Gaza, and therefore it is up to Arab nations in the region to step forward and come up, he believes, with their own proposals, which they would therefore back with money and potentially with security forces to try to stabilize Gaza. And so I think what Mr. Rubio is trying to suggest is that this is some sort of maximalist negotiating position to try and push neighbouring Arab countries to come up with an alternative plan for the future governance of Gaza. It's worth saying that all of this is a distinctly different future for Gaza as is proposed under Mr. Trump. He has completely redrawn the way the US not only sees the entire conflict historically, but also the future of Gaza, because he has basically blown out of the water what the Biden administration had been hoping to get towards, and that would be at the end of the third phase of the current ceasefire and hostage release deal, that you would have Gaza run basically by moderate Palestinian forces, perhaps with Arab nations helping out, particularly when it comes.
Yeah, that seems so far away from where we're at right now. I don't even know where to start. Like, we are worlds away from that right now. Duck? Are you trying to be a doctor? Are you trying to be a human doctor right now, Duck? Do you have the qualifications for that? All right, let's see quickly what the AP's take was on all of this. Oh, Forbes, sorry. Oh, wait, I take it back. Wait, this is in the wrong order. Why is this here? This should be after this one. You're a dick. Who did this list? Hold on. Go back. This is rude. Go here. To the AP's take. Thank you.
U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has received a warm welcome in Israel on his first official visit as America's top diplomat. He held a joint conference with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and the atmosphere was extremely warm. Both men were embracing and voiced solidarity on a number of key issues, including President Donald Trump's controversial plan for the U.S. to take ownership over the Gaza Strip. Trump wants to remove Gaza's entire population, about 2 million Palestinians. He says the U.S. would then oversee a reconstruction and rehabilitation plan, but he says that Palestinians would not be allowed to move back afterwards. The Israelis have warmly embraced the plan, but it faces widespread international opposition, especially in the Arab world. Rubio's next stop is Saudi Arabia. This visit is very important. He'll be meeting with top Saudi officials. The Saudis already have come out against the Trump plan. We will get a much better idea of how strong that opposition is, or whether Trump's...
Well, they certainly said some strong words about it, if I recall correctly. They released a statement at one point, completely condemning all of that. All right, moving on from the AP. Let's go here, because Marco was making the rounds all over the place. He also met with the leader of the opposition in the Knesset. This is Forbes breaking news from 14 hours ago, showing the two leaders meeting. This guy's name is Yair Lapid. And this was just yesterday, Sunday. Which is technically still a thing until for like another 30 minutes. That will be encroaching on Moonday's territory. There they are. Not as cordial, I felt like. I could be misinterpreting it, but it felt like he got way more into it with BB. He seems way less excited right now. You know, this is photo op type picture. The other one, they're like bro hugging so hard. Felt like they were good friends. All right, let's go. Stay on the little Rubio train.
Wait, don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
All right, little Marco. Let's keep it going. What do we got? Oh, you're doing little trips. Little. Gotta stay by all the memorials. Let's see where. Oh yes. Yad Vashem. Now Yad Vashem is a Holocaust memorial. I believe this lantern stays lit all hours of the day. It is in Jerusalem. The can't remember what side of Jerusalem's in. But Marco decided he would come here. One thing I was wondering to myself, well, I saw Marco coming in here, was what the Trump administration was going to do about all the anti-Semites inside of the administration, right? Inside of the Donald Trump administration. Because there's a bunch of them, right? Not limited, but including Elon Musk, who's been doing Hitler salutes and going to the AFD rallies. It's, you know, it's somewhat ironic that the party which most Nazis support in the United States, is the party, you know, pretending to be the least anti-Semitic of all. You know, they're not going to do anything about Elon Musk. He's going to be running around balls to the wall. You know, unbridled Musk. It's going to be, spread all over our country and the world. You know, he's said some incredibly anti-Semitic things and done some very anti-Semitic things, and yet they're just giving that guy a free pass while they're lecturing us about anti-Semitism. It's not a great vibe. I can't remember. I don't think he makes any statements. He just stands here just in silence and or has little conversations. He did make a statement here, though. This was at the same place, but they have a little hall here where they decided to talk. Oh wait, I had this queued up. This is not. I don't need to hear all this. Just the part. Let's see. Where does Marco get in here? Little Marco, we need you. Here we go.
Because they had no one to protect them.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister Saar. I am honored to invite His Excellency, Mr. Marco Rubio,
His Excellency. Excellency. What is he, the king? Your Excellency? I'm not excellent at anything.
Standing here today, we are reminded of both the incredible achievements that we as a species, as mankind, are capable of, and also the depths of depravity that we are capable of. The depths of depravity are self-evident. That not 1,000 years ago, but only 80, less than a century ago, on this planet,
oh my God,
perhaps what was considered the most cultured and civilized.
Marco is going to give us a history lesson about the Holocaust, while also supporting genocide and war crimes. This is a fantasy land that we're living in.
Of all nations in Europe, arose a movement that industrialized the mass murder of over 6 million human beings because of their heritage, their culture, and their religion.
Jesus
that
Christ.
Happened, as I said, not so long ago. There are those alive today who survived it, who witnessed it as liberators, and who witnessed it as those who said nothing while it happened. This ancient poison.
The hypocrisy right now, the sort of paradoxical nature of all of this is just blowing my mind right now. It really is.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Like, while he's here giving us a history lesson on the fucking Holocaust, he's completely ignoring the fact that another genocide is occurring not miles away from where he is standing right now. One that he and Donald Trump are planning to support fully, either with military support or with money or with speeches like the one you just gave with Bibi Netanyahu. I mean, how and what? What led to us being in this place?
Which has plagued mankind for centuries, has visited us now again in this new century. It hides behind geopolitics. It embeds itself in international organizations.
Oh, God.
in the curriculums
international
of our colleges and
organizations.
universities.
Oh my God, and the colleges. He's going for everybody. You know, World Food Program, Central Kitchen, Columbia University, anybody who, all of the other places, you know, UCLA. This is insane.
In the voices of some who hide in social media and even openly espouse this ancient poison. We stand here today also reminded why it can never be ignored. Why it always starts by what some believe is the wild ideas of a random person with no power and no influence, but left unchecked and unchallenged, can turn into the tragedy that's commemorated here in this building today.
You hate this so much? Well, this is our new reality, Tracy. I need you to get on the train, okay? This is our new Anthony Blinken. This is the guy who's going to be telling us all of the U.S. foreign policy stuff. Earth half is going to be littered with Marco Rubio from now on. You're going to be hearing all about what Marco has to say on all sorts of matters that Marco probably shouldn't have a say on, but will, in fact, have a say on.
I said at the outset that not only are we reminded of the depravity of mankind, but we're also reminded of the human spirit and what it's capable of achieving.
Somehow worse
For
than
from
Anthony.
that moment emerged the nation state.
I knew we could do
a home
worse.
for the
We're
Jewish
America.
people.
We do everything.
In a land ancestral and ancient.
What do you call it?
who there's ties to it cannot be questioned.
Oh my God, I gotta go back.
And it is a
What was that,
nation state
Marco?
that
I
from
was
the
too
day of
busy
its very
thinking my
birth
own
was
thoughts just
surrounded
now.
by those who sought to
Please hold. I need to hear that again. What are you saying to me right now?
In that moment emerged the nation state, a home for the Jewish people.
It emerged.
In a land
Came out of
ancestral
nowhere.
and ancient, who
Yeah.
their
I love. That's the perfect time for you to do that. I mean, wow.
ties to it cannot be questioned.
Yeah, because he's like, oh well, yeah. Historically, biblically at least, can't be questioned. Because he's like trying to talk history. He's like, oh, just this land just emerged out of nowhere, and I think he must know slightly more than he's letting on, right? And like he knows that there were people in the place that he is at right now before Israel was a state, and that a bunch of war crimes and crimes against humanity happened to make it a state and are now continuing to hold it up essentially in the way that it currently exists. And he, you know, like, of course he's gonna falter right there when he's trying to amend history. Like, well, they have a right, which is unquestionable, unless you don't use the Bible for foreign policy, then maybe questionable.
And it is a nation state that from the day of its very birth was surrounded by those who sought to destroy it, from the very minute, from the very moment. And sadly, that has not changed. But while the enemies of Israel have always come at it from an armed perspective, through armies of nation states and terrorists, we now see them also utilize international forums.
Oh,
and
here we go.
international illegitimate courts.
Oh, here we go.
And in the voices of academia.
Uh-huh.
On the campuses of colleges.
Sure, yeah.
And the voices.
Everywhere. It's insidious.
And opinions of prominent people.
So many people, you might think for a second, maybe I'm wrong. You know, it might take a second. I don't know.
I don't want reality.
She's like, well, there's so many places that are somehow insidiously taken over by this. So wholly contravening our narrative, you know? And maybe at some point you'd be like, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you know, like all arrows pointing one direction. All the international bodies intended to deal with international rights, all the aid organizations intended to administer human aid, you know, just regular people like students in colleges. And then the list just is so long, Marco. Maybe take a second.
This cannot be ignored.
Yeah, you're right. Can't.
This cannot be tolerated.
Can't be
this
tolerated.
Must be challenged. everywhere it rears its head.
Oh
For
my
if history
God.
teaches us anything, is an evil that goes unchallenged does not simply vanish or go away on its own. It is either defeated or it will grow, and it will do horrific things.
Oh, thank God we have Marco for these statements. Jeez, what would we do without this particular Secretary of State? And honestly, he might be the most together person on the whole administration right now. I mean, Pam Bondi's just been yelling, just screaming at the press for asking her about Eric Adams and stuff, and about all sorts of other shit. But specifically that. We saw her do that recently. I mean, Pete Hegseth. I mean, come on. The dude was like doing like a Vox monologue at the NATO summit. JD Vance going to Germany to tell Germans, you gotta let the Nazis back into the conversation, guys. Come on. And then Marco's at least, I mean, he at least does this stuff. It's just hilarious. He's the most together guy in ladies included. We're calling them all guys in this administration. All guys. I'm just kidding. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he is the most together of all of them, the most statesly. He is the Secretary of State, the one to deliver the most important foreign policy messages for everybody. I mean, if you just go down the list of the people, it's a joke. It's a circus. I feel like I'm like part of the circus now. Can't forget this. Marco Rubio also met with Isaac Herzog in Jerusalem, the president. I don't know why they need a president and a prime minister. That's confusing. That's too much.
That's too much, man!
Why you gotta be so cool? Alright, now plenty of other places do too, but I just like making jokes, silly jokes. I don't know what he's signing, but it makes me worried. What are you signing here, Marco? Was this the guest book? Can we get some sound, please? No sound allowed. No sound. Can't have people know what the secret plans are. Okay. While we're talking about all that, I figured we would at least do this. Take a look at the state of things in Jabalia in northern Gaza. This is drone footage the AP got a hold of from 20 hours ago. As you can see, some buildings are left standing, but clearly, in terms of the structures themselves, much is lost. There's so much destruction. It's insane. Like we've said before, there's probably at least 70% of all buildings just completely gone. The rest are mostly just, just remnants of their former selves.
It's not the cold.
Hey, I said hold. Also, how did you get here first? We need another one. Alright, this is our last video discussing this situation. See if we can't talk a little bit more about this ethnic cleansing plan.
We are back, and we are joined once again by Zachary Foster, historian of Palestine, received his PhD in Near Eastern Studies from Princeton University. His newsletter, Palestine Nexus, is an essential follow. You archive so much Palestinian history, which is as important as ever right now, as, Israel has destroyed basically every educational institution in Gaza. Zach, welcome back to the show. Good to see you.
Thanks so much for having me back.
For sure. So I guess we'll start here from the beginning of the week, where Benjamin Netanyahu visited the United States, met with Trump, and during their media appearances, Trump endorsed the ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. Can you just give us a quick rundown of the developments from the past few days?
Well, we've all seen the press conference in which Donald Trump incited ethnic cleansing. He called for the complete removal of all Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip. Before the war, that was 2.3 million people. He threw out a figure of 1.5 million, 1.7 million, 1.8 million. It's unclear if he meant that, if he was implying the remaining Palestinians had already been killed, or if they had already left. It's unclear. We have no idea how many people are in Gaza now. But he's
but can I just say, to add to that really quickly, people are saying, oh, you believe him now or whatever. It's not about believing him. It's that he's dumb enough to accidentally let slip what could actually be the internal numbers that they are estimating about the death toll, which, given that deficit, it would indicate 500,000. And we know that it's up well over, I would say, 100,000 at this point. It's somewhere between those two figures. That's my theory on that front.
Was it already last summer? We had a group of American physicians, some 99 American healthcare workers, report out about 118,000, if I'm not wrong.
Yep.
We had the Lancet estimate of 180,000.
Yeah.
The answer is we just have no idea how many people are killed because we don't have heavy equipment in Gaza. You can't actually dig people out of the rubble. And even if you could, so many bodies have been completely vaporized, have completely incinerated into ash. And so it's just totally unclear how many people have been killed. Could it be upwards of 400,000 people? Yes, it could be. That is exactly what experts have been telling us for already over a year now. So it's incredibly
insane to
dire,
think it's been that long.
Situation in Gaza. We had reports coming out. The Euro Human Rights Watch.
Yeah, if you recall, I mean, we started this stream around the same time that, I mean, shortly before it. It was less than a few weeks, I think, after we started the stream that Joe Biden announced the first U.S. announced a ceasefire, right? And shortly after it, or maybe right before it, was it before or after, where Rafah was invaded? But like this, I cannot believe it has been this long since, like, we talked about the Lancet, we talked about all these studies here, and I'm just blown away. I can't believe it's come around another full year since then.
Reported just this week that that humanitarian aid is not getting into Gaza. We know that trucks are entering Gaza, but they're not actually entering the north. And much of what is entering Gaza is actually not essential equipment. The hospitals have not been replenished. There's no MRI machines going in. There's 80+% of the wells in Gaza have been destroyed. None of the equipment to repair any of the wells has entered Gaza. So the humanitarian effort is slow, and it's not meeting the needs of the population. And so, right now we have a situation in which the sitting U.S. president is declaring his intent to carry out war crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, on public TV. It's totally unreal. It's almost unprecedented. At least the Biden administration attempted to hide its attempts to ethnically cleanse Gaza. You recall that in the early month or two after October 7th, Blinken made his trip to Tel Aviv, and he discussed for hours and hours begging the Netanyahu administration to allow humanitarian aid to enter Gaza. But the Biden administration was totally on board with ethnic cleansing. Blinken made a trip around the Middle East, trying to convince Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, president of Egypt, to accept refugees. He tried to convince Jordan to accept Palestinian refugees. They all said no way. And they've all said no way again, not just Egypt, not just Jordan, which declared recently this past week that they would declare war against Israel if this plan to ethnically cleanse Palestinians was.
Oh shit. Thank you for reminding me that we hit 80 likes already. Yeah, I think we got enough content here that'd be worth it. I think we have that one, don't we? Appreciate you modding my... keeping the emotional support characters up to date. We've been getting so many that this has been happening where I have to roll multiple times just to get one that hasn't been landed on yet. It's pretty funny. How far we've come.
Executed on. And then you saw the comments made by Saudi Arabia just in the past day or two, in which the Saudi Arabian foreign minister wearing a keffiyeh said, absolutely not. There's no way we're going to allow this to happen. There's no way we're going to agree to normalize with Israel unless there's a Palestinian state, something Trump lied about. He just openly stated what was a bold-faced lie, that Saudi Arabia had in fact agreed to some kind of normalization deal with Israel without the establishment of a Palestinian state. So Trump is totally deranged. He's unpredictable. It's unclear exactly where these comments came from. It seemed almost that Netanyahu was almost surprised by this proposition.
That's what I said.
Pleasantly surprised. Just that smirk on his face during the press conference where he's smiling, where he's smirking, while Trump was openly declaring that Gaza will become...
That's what I was saying when we were watching it together for the first time. I was like, dude, Benjamin Netanyahu genuinely looks like this is the first time he's hearing this. And he looks like... like somebody just gave him, you know, brand new PS5 for Hanukkah here just now. I mean, it was wild. It was wild. I'm still like blown away by all of it. By everything we've seen over the last month now. We're only 3 days away from a month. I just realized that oh my God. Our 1 year anniversary is going to fall on the first month anniversary of Donald Trump being in office. God damn it. Yeesh. All right, now let's move on. Talk a bit about Russia and Ukraine and the fallout from Donald Trump's sort of reversal of decades of U.S. foreign policy. And this happened. I mean, this happened around the time I woke up. Apparently, Europe called for an emergency summit over Ukraine. After, apparently, you know, I don't know exactly, I can't attribute it to one or another thing necessarily, but you would think it's all pretty much related to what's been said at this point by J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, and Donald Trump himself.
It's not the cold these people are braving, but their own government. To remember Alexei Navalny 1 year after his death is also to defy warnings from the Russian authorities. And a moment perhaps for the UK and the US, here are their ambassadors, to accept there may never be another Navalny. One man's mission to challenge Russian autocracy now lies on Europe's shoulders. Russia will do what Russia does. Flex its muscles and enjoy, certainly for now, taking diplomatic lead.
No, we had a great call, and it lasted for a long time.
Last week, Trump dialed Putin's number. Their chat laid the groundwork for a meeting next week in Saudi Arabia. US and Russian aides will talk about ending the war. Just them, though. Europe's leaders are barred. Even Zelensky. But the Kremlin isn't focused on whether the country it's at war with is actually there.
This is a powerful signal that now we will try to solve the problem through a dialogue, and now we will talk about peace, not war.
Not without us, says Zelensky.
So I will never accept any decisions between the United States and Russia about Ukraine. Never. And our people, never. And our adults and children and everybody. It can't be so. This is the war in Ukraine against us, and it's our human losses.
Although today the US Secretary of State seemed to take a more diplomatic tone.
Ultimately, it will reach a point when if it's real negotiations, and we're not there yet, but if that were to happen, Ukraine will have to be involved because they're the one that were invaded. And the Europeans will have to be involved because they have sanctions on Putin and Russia as well.
At some point, they'll have
and
to
they've
because,
contributed to this effort. We're just
they gotta
not there
sign
yet.
the thing.
We really aren't.
Yeah, that makes sense.
This is the moment when we need to...
I love that. It's like, yeah, I mean, we're going to do most of the negotiations without them, but at some point, we're going to need them to sign it. Otherwise, it's not going to hold any water. Huh. Weird.
I don't want reality.
Shocking. Who could have guessed?
Rearm Ukraine and put maximum pressure on Russia.
Ending the Munich conference on topic after a mind-boggling opening from the US Vice President on Friday. And for many European heads of government, it's straight to Paris for an emergency summit organised by President Macron. How to secure peace they'll consider. A hastily organised show of unity in the midst of a shifting world order.
Well, as we've heard, the Prime Minister is preparing to travel to Paris tomorrow with a trip to Washington, D.C. in the offing soon too. Our reporter Harry Fawcett is in Downing Street for us now. Harry.
Well, indeed, a very busy schedule coming up. This emergency meeting in Paris, and then potentially later in the week, perhaps the week after, that trip to the White House and talks with Donald Trump. Number 10 is using that timeline to push the idea of the UK, of Keir Starmer potentially being a bridge between the EU and the US. It's not the first time we've heard that kind of language. Tony Blair employed it more than 20 years ago at the height of tensions around the Iraq War. It didn't go down particularly well then, and you could argue that the chasm that's been opened up by the very seismic events in Munich over the weekend are going to make that harder to span, because this is about Europe's own security and America's place within that. And at the risk of stretching the metaphor a bit too far, he might find himself in Washington on more of a tightrope than a bridge, given that he will be talking on one hand about shared European security interests, and on the other trying to carve out a very separate narrative for the UK.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing I also noticed. I don't think I had found a good enough analogy for. But yeah, it is a tightrope, right? We're currently telling NATO that all NATO countries need to spend 5% of their GDP on spending, which is something that the United States doesn't even do. We only spend 3.4, and we spend more than anybody else on the planet. And at the same time, telling Europe that they're not allowed in the negotiations, and playing all of these other sorts of games, tariffs, and all this other shit. And it's like, are we friends anymore, or what? What's going on here?
Trade, trying to avoid any US tariffs that are heading across the Atlantic in Europe's direction. One thing he might be able to do would be to announce UK defence spending plans. The government has a 2.5% target, up from the current 2.3% of GDP, but it doesn't have a timeline. So might he impose a timeline on that? That would be costly. It could risk impacting very severely Rachel Reeves, his Chancellor's fiscal rules, although the Sunday Times is reporting today that the Prime Minister, is prepared to overrule his Chancellor on issues of...
So, I know this is a complex issue, and that not everybody has the same opinions on this one. I have been going back and forth between different stuff, partially based upon where the, pulse is on all this, but not, I mean like geopolitically, not like by like the beating drum in the streets or whatever people are saying, but just, like the actual specifics of it all. I personally want the war to end, right? But I also know that right now there's a different problem that I see, right? With the way if you put all these events together right now as it stands, with Ukraine essentially enlisting Europe, essentially asking for not just for their help, but suggesting that Europe creates its own force right, devoid of the United States, right, with the U.S. being on the other side of this, right, and essentially, I mean, right now, it seems like Donald Trump is prepared to give Vladimir Putin everything he wants, right, the territory and everything else. The concern I'm seeing right now is what happens with, like, we've been saying it, and it's real. What happens next? Well, who is next? Is Europe next? Is Canada next? Canada's territory goes way into the north. Some of it Russia might want, right? They have been expanding into the Arctic as much as possible for resources, whether it be like mineral resources or methane gas, oil, expansionary type of stuff. And I'm just reading tea leaves here, but we already have multiple conflicts all over the place. The second that all this starts going down, you have Congo sort of devolving almost immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Right? I mean, we see the M23 Bolden suddenly, taking parts of Congo. Not that there hasn't been fighting there going on already, but as we've seen, things getting, and I don't know. I'm just worried about what happens if this deal goes down as I see it transpiring, right? Essentially, Ukraine having to give all concessions to Russia, not being able to join the EU or NATO or reclaim any of their territory, and losing all support from the United States. I'm just wondering what happens. What happens next? I don't have a good answer for it, because I also don't like predicting the future. I'm just God, if anything, I'm kind of just daydreaming here about what it is we're going to be faced with. Because what if Europe creates its own army, right? Devoid of NATO, right? They're calling an emergency summit, having one right now, over what I assume is some of this stuff that's going on, and if not all, right? And over Zelensky's request to create a European army, and with everything Donald Trump is saying and doing, I mean, leaders, in a way, even though taking Trump seriously is a fool's errand, the leaders of foreign countries have to take the leader of the United States' word seriously to some degree. And when you got his number 2s and 3s, whatever else, out there repeating everything he's saying, I think I'm certain that they're taking some of this seriously. What parts of it, I don't know. But it just, I don't know. It just gives me a lot of pause on what to think about the state of things. I feel like my entire understanding of where the lines are drawn on Earth right now have been completely upended in a few short weeks. Or maybe the 3 longest weeks of my life. Depends on who you're asking.
Well, earlier this afternoon, I spoke to the former Foreign Minister of Lithuania, Gabrielius Landsbergis, and I started by asking him what European leaders needed to decide at tomorrow's summit.
Well, first of all, Europe needs to decide, and I might sound melodramatic, but if it wants to survive, because the problems that the continent is currently facing and will be facing after Putin and Trump meeting is that we will need to find a way how to support Ukraine. I find it very difficult to believe that Ukraine would be able to accept the deal, especially under the terms that are being voiced out in the open. That means that Ukraine will be asking Europe to step up. and not just to plan, to write a white paper, but to actually send weapons, ammunition to support it.
Yeah, and because this is the thing, I mean, Ukraine doesn't have to do what Donald Trump tells them to do. They can keep fighting this war. It would be immensely difficult for them to do so, especially as it relates to munitions. But they can choose to keep fighting this war until they run out of people, run out of whatever, right? And so, like, that, in a way, it creates, like, if that was just worst case scenario, right? No ceasefire happens. Donald Trump stops funding Ukraine. Russia continues fighting. Just think about it. Russia could technically, with that, use it as a premise to take all of Ukraine, especially with them being weakened and not having U.S. support. And then, just play devil's advocate with me here. If all of Ukraine were to be taken by Russia, anybody know exactly how many EU and/or NATO countries the Ukraine borders? Because it's quite a few. And it would create a whole bunch of other situations. I don't know if I want to imagine what would happen, right? People nuking up, right? Not literally like launching them, but there's been a lot of discussions around this, around countries that are bordering on Ukraine throughout this entire conflict. I don't even know. I'm trying to remember exactly all the names of them. I'm pretty sure Poland, Poland's talking about increasing, Finland, Latvia, even, I think. I can't remember all the countries that had suggested that they either start a nuclear program or add to their already existing arsenal. Like that's not what we want either, right? And having Europe become suddenly, I don't know, whatever. I'm just saying that, worst case, there's definitely potential for that to happen. I don't even know what's going to stop it at this point. And the only thing that I see backstopping Ukraine is Europe, right? And that presents a whole bunch of problems. Because, of course, Russia has threatened all European countries from involving themselves in it. He believes, involvement from European NATO is even more threatening than perhaps the United States being involved, I think. I don't know, whatever. I'm going to keep it going. But I'm worried about all this.
Militarily offer security guarantees. And this is something that Europe has never done in the past. In these amounts. To add to that, Europe was never set to make fast decisions to react in a rapidly moving world. Additionally, what Secretary of Defense mentioned, that U.S. can no longer call itself a main security provider for Europe. And he's saying these words at when we're having the biggest geopolitical disaster in our continent.
So who's the kind of Churchill figure at this stage?
Yeah, who is the Churchill figure? Is it Olaf Scholz? I don't know. But I just don't want to see this, honestly, not only devolve into a European thing, but just seeing this embolden other people, including Donald Trump, right, with his own territorial desires, right? Because he's already made a bunch of claims about his own interests in taking places like Greenland or Panama or Canada. I think Canada's the least likely of all those things for Donald Trump to try and do something militarily speaking, but it sounds completely far-fetched, but so much of what we've talked about over the last few weeks is also felt pretty far-fetched before it happened. Now, Vladimir Zelensky went to the United Arab Emirates to meet with leaders there. This is from 10 hours ago. And
we're moving along. We're trying to get a peace with Russia, Ukraine, and we're working.
yeah, we're just gonna go straight into this one. This is Donald Trump discussing on camera outside of Air Force One. I think this might have been was this Daytona?
We're moving along. We're trying to get a peace with Russia.
I don't know where this was.
We're moving along. We're trying to get a peace with Russia, Ukraine, and we're working very hard on it. I think he wants to stop fighting. They have a big, powerful machine. You understand that? Because if he's going to go on, that would have been a big problem for us. And that would have caused me a big problem because you just can't let that happen. I think he wants to end it, and they want to end it fast. Both of them. And Zelensky wants to end it too.
Do you expect Zelensky to be involved in these conversations? What will his role be?
I do. He will be involved, yes.
He will be involved. What will his role be? It'll be being involved. Okay. Fascinating. All right. But yeah, there's Donald Trump's very brief comments on this, suggesting that he believes that Vladimir Putin really wants the war to end, and that so does Volodymyr Zelensky. On what terms, he was not specific whatsoever. But fast. Just fast. Very fast. Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Now, let's go here to Moscow. See what people were doing here. Essentially, this was yesterday on Sunday. People who were memorializing the death of Alexei Navalny.
The
most important thing is that it's a protest because I don't like the way that things are going. It's also a tribute to Alexei because he fought with it. He wanted more than anyone else to change something in this country and fought the way no one fought. There you go. People in Moscow memorializing Alexei Navalny on the anniversary of his death. And, you know, being a political dissident in Russia is dangerous. And hopefully it doesn't get to that point here in the United States. We have such an authoritarian running our government. Fingers crossed, everybody. How are we doing here? Wow, 7 hours already. Been another long stream. Been doing a lot of long streams lately. Let's go here. Watched a bunch of PBS today. Let's do it one more time. Here's former U.S. envoy on why they think Trump is engaging with Russia.
Good evening, I'm Allie Rogan. John Yang is away. As the Munich Security Conference wrapped up today, American officials prepared to begin talks with Russia over ending the war in Ukraine. Those discussions are expected to begin in the coming days in Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, Europe's leaders are preparing to convene an emergency meeting in Paris on Monday in response to being shut out of early negotiations. There's also no clear indication yet that Kyiv will be involved at those talks either. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told NBC's Meet the Press today that his country would never accept a deal struck just between Moscow and Washington. He also said surrendering any Ukrainian land is off the table.
We will never do it. It's not about any negotiations. We will never speak about it.
Even Crimea. Yeah, you seem to have acknowledged
even
that
Crimea, we will never recognize it, because in years, all things which are Ukrainian will be Ukrainian.
Kurt Volker served as the U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine negotiations under the first Trump administration and was the U.S. ambassador to NATO under President George W. Bush. Kurt, thank you so much for being with us. What are your expectations for these talks in Saudi Arabia, especially given that neither Ukraine nor European representatives at this moment, we understand, are invited to attend?
Well, first off, we've had bilateral meetings with Russia, with Ukrainians, with Europeans all the time. So I don't see this as particularly outside the box. And we just had Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at NATO. We had Secretary of State Rubio and Vice President Vance in Munich meeting with allies. We had President Trump calling President Zelensky. J.D. Vance met with President Zelensky. And I think all of this is about trying to get the Russians to the table so that we can engage them in a process to try to stop the war. There is no process at the moment. There's no table that anyone's excluded from. It is simply about trying to get the Russians to do something different than what they've been doing for the last 3 years.
I hear you saying that we've had bilateral negotiations. This is nothing new, but the rhetoric coming out of the Trump administration seems to be trying to push that envelope forward and saying now is the time to initiate a formal peace process. And they seem to be framing these talks as the beginning of that process. Do you not see it that way?
I don't, no.
He doesn't. Okay. Now, I would point something out. Kurt Volker was the former U.S. envoy under George W. Bush. So, I'm sure he's not at all partisan about this issue, or maybe trying to get a sweet, sweet job in the Trump administration.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay. Let's go to CNN. See what they are saying.
Joining me now to discuss this, CNN contributor and former CNN Moscow bureau chief Jill Doherty. Thank you for being here. I want to ask, what do you see as the most important issue for the U.S. to raise during these talks with Russia in Saudi Arabia on Tuesday?
Well, ultimately, I think the most important thing overall is long-term security. I mean, they eventually will probably come up with some sort of immediate ceasefire or whatever you want to call it. But nobody really believes that the ceasefire is going to last until you know where you're going after the ceasefire, or at least during the ceasefire. Because the question is really, would Russia be able to come back after some type of period and perhaps you attack Ukraine again? Or as some of the countries in the region believe or fear, that they might actually, try to invade or move into another country in the region. Now, the Russians say we have no intention, but still, this really is a question, short term. And obviously, Paula, right now, there's a lot of short term going on. I mean, the pace of this is very quick. There aren't a lot of details, but the details have to be clear if you're going to have long term security.
What do you make of the fact that Ukraine will not be present at these talks in Saudi Arabia, but instead will be part of dual negotiations in Kyiv?
I think if you talk to President Zelensky, probably off the record, he would be very concerned. I think the Ukrainians, there's no question, feel that they are being at least put in second place at this point, because a lot of the immediate dialogue is between the United States and Russia, and specifically between Putin and Trump. And Zelensky is feeling that he is somehow, the second thought in the administration, not the first. So that is a problem. But he does not have, at this point, a really strong negotiating position. The war has been going very poorly at this point, or at least it's kind of in a situation of stasis. And so, what does he do? He has to make the best of a bad situation. And he was counting originally on the United States to really, stand by them. Now,
yeah, and that is drastically shifted in a short period of time. Quite drastically. Rug basically pulled out from beneath. But a lot of Trump allies like rug pulls. Donald Trump's been trying to do his own with the cryptocurrency. All right. I think we get it for now. We'll wait until there's more information. I think we're just sort of reiterating the same stuff. So, probably best to move on. Here's our second to last story, video, if you will, of Sunday Funday. Great job, everyone, for having made it this far. Let's just go to North Korea here. See what Kim Jong-un was watching. Apparently some sort of groundbreaking happened.
우리 당의 향도의 손길 아래 찬란히 펼쳐질 번영의 미래, 그 품속에 누려갈 구름 없는 새 생활에 대한 무한한 신심과 낙관이 격종의 환호에 실려 2월의 하늘가에 끝없이 메아리 쳤습니다.
With the 10,000 household construction project of this year, the construction of 50,000 houses in Pyongyang, which has been vigorously implemented since the party... Wait, what? Sorry, wait. Which has been... What? Which has been implemented since the party Congress, okay, that's what I thought I said, has finally entered the final stage of completion. Ooh, the editing. That's how you reveal. That's how you reveal a groundbreaking for some apartments. You blow some shit up. Okay. There we go. Kim Jong celebrating the with much fanfare the creation of massive development project, apparently, in Pyongyang City. I don't think it's done. I think this is groundbreaking, right? So they're just starting it. I guess we'll see it in all of its glory when it's all done. It was on his father's birthday, so it was a historical moment for people in North Korea. All right, this is the last one. It was not really so much a story, but it's more of a commentary. I think I have this properly queued up. Fingers crossed.
Hopeful loser. But fine. We have to rely on Republicans in Congress to be a check on Trump. Come on! How's that going?
Republican Senator Tom Tillis says that while he believes Trump's actions run afoul of the Constitution in the strictest sense, he believes nobody should bellyache about that.
You're comfortable if he shuts those down without getting congressional approval?
Congress will be involved at some point, but I think the country's comfortable.
They're using that authority right now in a way it hasn't been used in a long time, so it looks radical. It's not.
Do you think he violated the law?
Well, technically, yeah.
Illegal.
Losing the whole
technically, yeah. Jesus Christ, John.
Well, It's been a good run, America. It's looked like we're becoming less like the constitutional republic it's been for 250 years, and more like the monarchy that we all fought to escape from. But I think the important thing to...
The prodigal son appears to have returned.
What? Is that... Wait, is that... Hold on. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that young John Oliver?
Yes.
Are you here
Young John.
to offer America your wisdom and counsel?
Oh, no, John. I am here to gloat. America had its little fun, didn't you, in experimenting with democracy. You fought so hard to get away from us, acting up, throwing all that tea into the harbour. You still owe us for that, by the way.
I mean, how much? It was just tea, John.
It was just tea? You take that back. You take that back right now.
I know.
Come on.
It's a very sensitive beverage.
The point is, you told everybody that you were going to be different. You weren't going to turn out like your mean old dad who was so horrible to you when you were growing up, so we sat back. We let you spend your wild teen years experimenting with your ridiculous ideas of checks and balances because deep down we knew that once you got that nonsense out of your system, you'd be backed. In fact,
I'm
if
feeling
I may sing from Hamilton,
ashamed right now. No, don't do that.
I'd appreciate not.
That's fair. What I'm saying is, let me be the first to welcome America to its monarchy era. Congratulations, everyone. You can now take your place in the pantheon of great empires alongside the British, the Roman, the Klingon, Wakanda.
All the good ones, all the hits.
Babar the elephant was the ruler of, I forget.
Hold on a second, Mr. Oliver.
Yes.
If I may.
Yes.
Ambassador Oliver.
Go ahead.
For a moment.
Please.
America, yes. We are having a bit of trouble with democratic governance, but I don't think we want to abandon our republic and go full empire.
Yeah, but why not, John? You really prefer the system that you have right now? Oh, I need 51 votes for a bill to pass. Is the vice president in town to break a tie? Or, wait, is this one of the bills that needs 60 votes for no clear reason? Well, I'm sorry, little Timmy, no health care for you.
All right.
Help, I'm being repressed.
It's true. It's true. We were very silly for deciding democracy was good. Should have just stuck with the monarchy. Could have had free healthcare. Well, it looks like we got through another stream. Thankfully, we had each other, as it was quite long and difficult. But on this here Sunday Funday, that's gonna be it for me. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegly, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Calibrating, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo and Noah, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here help produce the show with your eyes and ears. Hopefully you just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Now, before we go to the Galactic Afterstream, we better go here and recognize another group of people who've helped produce the show. The Galactic Benefactors, the second tier of Patreon subscribers.
We've been talking about saving the Amazon for 30 years. Almost 30 years.
That's right, Galactic Benefactors. They looked at the tier list. They're like, you know what? I'm going all out. Let me help the stream even more financially. Got a little extra money in my pocket, and I got a little extra love for the Galactic News Network. People like PB here on the regular, gracing us with her chats and thoughts. Nadia, same deal. Great people all. Mo and Noah, one of our lovely mods, always here to help us with our moderating needs, as well as hilarious chats. Tracy Eva, whoops, your name was hidden behind Tracy Eva. A new addition to the benefactor list, but a very much appreciated addition. Donald James X in the chat right now. Guitarist. Guy of great things. Omega Star. Where are you, Omega? I don't see you, but I love you. Mitty. One of our galactic mods as well. He was just here, but now he's gone. Mrs. Jen. A individual who has been around since the very beginning. Disco Wolf. He's in and out like the night. And wait, Technopak, I thought I took you down. I'm sorry, Technopak. I'm not giving you a message because you didn't pay. And, wow, forgot to take you out. Also, Narwhal. Fantastic. Beast from the ocean. All these people here have taken it to the next level. Galactic philanthropy. Alright, we're gonna go straight in to the after stream. Yes, you might be wondering, how does somebody wind up still on the animation when they haven't paid? Well, that's something that happens when I'm too busy or forget to do my animating work. Because it does take time and effort to do those sorts of things. And some of these things just go by the wayside, even when I don't want them to. It's part of the strife of being a galactic content creator who does 8-hour streams, something like 5 days a week, or more in some cases. I feel like we did a 6-day week the most recent weeks.
Must have legislative legitimacy. Conservation International has been working in Amazonia for over 30 years. And we are here now to stand with you to put funding, to put teeth in this ambition. President Macron, we're sincerely grateful to the French government, which has committed to investing in this effort with a $100 million contribution. Thank you. It's a great start. It is a great start, but it is not enough. On behalf of Conservation International, I'm honored to announce that we are committing an additional $20 million in funding. But we can't do it alone. We need all the help that we can get. This money must go directly.
Tax proposal.
All right, switching the music.
As I think everyone knows, the President of the United States, President Obama, the Republican leadership,
Tired,
reached
Jeff.
an
Very
agreement
tired.
on a very significant tax bill. In my view, the agreement that they reached is a bad deal for the American people.
And hungry. Tired and
We
hungry.
can do better. And I am here today.
Full shift plus time and a half.
Strong stand
I wish I got the time and a half.
this bill.
YouTube should give me time and a half.
And I intend to tell my colleagues and the nation exactly why I am in opposition to this bill. You can call what I'm doing today whatever you want. You can call it a filibuster. You can call it a very long speech. I'm not here to set any great records or to make a spectacle. I am simply here today to take as long as I can to explain to the American people the fact that we have got to do a lot better than this agreement provides. Now let me just enumerate some of the reasons that I am opposed to this agreement. First, as everybody knows, this nation has a record-breaking $13.8 trillion national debt at the same time as the middle class is collapsing and poverty is increasing. And Mr. President, I think it's important that we say a word, because I'm not sure that a lot of Americans necessarily know this, about how we got to where we are today in terms of the national debt. I know there are some people who think that this all began the day that President Obama took office. Well, it's not quite the case. When President Clinton left office, this country was running, in fact, a very significant surplus, and the projections were that we were going to continue to run a surplus. During the 8 years of President Bush, for a number of reasons, including the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, including huge tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country, including a Medicare Part D prescription drug program, and including the Wall Street bailout, among other things, all of which were not paid for. Those are the primary reasons that we saw an almost doubling of the national debt during the Bush administration. And since President Obama has been in office, we have passed a stimulus package, also adding to the deficit in national debt. But here we are today with a $13.8 trillion national debt, $1.4 trillion deficit, and almost all Americans are in agreement that this is a very serious issue. So the first point that I would make is that it seems to me to be unconscionable for my conservative friends and for everybody else in this country to be driving up this already too high national debt by giving tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires who don't need it, and in a number of cases, Mr. President, don't even want it. Here's one of the interesting ironies. There are lists of many, many very wealthy people who come forward and say, sure, I want a tax break. Everybody wants a tax break. But you know what? There are other priorities in this country. I don't need it. And two of the wealthiest people in the world, Bill Gates of Microsoft, Warren Buffett, Berkshire, is a billionaire, and they said it's absurd. We don't need a tax break. All over the country, you're hearing a lot of folks who have a lot of money saying, don't drive up the deficit and force our kids to pay higher taxes to pay off the national debt in order to give tax breaks to the richest people in this country. Now, Mr. President, we have been told really not to worry too much because the extension of these tax breaks to the wealthy will only last 2 years. Not to worry. Well, maybe that's the case. But given the political reality that I have seen in Washington, my guess is that 2 years from now, these tax breaks for the wealthiest people in this country will be extended again. What happens around here is that the argument will be made that if you end these tax breaks, you're raising taxes. It's what we're hearing right now. I see no reason why in the middle of a presidential election, those arguments will not be made again. And I see no reason not to believe that those tax breaks will be extended again. And clearly we have a number of Republicans who want to make that extension permanent. Now, whether it will ever be made permanent or not, I don't know. But the point is, when you hear folks say that it's only a 2-year extension, I would suggest take that with a grain of salt. And let me just say that if, in fact, we do what the Republicans have wanted to do right now, as we enter this debate, they wanted a 10-year extension, that would add $700 billion to our national debt, $700 billion. Now, I've got 4 kids, and I've got 6 grandchildren. And I think it is grossly unfair. None of them have a whole lot of money. I think it is grossly unfair to ask my kids and grandchildren, children all over this country, to be paying higher taxes in order to provide tax breaks for billionaires because we've driven up the national debt. That is just plain wrong. And Mr. President, I think the vast majority of the American people, whether they're progressives like myself or whether they're conservatives, I think they perceive that that concept, that we tax breaks the billionaires when we have such a high national debt, makes no sense at all. Furthermore, Mr. President, it is important to point out that extending income tax breaks to the top 2% is not the only unfair tax proposal in this agreement. This agreement between the President and the Republican leadership also calls for a continuation of the Bush-era 15% tax rate on capital gains and dividends, meaning that those people who make their living off their investments will continue to pay a substantially lower tax rate than firemen, teachers, nurses, carpenters, and virtually all the other working people of this country. And I just don't think that that's fair. That's wrong. And we are continuing, if this agreement were to be passed, that unfair arrangement. Mr. President, on top of all that, this agreement includes a horrendous proposal regarding the estate tax. And that is a Teddy Roosevelt initiative. Teddy Roosevelt was talking about this in the early years of the 20th century. It was enacted in 1916. And it was enacted for a couple of reasons. Teddy Roosevelt and the people of that era thought it was wrong that a handful of people could have a huge concentration of wealth and then just give that wealth, transmit that wealth to their children. He didn't think that that was right. Furthermore, it was a source, a progressive and fair source of revenue. Under the agreement struck between the Republican leadership and the President, the estate tax rate, which was 55% under President Clinton, and let's all remember we had problems with the economy under President Clinton, but very few will deny that during those years we were creating a heck of a lot more jobs than we did under President Bush. That's the fact. Over 20 million jobs under President Clinton. We lost 600,000 private sector jobs under President Bush. During the Clinton era, the tax rate on the estate tax was 55%. What this arrangement would do is lower that tax rate to 35% with an exemption on the first $5 million of an individual's estate, 10 million for couples. Now, here's the important point, Mr. President, that I think many people don't know, because I have to confess, my Republican friends and their pollsters and their language people have done a very good job. This is the so-called death tax. And I think all over America, people say, oh, this is terrible. I have $50,000 in the bank and I want to leave that to my kids. And the government is going to take 55% of that, 35% of that. What an outrage. So let us be very, very clear. This tax applies only to the top 0.3% of American families. 99.7% of American families will not pay one nickel in an estate tax. This is not a tax on the rich. This is a tax on the very, very, very rich. And if my Republican friends had been successful in doing what they want to do, which is eliminating this estate tax completely, it would have cost, Mr. President, our Treasury, raised the national debt by $1 trillion over a 10-year period. Families like the Walton family of Walmart fame would have received as one family about a $30 billion tax break. So I find it hard to believe that when we are talking about massive cuts in programs for working families, when we have this huge national debt, that anybody would be agreeing to lower the estate tax rate to 35%. That is what this agreement does. I think that that is a very, very bad idea. And once again, while the agreement on the estate tax is for 2 years, once again, there is very little doubt in my mind that the Republicans will continue to push for lower and lower estate tax rates because what they want, and I think Senator Kyle has been pretty clear about this, they want to permanently repeal that tax. That is $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 0.3%. So I think we're down a bad path there, and that's another reason why this agreement does not make a whole lot of sense. Mr. President, I would say thirdly, here's a very important point that I think has not yet got the attention that it deserves. And that is, this agreement contains a payroll tax holiday, which would cut $120 billion from Social Security payroll taxes for workers. And I think there are a lot of folks out there who say, well, this is pretty good. You know, I'm a worker. My contribution will go from 6.2% today down to 4.2%.
Wow, we have 91 likes. That is a lot of likes.
Think about it for a second. Let's understand.
Looks like I will have to owe you all one rollover sports character for tomorrow.
Concept, as I understand it, originally started with conservative Republicans. I know the Vice President recently made the point this was originally a Republican idea. Now, why did the Republicans come up with this idea? Well, these are exactly the same people who don't believe in Social Security. These are the same people who either want to make significant cuts in Social Security or else they want to privatize Social Security entirely. And here's the point. They understand that if we divert funding that is supposed to go into the Social Security Trust Fund, which is what this payroll tax holiday does. This is money that goes into the Social Security Trust Fund is now being diverted, cut back, in order to provide financial support for workers. But that is a lot of money not going into the trust fund. Now, but the president and others are saying, well, not to worry, because that money will be covered by the general fund. That is a very, very bad and dangerous precedent, because up until now, what Social Security has been about is 100% funding from payroll contributions, not from the general tax base. Now, once again, this is a one-year program. The loss of revenue going into Social Security can be covered by the general fund. But we have a $13 trillion national debt. How much longer will the general fund put money into Social Security? Is it a good idea for the general fund to be doing that? So I would argue, Mr. President, that this is not a good idea. This is a very dangerous step forward for those of us who believe in Social Security. But this is not just Bernie Sanders saying this. Mr. President, one of the more effective and I think important senior groups in America is called the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. They have, I don't know exactly how many, but they have many, many members all over this country. I know they're active in the state of Vermont. And I want to read to you from a press release that they just sent out the other day. And this is the headline on it, from the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare. Cutting contributions to Social Security signals the beginning of the end. Payroll tax holiday is anything but. And this is what they say. This comes from now Barbara Kennelly. Barbara used to serve in the House of Representatives. I've known Barbara for years. She's now the president and CEO of the National Committee to Preserve Social Security, one of the strong senior groups in America. And this is what Barbara says, and I quote, "Even though Social Security contributed nothing to the current economic crisis, it has been bartered in a deal that provides deficit-busting tax cuts for the wealthy. Diverting $120 billion in Social Security contributions for a so-called tax holiday may sound like a good deal for workers now, but it's bad business for the program that a majority of middle-class seniors will rely upon in the future." And that's what the National Committee to Preserve Social Security and Medicare says about that agreement, and I agree with them. So for all of us who understand that Social Security is life and death for tens of millions of Americans today and will be vitally important for working people as they reach retirement age, that we understand that Social Security has done a great job. You know, Mr. President, a few minutes ago you were on the floor talking about the strong work that our federal employees do, and you're absolutely right. Sometimes we also take for granted that Social Security has been an enormous success. It has done exactly what those people who created it wanted it to do. Nothing more, nothing less. It succeeded. It has taken millions and millions of seniors out of poverty, given them an element of security. It has also helped people with disabilities maintain their dignity. Widows and orphans are also getting help. For 75 years, it has worked well. It has a $2.6 trillion surplus today, and it can pay out benefits for the next 29 years. It is strong. We want to make it stronger. This payroll tax holiday, I'm afraid, is a step very much in the wrong direction, and that is one of the important reasons why this agreement between the president and the Republicans should be defeated. Mr. President, included in the agreement are a number of business tax cuts. And I'm not going to be here to say that some of them may not work. Some of them may work. Some of them will work better than others. There are a whole list of them. But this is what I will say. The economists on both ends of the political spectrum believe that if we are serious about addressing the horrendous economic crisis that we're in now, 9.8% unemployment, that there are far more effective ways of creating the jobs that we have to create than those tax proposals. With corporate America already sitting on close to $2 trillion cash on hand. It's not that our friends in corporate America don't have any money. We've got to help them. They've got $2 $2 trillion cash on hand. The problem is not, in my view, that corporate taxes are too high. It is that the middle class simply doesn't have the money to purchase the goods and products that make our economy go and create jobs. So I think that if our goal is to create the millions and millions of jobs that we need, and if our goal is to make our country stronger internationally in a very tough global economy, I would much prefer it. I think most economists would agree with me that a better way to do that, to create the millions of jobs we've got to create, is to invest heavily in our infrastructure. Now, the truth is, and I don't think anyone disputes this, the infrastructure in the United States is crumbling. I'll go into more detail about that later. Got some very good information on it. But, you know, you don't have to be a civil engineer to know that. All you have to do is get in your car today and drive someplace. And in my state and all over this country, what you are going to see are roads that are in disrepair. You're going to see bridges that in some cases have actually been shut down. You're going to see water systems. I remember, Mr. President, I was in Rutland, Vermont, the second or third largest city in the state of Vermont. And the mayor there showed me a piece of pipe. It's very funny. It's an old pipe. And he said, you know, the engineer who helped develop this water system and laid this pipe, he went off, after he did this work for Rutland, he went off to fight in the war. And he knew I knew there was a catch line coming. I said, well, what war was that? And he said it was the Civil War. So you're talking about water pipe being laid in Rutland, Vermont, and this is true all over the United States, laid in the Civil War. And the result is we lose an enormous amount of clean water every day through leaks, water pipes bursting every day, all over the United States of America. Well, we can put people to work, improving our water system, our wastewater plants, very expensive proposition to develop good wastewater plants. I was a mayor, you were a governor. It is an expensive proposition. Roads, bridges. Furthermore, Mr. President, I don't have to tell anybody here, our rail system, which used to be the greatest rail system in the world, is now falling way behind every other major country on earth. In Vermont, as a result of the stimulus package, which did a whole lot of very good things in the state of Vermont, one of the things we're able to do is use $50 million of federal fund, private money, to make major repairs on one of our important railways in the state. But we remain far behind most of the countries around the industrialized world. China is exploding in terms of the number of high-speed rail lines that they have. We have got to do better. Our airports need work. Our air controllers need to be updated in terms of the technology they use to make our flights safe. And the point here is that what most economists would tell you is, A, when you invest in infrastructure, you get a bigger bang for the buck, you create more jobs for your investment than in most instances giving a variety of tax breaks to the corporate world. And second of all, and not unimportantly, when you invest in infrastructure, you are improving the future of this country and making us more productive. It's not just creating jobs, it's creating jobs for a very specific purpose, which makes our nation more productive and efficient. And thirdly, let me tell you something as a former mayor. Infrastructure does not get better if you ignore it. You know, you could turn your back if you're a mayor or a governor on the roads and on the highways because you don't have the money to fix them today. They ain't going to get better next year. At some point, they're going to have to be repaired and fixed, and we may as well do that right now. So I believe that the money, the very substantial sums of money in this agreement between the president and the Republicans, which goes into tax breaks for corporate America, could be much better spent, more effectively spent on the infrastructure. Point I want to make in opposition to this agreement is that what we have heard from the president and others is that, look, this is a compromise. You can't get everything you want. No? can't get everything that you want around here. That's true. But one of the examples of the compromise is an extension of unemployment benefits for 13 months. Well, let me be very, very clear. In the midst of a serious and major recession, at a time when millions of our fellow Americans are not only out of work through no fault of their own, but they have been out of work for a very, very long time. It would be, in my view, immoral and wrong to turn our backs on those workers. Their unemployment benefits are going to be running out soon, and it is absolutely imperative that we extend those unemployment benefits for the 2 million workers who would lose them. But here's the point that I want to make, Mr. President. Some people say that this is a compromise. Well, the Republicans gave on unemployment, the President gave on extending tax breaks for the rich, et cetera, et cetera. But here's the point. I don't believe, honestly, that the Republican support now for extending unemployment benefits really constitutes much of a compromise. Because the truth of the matter is that for the past 40 years, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, under the leadership in the Senate and the House of Democrats or Republicans, it has been bipartisan policy that whenever the unemployment rate has been above 7.2%, unemployment insurance has always been extended. So what you have had is long-standing bipartisan policy. That's what we have always done. That is what we should be doing in the future. I do not regard that Republicans now supporting what their party has always supported, extending unemployment benefits when unemployment becomes very high. I don't see that as a compromise. I see that as what has been going on in this country and in the Senate for 4 decades.